show. Forget everything that you know.
I can beat that.
You ain't seen nothing like this.
No chance.
It's impossible to resist. Just sit back and enjoy the view. Out with the old, in with the new. Look forward, there's no looking back. Gotta be on the right track.
Thank you.
No waiting list. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing like this. You ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing like this. That's right. You ain't seen nothing like this.
Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Welcome to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. We've had the FPS main event, we've had the 100k super high roller. Now we kick off 5 consecutive days of main event coverage, starting with day 2 here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. It is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And for the second day in a row, we have a record breaker on our hands, the biggest Monte Carlo main event ever. The final facts and figures to be confirmed, but we know there are more than 1,200 total entries and more than 430 players coming into day 2. So we are going to follow this tournament through to its conclusion on Saturday, live every day at 12:30 local time. That is Central European Summer Time. Live at the slightly later time of 1 p.m. on Saturday when we bring you the final table, playing down to a champion who I imagine is going to walk away with a pretty significant sum of money. Prize pool likely to be in the region of 6 million euros in this event. And of course, we want to hear from you over the course of the next 5 days. Live chat on Twitch, active. Live chat on YouTube, active. X is a thing. Facebook, Instagram, lots of great content to be found there. And you'll get to see plenty of players taking their seats as we rotate our feature table over the course of today as we move towards the evening session with world famous bubble coverage coming up later, because today is the day that they make the money. These are the chip leaders coming into day 2, and it is Theros, Elias Gutierrez, who leads with 336,000 chips, and he is going to be one of the influencers, one of the content creators at our first feature table today.
I'm an under the influencer.
A few other familiar names in that top 10, including Kayhan Mokri, a finalist from EPT Barcelona 2022. Kicking off the action at level 11 today, blinds will be 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. Should highlight that one of the other influencers slash content creators on the main stage for the start of play today is Wolfgang Poker. Will he be banging anyone today?
I hope so.
Great question.
Players arriving here at the Salle des Etoiles include the reigning Monte Carlo main event champion, a 2-time EPT winner Mike Watson. There's a 2-time finalist, Peter Yorkner, finaling Paris 2 years in a row. Andre Akkari.
Day 2 main event.
The Brazilian team pro bringing a short stack into day 2. PokerStars ambassador Marley Sprague is out in the field, along with last year's Barcelona winner Sylvain Wiciak. There is a PSPC finalist, Nicholas Thum, aka Flushy. He's sharing a table with another PSPC finalist, Julian Martini. Roberto Romanello has become a fixture on the EPT in recent years, having taken an extended break from the tour. And there is Wolfgang Poker. He will be on the feature table along with the start of day chip leader. And there he is, filming himself with a very large gimbal. There's Theros. So here's the full lineup. In addition to Theros, in addition to Wolfgang, we have got an EPT runner-up. We saw Sylvain Wiciak in the field, the guy he beat heads up in Barcelona last year, Xiao Sedenstricker, who comes to the feature table with a 57 big blind stack. The shortest stack is Rolando Carrera playing 20 bigs. Average stack right now is 83k, so we've got 3 players, including Wolfgang, below average, and as we've referenced a couple of times, Elias Gutierrez is the current chip leader with 336k, which equates to 224 big blinds.
Good for him. It's a lot more than Theros.
Obviously, registration closes at the start of day 2. The reg desk is closing now.
Yeah.
We will get confirmed numbers. We will get the prize pool and the payouts at the start of the second level of the day, the start of the second session of play. Right now, cards are in the air at the start of level 11. Blinds are 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. Let us go.
Pretty excited to see Wolfgang in action in some European tournaments.
Don't worry, we are gonna play.
Okay. Action is going to start on Theros.
So we are starting 5 or
1,000 small blind and 1,500 big blind. You have clock over there, bigger one.
right.
Less vlogging, more paying attention to the blinds.
Guys, remember when this guy didn't win the mystery bounty but still walked away with all the money?
That was in Prague at the end of last year.
That was one of my faves. Great performance, such a funny outcome, and one of those really awesome twists that is created by that format.
I'm hoping that graphics will appear on screen at some point today. Otherwise, it's going to be a very, very long day.
There's graphics.
Gutierrez has opened under the gun to 3K. You've only caught one of his cards. Deuce is folded on the button.
How can they fold him? They never loses.
Oh, no. Actually, a call from Alexandru Brumaru.
There you go.
How dare you in the year of Romania.
And Roman Hrabek's going to call as well with 6-3 in the big. So 3-way to the flop.
Please begin your shuffle.
Ace 10-6. Any chance that Theros has got ace-5 under the gun, Nick?
I think there's a really good chance he's got ace-5 under the gun, especially if it's ace-5 of hearts. Didn't notice that being folded just yet, but it's just a great board for him to continue regardless, right? The dealer to call is going to be a bunch of pairs that hate ace-10x. The big blind is going to be a bunch of random stuff as well that feels like they have to come along because they have a fantastic price. Just like 1/3 seems pretty standard here, something in that region. It can be smaller in a multi-way pot too because it's already a little bit inflated by the extra addition of the button coming along here. Yep, 3K seems good.
Are you and Gutierrez related?
I have had that before.
There's some similarities.
We definitely have a certain resemblance.
We had a great look-alike for Gutierrez in Prague. I think it was Alan from our production team who pointed out that he looks like Benji from Pitch Perfect.
Yeah, sure. I think that's fair.
Again, I can't remember the name of the actor. Apologies.
No, neither can I.
So a continuation bet of 3,000. The deuces have folded. Hrabek has a 6 and elects to call here. So we're going heads up to the turn.
Ben Platt is so disappointed right now. He didn't remember his name. Sorry, Ben.
Ace of clubs pairs the board.
Interesting turn. As we said before, ace-5 definitely a possibility. If you do have a continue here, it doesn't have to be big. You probably still want action from the 10x, 6x, so maybe like a 40% turn bet is cool if there is a bet at all. I think Gutierrez's range when he has a 5 is so heavily weighted towards an ace or something like pocket 5s that wants to maybe still bluff. Turn their made hand into a bluff here seems reasonable.
Bye.
Second barrel on the turn gets the job done, and Elias Gutierrez increases his chip lead. Not just at this table, but overall, coming into day 2, #1 on the leaderboard with around 430 players remaining. So the tournament clock is showing 1,208 entries. That will be confirmed. That'll be verified by tournament director Toby Stone in around an hour and a half's time. But we can say with confidence, more than 1,200 entries. This is the biggest field we have ever seen here in Monte Carlo in a main event. So that number will be confirmed soon. The prize pool and payouts will be confirmed soon and will then be announced. And we are going to start paying players this evening. We will burst the bubble during the evening session. World famous bubble coverage later today. Folded to the button. Dimitar Yosef, who's going to raise with 7-3 of hearts. Gutierrez with 8-5. Defends.
Seems like a chip leader thing to do. I think 8-5 is just close enough to straight-wise.
10-10-6 on the flop.
Nick, you ever consider when you're facing a button raise, the hand as poor as 8-5 of just being like, I'm the chip leader, let's play a bigger pot pre-flop?
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure if 8-5 is really the combo that you want to have there. Probably better to have more conventional kind of like ace blocker, king blocker kind of hands. But maybe like some other like sneaky like suited connectors and stuff. Sure, why not?
Okay, so not this hand basically. That was a very nice way of you saying
Yeah, maybe
okay.
maybe not 8-5 off, but I think that wielding that stack, wielding that big stack is really important. And Gutierrez is such an experienced player. Certainly would try and mix in some additional aggression having the chip lead at our feature table at least.
And Gutierrez wins 2 in a row. Now playing 353K. As Roman Harabek brings his lucky mascot to the table. I think it's that creepy mole from the infamous Czech animated series.
My nieces have a lot of those creepy moles. Every year I'm on my way home for Christmas and I'm like, oh, I forgot to get presents. Oh, let me buy 7 of these creepy moles.
Those cartoons have been tormenting kids for decades. That's the great thing about European animation. You think about like American cartoons and they're all fun and cuddly and warm. And European animation is damn right creepy.
Well, you say that, but like the Johnny Bravo era, I'm not sure if I would, and like the Ed, Ed and Eddie era, I don't know if that's cuddly. Kind of inappropriate, to be honest.
I've got no idea what you're on about.
Really? You never watched Johnny Bravo?
Never heard of it.
Oh, good Lord.
Johnny Bravo's not exactly for kids.
Definitely not for kids. I can't believe they got away with it, to be honest. Cartoon Network has a lot to answer for.
You have to bear in mind, I was raised in the era pre-Cartoon Network.
Yeah, I mean,
I was raised in an era when there were 3 channels on TV and kids programming was on between like 3:30 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
So we got a button versus big blind scenario. Carrera.
Ooh, not a lot of big blinds.
Yeah, I think we just see an all in here a lot of the time, guys. Seems very reasonable. Dealer button's going to be wide. Okay, wants to play it slow. Wants to make his life real hard here, guys.
I was going to say, yeah, waiting for a safe flop, maybe not the best
No.
with pocket sixes.
No. There's a reason why this is almost 100% shove. In fact, it might just be a pure jam. And that's not just like hashtag GTO nerd talk. It's just, this is a hand that is going to do well against that opening range. You're going to win a lot at non-showdown, especially in relation to your smaller stack. And when you get c-bet on Queen 10 tray, you got to be brave now. You can't be folding at this point if you're going to slow play sixes.
2,000 apiece going to the turn, which is a deuce. Carrera, 97% equity, but hard to know where you're at here with sixes.
James, very poor visibility, as
Yes.
Sam would say. Now, Harabek here obviously actually has showdown. He might still be getting action from a 3, for example. So checking the turn makes a lot of sense here. You're not going to try and turn 4s into a bluff necessarily at this stage. And with this run out, you know, it'd be really cute is if Carrera had like just a cheeky little like blocker bet. You get called by some ace highs, maybe some really strong king highs, maybe some 3x, maybe some 2x, maybe some pocket 4s, maybe some pocket 5s. If you're going to play it slow, I would love to see a little blocker here. That would be so nice. Slows it down, also reasonable. And check is going to take this one down. Nice hand, sir.
So Carrera chips up, is still the shortest stack at the table, but now closer to 25 big blinds.
We're getting some pushback on the mole being creepy, and I'm going to say I was just sort of yes-anding James's bit there. I don't really think the mole's creepy either.
No, just to be clear, I think the toy is very cute. I think the animated series, and my daughter watched it because they screened those old Czech animations in Finland. It's creepy AF.
I've never seen the cartoon. I've only seen the toys.
You know what was pretty creepy was the Moomins. Do you remember the Moomins?
Yes, no, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about, again, that is a Finnish creation.
But I also thought it was a really cool show as a kid. I mean, it's definitely interesting storytelling.
Yeah, those old fuzzy felt Moomin animations were dark.
Very dark indeed.
I wasn't really allowed to watch cartoons as a kid.
Yeah, the card.
Oh, I saw them. But I wasn't really allowed to watch them.
Ren and Stimpy were pretty creepy. Courage the Cowardly Dog was terrifying.
Not only was Ren and Stimpy creepy, but Google the creator. We'll just leave it at that.
Gutierrez on the button with 6-5 of spades.
Ren and Stimpy was hilarious, though.
Is that a call? Limps the button with 6-5?
Sure. How about Pinky and the Brain? That was a great show.
Was that its own show, or is that just a part of the Animaniacs?
I believe it was its own standalone show. They had their own intro, right?
As part of Animaniacs. I think maybe they spun it off at some stage.
I could be wrong.
Anywho, we're going 3 ways to this flop, which is ace 8-8. Carrera completed in the small blind. Wolfgang checked his option. And Carrera is way ahead here.
All right, prediction, it's going to go check, small blind, check, big blind. Gutierrez bets 1/4 pot. Prove me wrong all over the joint, this guy, I swear. Prediction failed. Sorry, guys.
Is there really that big of a difference between a quarter and a third? Not in my book.
No,
and not in my baking.
It's not even the size. It's the fact that Carrera leads into 2 players with what is almost always the best hand, or he's just barreling off into oblivion when Gutierrez limps with 8-9 suited instead of 6-5 suited. I don't like the lead here. You just get infinite folds, and you're going to get action from hands that beat you a lot of the time, and that's not what you want. Oh, Dexter's Lab, without question, is one of the greatest cartoons of all time. I agree. pH friction.
You know, everyone's been raving about the new X-Men 97, and so I went back to rewatch the original, and I'm like tearing up with nostalgia in every single scene.
Are people raving about the new one? I couldn't get into it. I like the old ones are great.
Yeah, they're saying the new ones are fantastic. You're the first person I've heard say anything negative.
I don't know. I only watched like 1.5 episodes, so it's not really fair. But we have aces.
We do. It is Yosifov who's opened here, making it 3,000. Round 2, Carrera on the button. He'll probably throw away the 8-deuce. And then we'll have Wolfgang in the small blind. Jack 10.
3.
Wolfgang, a guy with a lot of experience. Not sure if this is a spot where he's going to raise too often. I think calling is something you might sneak in here with once in a while. There it is.
Question is, if he cracks aces with Jack 10, will that become the most watched hand of all time? Could it get to 106 million views? Ooh, ace, Jack 4, so top set for Yosifov. A pair of jacks for Wolfgang and the gut shot for DePaz. And there is the king on the turn. DePaz drills it.
Yosifov slow plays the aces on the flop.
Wolfgang checks, DePaz checks. Always bet your set. I mean, he was going to get called anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. When you're getting action from the small blind and the big here, I think the c-bet is just super standard on this really coordinated board.
And James, I know you're not really saying it for that reason, but getting called there anyway is the exact reason why you want to bet your aces there.
Yes. So a delayed c-bet of 6,000. Wolfgang folds his jack. DePaz shall not be folding.
I'd like to see a check raise on this turn, guys. It's got to be real. You're going to get action from so much that raise at UTG +2, including a turn set. Let's not forget about a set of kings that might check and then bet turn.
Got to be real. NGL, no cap.
NGL, no cap. Serious Riz there, Joe.
I got some Riz.
Yeah. You got some check raise, Riz?
Valid.
So the check raise is to 18,000. Dario DePaz has 3x'd it.
Deadass, the best play on the turn.
I think I'm running out. I have to call one of my nieces or nephews.
Yosifov calls. 3 of spades completes the board.
I think you're really, really easily continuing Queen 10 here. Again, I know the spade is quote-unquote a scare card, but when you got the 10 of spades in hand and your opponent didn't bet the flop, they're just not going to have flush draws as often as you'd think, especially if they open under the gun with ace, deuce of spades. They're never going to miss that. Under the gun +2, excuse me. They're never going to miss that bet. Story does not check out.
So we've got 46.5K in the middle. Yosifov, the effective stack, with 55K behind. How much does DePaz go for here?
40K.
Oh, he goes small. 20K.
Half pot.
Gets called by the set of aces. DePaz tables Broadway, wins the pot.
Big, big.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the aces. Pretty unlucky turn. I would have liked to have seen it continue from the aces. I think you get enough action from those positions, but yeah, check raise turn, that was the juice.
Dario DePaz now second in chips at the table with more than 100 big blinds.
When did Eric Seidel change his name?
Guys, there is a very, very strict rule regarding bad lookalikes.
It's not a bad lookalike. He looks a lot like Eric Seidel. Distractingly like Eric Seidel. Like, I think people sometimes probably think he is Eric Seidel.
King Queen for Gutierrez.
I think there is a 0% chance he does not raise this hand. Just the min.
Carrera folds. Wolfgang on the button. 10-9 off. Folds. And it's round to Zhao Seidenstricker in the big blind. He defends with 8-7. And we have a queen 8-5 flop. So top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, these are tough spots because when you're playing against players that play the correct ranges, queen 8-5, you're going to see that bluff this pretty much 100%. So having a good top pair here is a spot where you're going to need to continue, of course, remain balanced if you're Gutierrez, but 8-7 just needs to get really sticky. In fact, 8-7 probably needs to call like at least 2 streets a lot of the time here, even if they don't improve. Just because a player like Gutierrez is going to recognize this is a texture that he can barrel aggressively as a bluff on the flop, and also lots of turn cards that work out nicely too. Hijack open is going to be loads of stuff that's completely whiffed though as well.
Seven on the turn gives Seidenstricker 2 pair.
Man, this is a bad day to have the best hand.
That's one way to improve on the turn. There's no chance Gutierrez misses a turn bet here, though. Hand is so strong. Not sure how he's going to go. Is it like a 15K situation? Or is it closer to 20? Let's see how Gutierrez feels. Oh, the slowdown.
Checks it back. Jack on the river. 8s and 7s, still good.
Yeah, it does manage to find the check on the turn and rightfully avoiding catastrophe against the turn 2 pair.
I like this line from Joy Black Dragon. It says, "You got side struck."
Leads the river. Going for value, gets called. The bet was 15K.
Another big river value bet paid off.
This one bigger than the last, 75% of the pot. He was the runner-up in Barcelona last year and was worth €1 million. It was a very vocal Brazilian rail supporting him in that heads-up battle against Simon Wiciak.
Hey, Joe, good question for you here, buddy. Kerry Scott, any other stars pros in the field?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
Nailed it.
Carrero with ace-5.
See, like this one from Neon 75 says side and striker equals Bryn Kenny. No. We're just not. We're not doing it. The main difference is that when I said it, it's okay, and when you said it, it's not, if I'm going to be honest. Also, that was your first time chat. Cool, you're banned. Think it's something better next time.
So action has been forwarded to the blinds. Side and striker in the small with 8-7 again, this time of the strawberry flavor. Completes. Alexandru Brumeru is the big blind. 9-8 offsuit.
The Brumeru is the drinking challenge you have to complete after the Kobayashi Maru. A little something for you Trekkies out there.
Brumeru checks his option. And there is an 8. There's a 10-8-7 flop. Oh, wow.
What a fun day so far.
And this is only like the first 20 minutes of the first level of the day. So 2 pair versus a pair and a straight draw. Action check to Brumeru, who bets. $1,500. How fast do you want to play 2 pair here, Nick?
Honestly, I was asking myself that question just now. It's a weird one. It's like the big blind's range is uncapped because you decided to limp in the small blind here. So they could literally just be sitting here with the flopped nuts and, you know, whatever. But I don't know. 2 pair is probably a hand you want to check raise on a texture like this because your opponent will have draws that you get value from. They will have hands like 8-9. They will have spades. They will have top pairs that they still continue with for the versus the check raise, excuse me. So I think fast is fine. There's definitely no error here. And this is exactly the kind of combo you're targeting when you do fast play like this. Generally speaking, when we make strong hands on wet textures, we want to play fast, though.
I mean, Brumeru with a pair and the open-end straight draw ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but you look at the amount of his stack it is to just make this call, and then the stack to pot ratio is like kind of wonky from here on out.
It's one call.
Makes the call. Yeah, 22.5K in the middle, 3 of clubs on the turn, which doesn't change anything.
Yeah, and at this point, Seidenstricker probably just wants to pile in here. It's a very dangerous board. I mean, your opponent can still have hands like 7-9 of clubs and like 10-9 of clubs and all kinds of stuff like that too, where the backdoors actually have some bearing on how you're gonna continue going to the river.
It looks like you just been put all in.
Yeah. Bets enough. Put Brumaru all in. And this is a big decision in a blind v blind situation. Unraised pre with second pair and that open-ended straight draw.
This is the easiest fold in the world for me.
I would argue that this is always a fold, to be honest, but I don't know. If you have a read on your opponent that he does this with like ace-5 of spades or something, but, you know, is Seidenstricker the kind of guy to make that play?
Yes is the answer. And I'm wondering, again, just positing a theory, what if Brumaru watched the Barcelona final table? What if he knows what Seidenstricker is capable of?
Right.
Is Seidenstricker really limping ace-5 of spades?
Potentially. I think it's probably reasonable at the stack depth.
6-5 of spades, I guess, maybe a little more likely.
I think actually that's probably a good point, though, Joe. Yeah, like, you know, there's probably combo draws that look prettier than 6-5, ace-5 of spades that might play this way.
You were just picking that at random,
Sure.
I realized.
I was thinking of a flush draw with an overcard or something, but yeah, I think the cool thing about playing your hand like this is you might actually still have combo draws that you can do this with, where you're actually going to turn up with mates hands like 8-7 as well. Personally, I'm just going to cry and fold 8-9 and tell all my friends about how this guy definitely had a flush draw and I should have called. But
no, dude, there's so much 8-7, 10-7, 10-8. It's just, I mean, it's all over.
Yeah, no, 100%, which is why you probably have to fold more often than you want to.
6-9.
Yeah.
Now, the EPT main event does play with a shot clock from the start of day 3, so no shot clock in play at the moment. And Brumaru is taking his time over this decision.
And I can honestly say, if I couldn't see the hold cards, I'd be saying the same thing. I'll tell you the one time out of 20 I make this call, I'm going to be up against pocket threes. I'm gonna go, oh yeah, good, nice hand.
Joe Stapleton actually starts randomizing, and as soon as he starts rolling, he's running bad in that too.
Yeah. Oh, it was pocket threes. Yes, of course. That old chestnut.
This is going on a bit.
It's going on a bit. It's the decision for all of his chips, so obviously take your time, but oh man, I mean,
look, let's just say Brumaru makes it to the money, makes it to the shot clock. He's going to give up 3 time bank cards immediately for this.
You got to make the most of it now.
I love the idea of people being retrospectively charged time.
Toby, he's like, look, normally you would get 6. We saw what you did on day 2. We're going to give you 3.
Well, it's going to get to the point where someone, sooner or later, is going to intervene. Yep, there it is. I heard the word time.
Time table, please.
I hope it was Wolfgang. I mean, this is way too long for a YouTube short.
Do you know how much editing he's going to have to do to make this fit?
The presence of a floor person immediately made him fold.
Yeah, big pot there. Nice work for Seidenstricker. That puts him 4th in chips.
Well, the good news is he's only got 15 minutes till the delay catches up, and he'll be able to see what he folded to.
I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Brazil.
Brazil.
And you?
Chicago.
Nice.
I figured it was samba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zhao now playing 123k, an above average stack. The average being 93k with 390 players remaining.
Ooh.
And aces for Roman Hrabak, who has opened to 3.5k.
Roman Hrabak.
9-6 for Seidenstricker on the button. Folds. Jack 4 for Brumaru. He passes. So it's Dimitar Yosifov in the big blind, who defends with 10-8. And we have a 10-5-3 flop. We saw Yosifov have aces and lose a big pot. Is he now going to lose a big pot? 2 aces?
Well, we'll see if that continuation bet is better here, as we saw the miss continue from the aces in the previous circumstance. I think we just call here loads.
Question from Tomothy, watching on Twitch, Nick. Why would you call 10-8 offsuit to an under-the-gun raise? Am I missing something?
Yes, thank you for your question.
Perhaps. First of all, 10-8's not really an awful hand. You have to remember that the opening raises here in the tournament are going to be very frequently close to about 2x steal. So you have a fantastic price with a wide range of hands. 10-8 will certainly be strong enough on average versus under the gun range to defend here. And also, don't forget, they have big blind antes in play as well, James, which is a huge difference. If you're playing a cash game, usually there's no antes in play. That will change the ranges incredibly significantly.
I got it.
But also, under the gun raises could be hands like ace queen, ace king, ace jack, and you're beating those hands right now.
Yeah, and if they're playing the correct range, it can be hands that are slightly ahead of you pre-flop, but still have, you're still going to be doing fine with hands like 10-8 off as well. As played, when this happens, you look kind of silly, and then you got chat pros going, oh, this is why you don't play 10-8, because then you under the gun range, you have aces, and you get caught. But at this level, you need to take every edge you can get, and you're not going to do that by giving up equity, as we see here with the 10-8.
So it was 12,000 apiece on the turn. We get to the river with 40k in the middle, and Yosifov only has 15k behind.
He's going. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Card protector.
Yeah, frame that for sure. Yeah. You end up winning the tournament, that's worth a lot of money. It's worth at least like 30 euros, yeah.
Is there any way to get one of these ambars like in Jurassic Park? You know? It could become my Pokemon. I put it here.
Yeah, it's like a fossil.
Is that a Fossil Man reference?
I think it was.
Mosquito.
Holy Lord, 20 years. 20 years, this World Series of Poker, Fossil Man.
Yosifov checks, and I guess very simple move for Hrabak now. Get your chips in.
I would be surprised not to see the rest go in here.
Yeah.
It's just a really nice run out for your hand. Your opponent might have a 5 sometimes, I suppose, but I don't know, that seems difficult unless they have 5x of spades, where perhaps they had the pair and the flush draw, and now they just river the trips instead. I mean, plenty of 10x needs to call here as well, which kind of is justifiable.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Had the set of aces, lost a huge pot. Had a pair of 10s against aces, lost the rest of his chips, and Dimitar Yosifov is eliminated in the first level of day 2 of this record-breaking Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
Yeah, tough spot, top pair, hard to get away from there. Really player dependent. If you think the guy's capable of tripling as a bluff there, then obviously the call becomes a lot better. But when you are going to be defending those hands in the big blind against the under the gun range, James, you need to be very, very attuned to when you're going to slow it down there.
Yosif off the table.
Hrabak now second in chips at this table. Elias Gutierrez, sat next to him, is the table chip leader and possibly still the tournament chip leader. Was the biggest stack coming into the day. Still around 390 players remaining. Confirmed number of entries will be revealed soon. Registration closed at the start of play today.
It's just bonkers how many players you lose on the first day. 1,208 total entries, down to fewer than 400, a half hour into day 2. It's whack, yo.
Gutierrez opening with Queen Jack. Carrera, who has just shy of 30 big blinds, has 4s.
Barney Boatman would calling here set fracking. And that is what we see happening. Not set mining, set fracking, because it's horribly damaging to do it this way.
Yep, I would agree. And you can appreciate Carrera trying to set frack here. However, with so many players to act behind, this call does decrease in value because you're not going to be able to see as many flops as you'd like to try and get there. Ooh, Seidenstricker's got one of those cute little hands, though, Joe. Can put in a little squeezy squeeze from the cutoff here.
Which is exactly why you want to get the frack out of here with pocket 4s.
It's going to call instead. Seems good. Very, very pretty hand, 8-9 suited.
Rounds the blind. Only the single big blind in this hand, and it's Roman Harabek with the Spraggy.
Absolutely massive squeeze here would be so cool, but I'm not sure that's how he's going to go, given the action thus far. The thing is, when there's 3 players in the pot already, James, the squeeze size can be huge, right? If you try and go for pot, it's like 9, 10, 11, 12, it's like 15. You can make it like 16K here to go.
Yeah, you can. 12K.
All right,
13.5.
Cool. Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. I think the squeeze here is just ridiculously spicy. And this is kind of why the call with the 4s is weird, right, Joe? Because it's a big portion of Carrera's stack, who's one of our short stacks, 25 big blinds after making the call, so about 27-ish to start. And as soon as somebody sees an opportunity like this on these tables, they're going to take it a lot of the time.
So, okay, here's my question.
Yeah.
Let's say you're the sort of person that would just call there with pocket 4s. You might also be the sort of person that goes, you know what, F it, and moves all in with pocket 4s here.
Sure.
What do you do with ace-7? Do you have to call it off when the short stack jams pocket 4s?
Good question. Probably not.
Never with the Spraggy.
Yeah.
Never.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Let's say it's ace 8.
Ace 8. Oh, easy call then. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta get it.
Snap.
No, I think that most of the time you are going to get a fold.
Yeah. I absolutely love this line, by the way, from Harabek, and I really appreciate that he's picked up on the spot to do it here. Seidenstricker's got a hand he could definitely try and get lucky with here, but it's just such a big chunk of anyone's stack at this stage. Seidenstricker's got tons of chips, but if this runs away, he's just giving away a lot of value. We're not even nearing the bubble just yet.
You're not blocking anything either here with this 9-8, are you, Nick?
You know, one of the cool things about this, guys, is there's a lot of talk about solvers and the like. This spot is so weird that even the best are like, I've never seen anything like this.
So the pot goes to Harabek. Should highlight that we still have a number of players in the field who won their way to Monte Carlo with Power Path. We've got some Gold Pass winners competing on day 2, including Marcello Scari, who's got 55K right now. Andre Miakov started the day with 133K. And if we track across the room, we will find Gold Pass winner Kevin Korsakis in a hand. Full board dealt. His opponent in the 3-seat is Andrea Krobu. Krobu bet 26K. Korsakis raised to 75K. Krobu calls, and Queen Deuce on a Queen Queen Deuce 9 King board is good. Korsakis Now up to 220K. And here is a hashtag fun fact about Kevin. Back in August 2022, he won $1 million in a spin and go. Run better, pal.
Unbelievable.
He seemed really stoked to win a pot for a guy that's already a millionaire.
So Jiong69 asked the question, what is a gold pass? A gold pass is something you can win via Power Pass, which runs every single day on PokerStars. You can start at step 1, which is a 50-cent spin and go, or you can start at step 3, which is an $11 MTT. The final step, which is a $109 ticket-only qualifier, awards power passes. Bronze passes are worth 109 bucks. Silver passes are worth 2.5K. A gold pass is worth more than 10 grand. And you can choose how to spend that pass. But a lot of people choose to redeem their gold passes on EPT main event packages.
Couple of questions.
Yes.
The bronze pass, can you use that to re-enter?
Correct.
Okay, so, can, if you want to still get a silver or a gold, you can go back in.
You can either take that bronze pass and say, for example, play the Sunday Million, or if you want to redo, if you want a chance to play another 109 qualifier, boom, you can do it.
Second question, in many markets, you get a free 50-cent spin and go ticket just for playing a real money hand.
Correct.
Yes,
like
correct.
every day.
So
every 24 hours.
Every day I will fire up stars and I will play a 50-cent spin and go, the first step of Power Path, and I automatically then get another 50-cent ticket. So as I like to tell everyone, it's a twofer.
Yeah, and I think what's cool about it is that if you win a gold power pass and you come play one of these big events, you're almost guaranteed to have one of our cameras come poke around a little bit and everybody at home can get to see you playing.
We don't want to put people off.
I mean, James, alternatively, you just fire up a 1 cent, 2 cent cash table. Just play a hand. Just play one hand.
That is true.
Any amount, guys. Any amounts.
They don't get mad at you if you just play one little hand?
No.
They're not like, hey, we know what you're doing.
Not at all. I mean, that's... I mean, at that point, I would have fired a few proper spins.
This hand seems legit, by the way, right now.
Yeah, so Carrera opened under the gun, and we've only caught one of his cards, the ace of clubs, called by Seidenstricker, called by Gutierrez in the big blind. Carrera continued flop for 3K. He checks the turn. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seidenstricker has a straight. Daniel says Gutierrez should check raise. Oh, it's Gutierrez with the straight. Apologies. So Seidenstricker with ace queen high has bet 15K. And Gutierrez does not check raise, he just calls.
Yeah, I think you should probably almost never be check raising this hand here. You are going to have the best hand loads. People are betting into you. There's money going in the pot, but also obviously losing to any jack, any singular jack. Plus you have the improvers to the diamonds. Ooh, ace on the river now. Seidenstricker does manage to make top pair.
Flaming Barries, everyone. Flaming Barries, please.
I think it probably still goes check, check, though.
6.
Yep, 6 is good, bro.
King queen? King queen?
New player coming in.
Curious what do you have?
So we'll see after the...
Ruslan's Nagornis. Bringing 32,000 chips to the feature table.
Got some real doozy last names in this field today.
Oh, yeah. I've seen this mentioned a couple times, guys. Maybe you can help me out here. Chat, regarding face coverings. I know a lot of this, there's been several questions about this.
Whoa. Can you run this past us first before you do this?
Are you sure?
If you're going to ask for people's opinions on face coverings, we are not having that conversation.
No.
Okay, good.
I'm making reference to like the Vogel saying, you know, poker face coverage situation.
No, that's exactly the conversation I don't want to have.
I'll give the audience 2 options about it. Shut up Be quiet.
There is no rule as of yet.
There is no rule, correct.
Sorry, option 3, get over it.
There is no rule as of yet, so that'll put a lot into bed right there.
Oh, nice.
The rest is up for debate.
Yeah, I think I know.
Wolfgang aces.
PokerStars like Japanese flag, right?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah. Oh, why did you move there? Or you're from you're from.
Carrera's going to get
Yeah,
banged.
Spain. But
It's going to be disappointing. It's like a slow roll when you have aces.
4 or 5
Someone
years
just
old.
folds. Tank fold.
My wife is Japanese.
Your wife is.
Reach
I
of
was
etiquette.
thinking-
10-4 offsuit.
Yeah.
Well, we spoke to Wolfgang before the start of play and asked him about playing the EPT main here in Monte Carlo.
I'm feeling amazing. I made it off a table of all crushers on day one. Everyone had like 4 million plus earnings. Wolfgang here with 35K US dollars, not even euros. We made it off day 2, 45 bigs. I'm super stoked. I'm pretty excited for day 2 with like around 45 bigs. A new table draw. Hopefully there's a lot of fun players. I'm on the feature table, gonna post that link and hopefully have all my subscribers rail me. The lights and cameras aren't gonna affect me. I'm used to those big stages, but what might affect me is if I make a bad play and people clip it, post it on the internet. But I put the new fit on. I put the European white pants. I bought them in Saint-Tropez yesterday, so we're ready to go. This is amazing. I've never seen anything as cool as this. Obviously, they have to close it for security reasons, but if they could leave this open for the entire thing, that'd be world class, yeah.
Love his enthusiasm.
The European white pants, is that a thing? Did I not get that memo?
I mean, they're literally called capri pants, aren't they? Which is a town in Italy, not too far from here.
I'm not sure they even wear them in Capri, though, but there you go.
So this is actually Wolfgang's EPT main event debut. He came to Paris, but only played side events there.
Didn't have the right pants.
It's all about the pants. DePaz opened under the gun with Jack-9 of hearts. Brumaru flatting with 9-8 of clubs in still relatively early position.
You know, it's nice to see a little bit of that old American enthusiasm injected into the EPT.
They're not playing too much poker like they do. Or
Carrera
live?
playing a sub-20 big blind stack.
Yeah.
Calls with King-10 of diamonds in the small.
In Asia?
In Asia.
Wolfgang?
Is in the big.
This is one of the reasons why I don't play as much.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It's really hard.
Queen-10.
Play live in Asia as well, or just here in Europe?
See, this one I will allow from Kazcap. Bad lookalike, Dario DePaz and Peter Sellers. I see it, and I will definitely allow it.
That's a funny one.
5 tray, no one's got anything.
You are a cash game player, Wolfgang. 1 hour from now, you'll be heading to the exit.
Good poker in Asia as well.
Yikes.
Very good fields.
That's almost threatening.
Recently, yeah.
Well, it comes down to who wants it more here, Nick.
Yeah.
And I guess the answer is Dario DePaz.
He wants it so much more.
To Asia, actually more over US, to be honest. I'm from Czech Republic.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I really hate this bet, but it's a good spot. It might actually work out.
Mostly for poker, so yeah.
That's just me.
2 times, last 2 years. For poker mostly. So.
You can move anywhere you want, right?
Yeah, I kind of. But yeah, I don't know. I like the Asian poker.
That is a platinum Daytona. That's a very pricey timepiece.
To go there, if it's kind of far. And the market is still like...
And that's a fold.
Unexplored a little bit, I would say. How old?
I think I'd go for the Night-Tona.
Yeah, Night-Tona. I think that's more expensive or cheaper than the Daytona.
I don't know why you'd ever buy a watch that only tells time for the first 12 hours of the day.
Wasn't Daytona like a racing game that was in arcades for a while?
Yeah, of course, it's a huge, race.
I'll explain the Roch in a moment, but we're just going to check on some of the team pros out in the field. Felix Schneiders playing only his second EPT main event.
Cool. I like it.
Also, still going strong on day 2. We have the Squid, Sam Grafton, who joined us on the mic yesterday to cover the Super High Roller. No Benjamin Sprague, but Marley Sprague looking to repeat her awesome run from Prague in 2023.
Marley Sprague, a.k.a. Spraggy.
And their squatter, Tonka, spent a year in the Sprague's bathroom.
Pretty sure he's squatting at Finton's place now.
Such a freeloader.
Honestly.
We've seen a few Gold Pass winners today. Now, one who didn't make it to day 2 was Oscar Charles from the UK, but he did get to meet his favorite team pros.
Oscar, welcome to Ept Monte-Carlo.
Thank you very much.
How on earth did you get here?
Interesting story. Playing online, PokerStars, and I did a 50p spin and go. And I won a 109 ticket, and from that I entered into the Gold Pass series and won a Gold Pass ticket.
And you won it all. You won the lot. It's the 50-cent ticket. It's very rare to roll a 1 and 9, but Oscar rolled the 1 and 9, not only rolled it, won it, and then won the Gold Pass, which is quite a spin-up. So you're here for 50 cents. How are you finding it? Enjoying it?
It's great. Yeah, so far it's really nice. Everyone here, very friendly. But overall, Monaco's a great place. I'm enjoying it a lot.
And Oscar says everyone's really nice because he hasn't met Tonka yet. He has been asking after him, so the trip might be about to take it down to him.
You mentioned Tonka. He's one of my favorite YouTubers. One of top 3, other than 1 or 2 other people.
We should have had Tonka do the interview. Where's he?
Where is Tonka, by the way?
I wish you the best of luck, despite what's been said about favorite YouTubers and favorite poker players.
So sorry. Thank you so much.
Good luck out there. You do great.
Cheers.
I'm glad Oscar got to have that experience.
For 50 cents!
So let's return to the feature table. Still got 40 minutes to run on this level before the first break of the day. So, the Daytona was originally Cosmograph, right? Because it was the watch that Rolex was hoping.
Oh, that's how I know it, as Cosmograph.
Yes,
okay.
because Rolex thought it would be the watch that would get picked by NASA to be the official watch of the space missions.
Of course.
But it didn't get picked. So, no, it's called the Daytona because it's a racing watch. Nothing to do with space.
Why do they need to tell time and space? They got somewhere they gotta be.
You joke. The Omega Speedmaster saved the lives of the Apollo 13 astronauts because they were able to accurately measure how long they needed to propulse oxygen from the craft to get themselves aligned for orbit.
Wow.
I believe it was Tom Hanks that saved the lives of the Apollo 13 astronauts.
Well, we spoke to Theros at the start of the day as well and asked him how his day 1 went. I'm going to imagine pretty good.
So my day 1 was a dream day, I would say. It was a very fun day, lots of very big hands. I don't know if I eliminated 4 or 5 players the same day, which is crazy. One of those days you don't forget. There are very few of those in a career, probably. My stack today is quite big, but still I am trying to keep myself in check. Tournament is still long. It was just day 1, and there's still 5 more days to go, which is a lot. I think I need to do another 10x on top of what I already got to have chances for the final table. So that's the goal right now.
You've got a player called Wolfgang up on your table today. Have you had any experience of him? Do you know anything about his play? Have you played with him?
No, first time. But I have seen the content he does on Instagram. It's quite good. So it's going to be for sure fun.
Theros' review of Wolfgang Poker's content, quite good.
James, you should know by now that quite good is maybe the biggest compliment one poker player will share with another poker player in any circumstances.
They're so good that Theros watches them almost all the way through. Doesn't want to give him the view, but he'll watch most of it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's been a raise from under the gun, suited ace. Hrabec has decided to call UTG +2. Gutierrez with a suited queen jack and the hijack. Ooh, just lets it go here. I want to play with the pretty combo.
Out. Wolfgang with the ace king. Waking up with big slick.
This is a really lovely little squeeze spot, and I wonder if Hrabec gets in trouble here just because he's kind of under-repped his hand pre-flop, and have to imagine Wolfgang is going to be capable of putting in some interesting squeezes here with much less than a premium like ace-king, Joe.
11K, the re-raise from Wolfgang. Stricker out. Back to Brumaru, who raised under the gun. Michael Asmar asks, first of all, sucks to hear Asmar. He asks, should you just be calling with suited ace-queen? And Nick will be getting into that a little bit for you.
I think 3-bet's totally fine. I was actually wondering about the dynamic that sort of inspired the flat here. Perhaps it was for, perhaps it was intended to be kind of a trap here under these circumstances, but it's a good question. I actually don't know the spot particularly well at these effective stack depths.
Can I weigh in a little bit
Sure,
on why someone
always.
might just call with ace-queen suited?
Always.
I think part of the reason you might just flat with ace-queen suited is if you re-raise, and then the under-the-gun raiser puts in like a 4-bet. I don't think you feel that great about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, so Hrabec, one of our chip leaders at this table. Brumaro's only got 22 big blinds behind, though, Joe, so you probably don't completely hate life because you're still going to probably have decent equity against the shove some of the time. I don't know. It's a tough spot now for Hrabec. I think having played the hand this way, he just calls. Yeah, there's the call. So we're going to an inflated pot now. And the flop is deuce, deuce, 7. What did Brumaru fold just now?
Ace deuce,
oh,
suited, diamonds.
Dear.
And that's why you flat with ace-queen suited.
And that's why you threw that with ace-king.
And that is why you threw that with ace-king, absolutely.
Interesting spot now. Hrabec will have some pairs here still, of course, once in a while. But I think the continue is what you need to do most of the time. 7K is the bet into a pot of 29,000.
And Wolfgang looking at a 1-to-1 SPR after this call.
He's got no backdoor flush draws, just the ace-queen. It is a very small continue, so he might convince himself that he's going to call here against some inferior ace combos that might have been 3-bet squeeze bluffing from the button. I certainly would. There's the call.
The turn is a 5. Trans, we'll answer your question in a second, but the resident Power Path player is eating a sandwich.
It's all loosey-goosey.
Hrabec checks to Wolfgang for a second time.
Yeah, has little glances at his chips there. This is an awkward SPR at this point.
Did you say SPR or SPQR because this guy's name is Roman?
It's a good reference.
Come on, guys.
It's top tier.
I got to give Wolfgang credit for firing again here. I give up pretty easily in these spots.
From the Czech Republic?
Yeah.
I'm a quarter Czech. You want to see my high card or low card? You can choose. It's good for the table. Good for poker.
Low card.
Low card. Just because I'm a little Czech. Just because I'm a little Czech.
Was it the same one? Low and high?
I just said high or low.
I mean, I don't think he would have had to look at both cards.
That's the bluff, though, isn't it?
Alexander Wolfgang, not exactly this fella's real name, but that's what he wants to go by.
I felt my pulse going. I'm like, fuck, he probably can pick up on that shit.
Lives in Texas now.
I don't know what you guys are learning over there.
And originally from Chicago.
Nice pot there. Wolfgang now 57 big blinds. Navigated that one nicely. Was kind of bluffing with the best hand, but you never know what's going to come on the river. Perhaps a little bit of protection even. Who knows? Maybe he actually is in that level. He's going, yeah, maybe I'm getting action from some ace-10, ace-queen, ace-jack combos. They might sneak in there. Anyway, we might get a chance to have a conversation with Wolfgang later about that one. In any case, chips going his direction.
Action has been taken by DePaz with ace something. Brumer on the big blind with the worst king possible. Says nay.
I'm surprised to see that. Brimmer's 20 big blinds here, or it was 20 big blinds before he puts in his small blind for the next pot, but King Deuce, I'd be really surprised if that wasn't always a call minimum.
Get out of here. I don't care what your computer says.
Germany?
It's just that big blind ante-Joe, it just means your pot odds there are so good. If you don't feel confident playing it, I think folding is fine.
It was still German. He didn't give it up yet?
Okay, yeah.
But I haven't looked into that yet. I might need to. I don't know.
Question from Michael Colley on YouTube. Can you
I'm
guys?
pretty sure I can too. I just I'm on a
Can you guys explain why the buy-in for the Ept Grand Final is 5K now and not 10K like before?
Yes, I can't explain. I can't explain it, more or less. They changed it. Thank you for your question.
I'll give you the genuine answer, Michael. The EPT Grand Final is no more.
Well, I live in
So it used to be the season ran
Chicago.
I'm wondering what the correlation is there, but
from August to May,
those, like, Mozart
pretty much in line
things.
with the soccer season.
Oh, yeah.
You know, yeah, it's the tourist shit. You
And
know?
so Monte Carlo was the grand final. Now the season runs January to December. We don't really have a grand final. We just have 5 events. So all EPTs are 5K buy-ins.
Probably like
just in like
Arizona or
correlating.
Florida. Yeah.
Nearby, basically. You're doing like YouTubing or vlogging, or how is it called?
Yeah, I do anything like poker content stuff, and I make a lot of shorts now. So like cash games, vertical shorts.
Yeah.
And I live in Texas now, so I moved there. And the games, I'm sure you've heard of it, and it's just like the best.
Yeah,
and so
I've heard it's
videos,
good.
it's like half the work is already done for me because everyone's just punting their stack off to begin with, so the videos just do good naturally.
Yeah, I've seen a few when I was like some randomly scrolling on Instagram. Every time you were just popping up with.
That's good. That's good.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you, Instagram. Appreciate it.
You're the best, that's for sure.
Thank you. I can't take all the credit. I have a very, very good editor as well. But yeah, I appreciate that.
Heads up here, Sid Stricker, Brumeru.
How do you think videos are gonna
King high still ahead.
The clips you use are TV table clips instead of the wide shot, you know?
So I won't. So most of the stuff from this, like the hand I played against him, if I use that, it would just be in a vlog. So that's fine. But if I wanted to make a short out of it, it requires a lot more work where you have to like just crop it this way, and then you just got to get this one on this one. You have to, the hand graphic, you have to like cut it out just a lot of work.
But do you think it would?
It doesn't perform as good.
Not as good, right?
No. Everyone likes the what's it called, first person. So like you filming yourself, your hand. They like that way better than, for some reason, this. I think the most views I've ever gotten on like a live stream repurposed into a short form, it couldn't be more than like 600K views, which is still very good. But like,
but you're getting a lot.
I haven't seen anything higher than that. I've tried like 5 or 6 times with that, whereas other ones they just go ballistic. Sometimes, you know.
It's super fun to see the the bets on it.
Yeah.
It's really great context.
Getting a little insight into what goes into making YouTube poker content.
You said you want to play more in the States?
Yeah, I do.
Specifically any area or just like anywhere?
I'm thinking Las Vegas, Miami.
Like go and live or like go for a
just
month
go
or
play.
a week or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go there, play a bit, make some content.
You can't go wrong with either of those. I'd say Miami would be my choice. I'm not the biggest fan of Vegas. I think it's kind of a lot very quickly. But Miami's really cool. And you have a lot of casinos there too. You have a lot of options. Big tournaments.
It's not a relaxing place, right?
Really. I mean, depending on where you go, if you go to Miami Beach, it's not relaxing at all.
Okay.
Yeah, there's people who rent these Ferraris. Well, kind of like here, but people who rent the Ferraris and they just zoom it down the beach and like he's yelling. People with speakers on their shoulders, like walking down drunk. Like it's
like GTA.
It's like a beach Las Vegas, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
But you go like 10 minutes away from that and you're fine.
It sounds like GTA.
Yeah.
Well, Vice City was based on Miami.
It's just amazing. You got really good acai bowls there.
Wait, is GTA what everyone's been studying all these years?
Nice.
Yeah.
I love acai.
I love acai. You gotta go to Brazil.
Of course, Theros loves Miami. He speaks the native language.
Definitely need to get some GTA analysis. Yeah, really interesting to hear Wolfgang talk a little bit about his process there. Obviously, wildly successful social media platforms and YouTube. Doing a lot for the poker.
Yeah.
They're still close.
I'll plug it into a solver later, don't worry. Let's see if it's approved.
And Wolfgang's raised here with King 7 of diamonds. Gorni's with King 9 suited folds. Rabeck in the big blind with 9-7, domination situation. $10-5 tray on the board.
Check Nicholson. 2 words for you. Top Gun. That's the answer. What's the question, James?
Tell me a great sequel made 30 years after the original, and I will say that's a great idea. Until then, I think it's a bad idea.
Cool turn card.
Very cool indeed. Both players drawing now. If I had 9-7 with the diamond, I am almost always going to be leading this turn. Unfortunately for Rabeck, Wolfgang is doing real well on this turn.
Oh, I see. Sorry, it's in response to a question about rounders 2.
Nice goalpost move. Check Nicholson. You said name one, and I did. What is wrong with the world?
So overbet lead on the turn. Very spicy indeed.
Oh, good suggestion from Philip the Razor as well, the Blade Runner sequel.
Masterpiece.
And gets it done. The overbet lead guys actually got the king 7 of diamonds to fold.
Is that what it takes to get a flush draw to fold?
Okay.
I don't know. I'm coming around to the idea that there are only two plays in poker: the GTO play and the GTA play.
That one was both, I think.
One's gangster and one's just computer. I really like that.
They revealed, right, that the next GTA game is going back to Vice City.
It did seem to have a Latin flair to the trailer.
I think Vice City might be my favorite video game of all time. Just such an amazing cast, and just as far as combining like Scarface, Carlito's Way, Miami Vice, and a little bit of Goodfellas, it was just the perfect kind of pop culture blend for me.
It's the last one I played all the way through.
You can see Wolfgang pondering that spot. Not sure if he did the right thing there.
And let's be brutally honest, best soundtrack ever. I mean, I bought the CD box set of all the radio stations.
San Andreas lost me when you had to like work out in the game.
Yeah.
I was like, nope.
Yeah.
I can work out in real life.
And I bailed on GTA 4 when it was making me like take someone on a date. I'm like,
That one I returned to the video game store an hour after I bought it, and they're like, "You paid $60 for this. The trade-in is $19." I was like, "I'll take it."
Oh, Joe. Joe is like, I pump too much iron in real life. Don't make me do it in the video game.
Ace 5 versus King 6, and Ace High still ahead. It was unraised pre, blind v blind confrontation.
Would any of the commentators consider themselves gamers? I think the answer is absolutely yes. I mean, all the commentators, except perhaps Maria. Is she a gamer? Maria's not much of a gamer, is she, Joe?
No. No, but Maria's fiance is a gamer. Actually, I guess they'll play some things together.
Like Overcooked and stuff?
No, like they'll do like Call of Duty with friends.
Oh, really?
In our home game. Yeah.
That's cool.
Remember Kim Caramelli? She was a guest on the podcast, and then she did some guest commentary in the Bahamas. She and her husband will play with Maria and her fiance from time to time.
Check to showdown, Ace High good.
To answer your question about Helldivers, Griffin and I play. Griffin plays tons of Helldivers, and I've played with him before. And we have a Facebook chat where it's just constant Helldivers memes being sent all day, every day, to the point where I had to mute it.
Thanks for the invite, boys.
I played once.
I have actually downloaded it with the intention of playing with friends also. But yeah, I'm getting there. It looks like a lot of fun.
It is really fun. It's the perfect squad game because you're not playing against other people.
Yeah, it's PvE.
Yeah, and you get to, it's like really low stakes. Like you're not like yelling at each other. It's hilarious when someone dies or screws up. Griffin has killed all of us so many times.
You get the cargo supply on the head and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
It's really, really funny.
Seidenstricker opening here with King Jack. Ace 9 of spades for Alexandru Brumeru.
Brumeru got about 24 bigs here, guys. I think 3-betting off this stack is pretty reasonable with the suited ace. I think calling is also cool. Decides just to call the open, which was the pure min.
Gutierrez, ace queen in the small blind.
Great spot to squeeze for Gutierrez. I wonder if that earlier open might see him just flatting here a little bit more often. I don't know. When Brumeru flats, he just wins so much more at non-showdown. When you actually get the 3-bet through just pre-flop, Stricker, 59 big blinds. Gutierrez hasn't covered very significantly. 236 big blinds for Ceros here. But I think I usually find myself squeezing here pretty often. Love it. 18 to go. Great sizing here, too.
Back to sudden Stricker. Now, Brumaru.
Not another 7 minutes, Hank, please.
Oh, yeah.
And you win, I can give you my mosquito. I'm serious.
That's a strong offer. That was really strong.
Sarah's so confident he's getting that fold. He just starts talking halfway through the hand. He's like, yeah, all right, bro, come on.
We probably really didn't want the mosquito.
Beautiful stuff.
Gutierrez, known as Theros Poker Online. 370K in live earnings. Almost made the final table of the PCA 2023 main event, cashing out in 22nd place for 51K. And as you highlighted earlier on, Nick, had that amazing run in the Mystery Bounty event in Prague, pulled all the big prizes, but did not win.
That's right. Actually ended up winning significantly more than first and second. That is not included in his total live earnings, though, is it, James? The amount that you pull in a Mystery Bounty is not included in your total live earnings.
Oh, that's a good question. I've no idea.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe.
Why is it not? Because that's part of the prize pool.
Well, so I've actually had it before where I cashed bounty tournaments, and it was always the advertised value and not any of the bounty values.
Interesting.
Which makes more sense in a normal bounty, right? Because it's just usually just one lump. But in a Mystery Bounty, like where it's all aggregated into specific envelopes and they're big chunks, I think there might be a reason to add that in. But I feel like that number would be a lot bigger if it included his Mystery Bounty winnings from that event.
Pal's gonna open, Queen Jack suited.
And that is a case of raise and take it. 15 minutes left on the level.
Lucas asks, lol Wolfgang, isn't this the YouTube dude?
I mean, I feel like he's more complex than that.
He is a YouTube. I mean, I'm more questioning the lull at the beginning.
Lots of love?
Lots of love, I understand. Okay, fine, that makes sense.
Lots of love for Wolfgang, the YouTube dude.
So weird that lull is used like a capital letter at the beginning of a sentence.
He's more than just his job, though, people, He's a real guy.
5-4 of spades, folded under the gun by Zhao Seidenstricker. Alexandru Brumaru with Queen Jack of spades. Raises to 3,000. Ace-10 for Gutierrez. We're still waiting for him to do something. There we go. It is a re-raise to 8,000. And now we have Rolando Carrera on the button. 9 deuce off. No thank you. Moving on. Moving on. Wolfgang. Trey deuce.
Man, Broomer's having a rough time right now, guys.
Yeah.
Getting bullied all over the joint here. Does have a really pretty hand, but with only 20 big blinds behind, after he puts in that initial raise, you know, not a lot of ammunition to go to town with if you completely whiff here. So makes the call.
If you want it.
Ace, king, deuce. So it is top pair for Theros. Broomeru does have a gut shot.
Wait, is this still that hand?
Still that hand.
What? Good morning, Night City asks, hi, what does 3-bet means? It's what used to be known as a re-raise. Putting the blinds out, that's a 1-bet. A raise is a 2-bet, although we never say it like that.
No, we don't.
But we do start saying 3-bet when it's time for a re-raise.
Yeah, it's the first raise after the initial raise.
And especially when you start getting into the territory of multiple re-raises. It's a lot easier to say 4-bet, 5-bet than a re-raise. You start sounding like Max Headroom.
So it went quarter pot on the flop, guys. Quarter pot continue, which was 5K, and a quick call from Queen Jack Spades. Sarah's just eyeing up that stack, trying to make sure that he sizes it correctly here. I think checking the turn here is not crazy either. I think slowing it down is totally fine if you want with this combination. Yep, I like the check. And that is a fantastic river for Gutierrez. Losing to very little, that plays their hand this way now.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Broomeru has less than pot behind.
Yep, you definitely ship this river every single time, or the effective ship, excuse me, guys. There's 20.5K behind Broomeru. Gutierrez has him well covered. I think just betting, you know, 30K on the river here, whatever, enough to put him all in is what you do. You've got a very strong hand. You're going to get called by a lot of King X, some Jack X, some worse ace combos some of the time, I suppose. Although it would be a chop against those.
Well, Gutierrez shoves on Broomeru, and you weren't wrong to say that he's had a pretty torrid session, Nick, and it's going to come to a horrible end here if he calls it off with a jack.
Good Lord. What sort of pot odds are you getting here? Oh, no, because you're not winning that whole pot. That's why that's off.
That's confusing. That is confusing.
Not great. Not great pot odds is the actual answer.
Yeah, you have to wonder about how the previous hands from this session are going to impact his decision-making here. Everyone's subject to that, and if he feels like he's been getting bullied here at the table or just not winning.
Has there been a single bluff of this magnitude since we started today in 82 minutes of...
Ooh.
Yeah, calls it off and is eliminated. Wow, that will be a session of poker Broomer will want to forget about.
Really didn't want the mosquito.
He'll want to forget about it. I doubt he will for a long time.
Meanwhile, Elias Gutierrez has moved up over the 400K mark. 267 big blinds for Theros. Granted, blinds are going up in 8 minutes' time, but still, that is 4 times average, and he's still likely to be amongst the chip leaders right now.
Yeah, looking really good. 267 big blinds, man. Feeling great.
I just want the same.
They care about your mosquito. Yeah. They care about your mosquito. It's here.
Someone was just asking on YouTube if there's any other big names in the field.
It's a bit gross. Maybe someone...
Absolutely. We've got around 335 players remaining. And famous faces in the field include the Great Dane himself, Gus Hansen. Along with Patrick Antonius, he is a Monaco resident, so didn't have far to come today. There's a former EPT champion, Roberto Romanello. We saw him at the start of the day as well. Malashemian sporting another new look. And here's a fellow we haven't seen in a while. PCA 2015 champ Kevin Schultz, the skydiver.
Wow.
By the way, I mentioned Patrick Antonius there. When we hit the break in 7 minutes' time, a chance for you to see highlights from yesterday's 100K Super High Roll-Up final table featuring the legend himself, Patrick Antonius. Action here has been folded to Wolfgang, who's opened, raised from the cutoff to 3.5K.
I think the American YouTube audience might be waking up. Getting a lot more idiots in chat.
We've got Agoni's in the big blind with 8-4 of hearts. That is a defend. What's he got, 15 bigs behind? Oh, he's all in. Sorry, I thought that was a call. Mainly because a big blind defend was kind of semi-logical, whereas this move, I can't explain or defend, Nick.
No. It is certainly an interesting hand.
I mean, he could get a fold from sixes here. Then again, he might not.
Sixes is a call here for sure. I mean, the way the hand's been played, you're just crushing too many pairs that want to do this, but you're not expecting 8-4 to be in there. Give him a spin, Wolfgang.
Wish it was one tip higher, because it'd be my favorite hand, but 26-5? Okay.
Yeah, we go.
You are not up against sevens, you're up against 8-4.
Wait for the reaction.
You knew it was coming. This guy is going to get banged 2/3 of the time.
This is the problem with content creators. We can't help but react.
That's right. Their whole thing is reacting.
You know that you got to react, and sometimes it just sneaks out.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It is an open-ended straight draw for Nagorny's.
11 outs.
Queens, 8s, and 7s are working for him.
Give me ace of hearts, though, so I'm not greedy. Please.
Ace of hearts is a lot better than the 7 of spades.
Okay.
Ace of clubs on the turn. Wolfgang, 3-1 favorite here.
Let's go with
He asked so nicely.
Three of clubs.
You know me, Nick. I'm not a fan of asking for outs when you're ahead.
I know you're not.
River card is a queen. That is the straight for Nagorny's, who makes a questionable play, is rewarded with good luck, and doubles up through Wolfgang.
When I win, it's good for poker, because then 18-year-olds start playing. That's really bad for poker. You want me to win. As a professional, you want me to win.
Yikes, guys. Yikes.
Is it possible he misread his hand?
I think it's possible.
I don't think so.
I think it's possible. My heart is broken.
I don't think it's possible. What? Sorry. Let's deconstruct that a little bit. What hand do you think he thought he had?
Pocket 8s.
Does a 4 look like an 8?
No, but if you're not looking properly.
And they're both hearts?
Maybe he looked at the same card twice and didn't see the suit.
Wait, guys, this makes sense from 78 KB. He thought he had 8-4 of diamonds. Ah, that's what it was. Okay. Okay. Nailed it.
I'm so sorry. I thought it was 8-4 offsuit.
Ace 8 of hearts. Though he could have misread the 4 for an ace.
Okay.
You know that old shoving hand from the big blind, ace 8 of hearts?
Better than 8-4.
I actually think it's fine with ace 8 of hearts, but there you go. What a savage game we play. So silly.
Maybe he played his age. King 8-5. Well, gut shot for Gutierrez. Is behind to the 10 high. I respect this comment from G'day Sussy, who says, you can play whatever hand you want. Lol, dude, just got real lucky. I respect it. Yeah.
Yep.
Agree.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
That's the game.
You're not wrong.
However, it is our job to comment on it. That was a quick one. Another pot for Theros. Oh, well.
Queen 10 suited for Carrera under the gun. Only got a minute to run on this level.
Welcome, YouTube viewers.
Big fan of YouTube. Loving me some YouTube right now. Rabeck, King 7 of hearts.
Well, some big news happening right now. And even though my initial reaction was shock, I just want to say right now, for all the people that will be affected by this, I'm sorry.
So you got 4 blue or 3? I can see. Thank you.
3 ways to the flop.
Jack 10 tray. So a pair of jacks for Gutierrez, top pair of 10s for Carrera.
And Carrera is all in. Carrera seemed to be looking for a spot to get it all in. All day today. When I say all day, it's just been one level so far. But it's gotten it in bad here. Needs to catch a queen or a 10. And that diamond is not helpful. Yeah.
Stand up, sit down.
Ride it out. Ride it out.
Put the jacket on. You want the extra percent now?
No.
Sultana próximo.
Well, hopefully he's not trying to make a Carrera out of this. And that's going to be the last hand of the level.
I had high hopes. Lo siento.
As Carrera heads to the rail.
So I'm guessing we're sticking with this feature table for the next session of play. Gutierrez boosting his chip lead over the course of the last 90 minutes. Sadly, after losing that all in, what can you do? 8-4 held up.
Yep.
Wolfgang down to 26 bigs. As action continues here in Monte Carlo from the EPT. When we're back, we'll announce the prize pool for this record-breaking tournament. So Christoph, first to act on the button in the small blind. Ace-9.
He's under the gun. FTA, UTG.
Start the hand about 34 big blinds effective. Now, if Fogel's saying limps here and gets raised some, is this the old limp jam at this effective stack? That would be the old ace-9, or are we too deep still?
No, it's like I assume a between a one where you just get called.
Oh, hello.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong, by the way. So let's see.
Hello.
Sure.
Queens for Patrick Antonius.
Yeah. This limp ain't gonna go. It's almost as nice having 10-9 suited to have queens heads up. Almost. Similar feeling.
Raises to 900,000, so now we get the answer to your question.
Yeah, yeah, it begs the question. It's probably a mix. I do think it might be in there some of the time.
No,
just a call.
Yeah, it's yeah. There we go. And what he's got a strong hand. He's not saying I'm only continuing.
Sure.
Yeah, we're gonna see what we're gonna see.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And what we're going to see is an ace, king, queen flop.
Wow.
Top pair for Vogel saying the set for Antonius.
Wow. Ace of hearts as well in Vogelsang's hand. Lot going on here. Patrick just taking a moment to consider the sizing.
600K into 2 million.
Yeah, and this is currently just an amazing spot for Patrick Antonius.
Yeah, when you're playing a player of this caliber heads up, you got to just be thinking, right, ace-9's doing pretty good here. My opponent very capable of representing strong hands on this texture as well. So, of course, needs to minimum continue.
Yeah, and, you know, Christoph doesn't know it, but like a jack or a 10 is really in order. And that's a very bricky turn with the two hands we know they have.
3.2 million in the middle. Antonius has a lock on this.
Yeah, and it's just also quite easy to see how you can get it in over 3 streets. Both the sizings, you know, going to be quite easy to bet here and get a jam on the river. And also, it's so nice here with the queens. You can just picture all the hands you can get called by on the turn here. The king jacks, the king 10s, the ace x.
Sizing up, 2 million.
Yeah, and this is serious now for Christoph. Don't get me wrong, he's got top pair, he knows it's worth, but Patrick really saying he's got a better hand than ace-9. We don't particularly imagine, especially as how we saw him play the ace-6, you know, that an ace-4 is going to pile in this much money. So it may well check pre. Big river incoming here, big river.
7.2 million in the pot. Neither player has pot behind. River card is a deuce.
Yes, and very clean river. Patrick's so pleased to see the flush, and particularly those gut shots just brick off. Those would have been a particular concern to him. Just got the cleanest of value bets here. Essentially, I mean, there's Jack 10 very occasionally, but essentially the nuts. And there it goes. And you can see...
What's the count? Can I have a count, please?
Yeah. Christoph just gonna use up some time. And this is a big moment for Christoph Vogelsang. Is this, you know, it's not quite over, but
no.
But this is for the vast majority of the chips in play. Well, huge pot.
What would he be left with? 3.5 mil if he makes this call?
Yes. So this is big. And Christoph, aware that he has a bluff catcher, and will need to think through where he is in his own range, what better hands he has than this to call. And then, you know, Patrick's bluffing frequency. Does Patrick just pump it up with 8-10 suited and far 3 here? That's the question. The value is very obvious. Ace, king, ace, queen, aces, kings, queens.
Oh, he's got a single chip in his hand.
Wow. I would love to see Christoph take a moment here, by the way. I don't... Maybe he's just... I mean, it's just a very strong hand.
Sam, as Christoph Vogelsang, if there's one player who doesn't need to be encouraged to take a moment, it's Christoph Vogelsang.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how relevant does he think the 9 is? Does he think, okay, I want... Maybe baby cards are a little bit better here. You know, given that he's not... Like his first... It's just a very difficult spot. I wouldn't blame Christoph here for calling. People have called a lot lighter than this heads up. A lot lighter. Yeah, they
makes the call, and that is a huge double up for Patrick Antonius, who's now going to have a phenomenal chip lead in this heads up battle. Christoph Vogelsang left with 16 big blinds. Patrick Antonius with 72 big blinds. So Antonius with 10-9, not quite the grafter, not suited.
Sexy. Still sexy. Semi-sexy.
Okay, well, it's a call from Patrick.
Yep, we are now sub 20 big blinds effective. Way more limping now that we're shallower than when we were deeper.
8 deuce off for Christoph Vogelsang.
Yeah, very trashy hands. Might try and just pick it up pre in some way.
I was going to say it's so trashy it might actually end up being part of your polarized ISO range here. And sure enough.
The raise from Vogelsang. 700K.
Wow. Yeah, and Patrick with a reasonable hand to continue. Not going to be loving it, but...
Yeah, if you're going to limp these combos, you need to also defend versus ISO, especially against studied opponents.
There is an 8 on the flop, along with a pair of queens. Vogelsang now a 57% favorite. This is what I like to call a post-flop flip. Antonius still with decent equity.
Yeah, queen, I guess, sort of favors Patrick, I would imagine. A lot of that hand's going to be Jack 10s and 8 9s and etc. etc. We'll see how Vogelsang wants to proceed, I guess. We flop 2 pair, we've got 8 deuce, no point slow playing. We'll put a bit of money in. Patrick, of course, got the spade. Although, yeah, doesn't always get to see. Oh, I mean, I guess on a spade he'll get to see the river.
Vogelsang continuing for 450,000.
Yep, quarter pot continue after that ISO. So I think you just call here loads if you're Antonius.
All in.
Oh my days!
Antonius all in with the gut shot.
I mean, this is, wow, this is a little bit weird. I mean, the queen never shoves, so it's just, does he have a better 8, I think, and you have an 8, so how can he have an 8? I think he's going to know that this is a flush draw, kind of often. I mean, it's not a flush draw, but I don't know. But I don't see, we shall see. I don't see Christoph folding here. Like, would be very weird to limp call queen 10 and just go all in. So given that, what hand is it? Christoph, you know, I mean, we're not loving this, obviously. It's like, imagine he's just got Jack 8. That's just a disaster. You can't win. But we got ourselves here, and we're getting 2-1 or whatever.
Vogelsang makes the call, tables what is currently the best hand.
He does attack.
And it is indeed a post-flop flip in very real terms now.
Antonius looking for a 9, 10 or jack to win this super high roller.
And suddenly this 9-10 does look very strong to me somehow. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know how he's engineered this, but it does feel like there's a lot of runners and outs and the power of 10-9. Patrick Antonius could win a super high roller here if things go his way.
As things stand, Vogelsang is the favorite. A 10 on the turn, and Patrick Antonius is on the verge of victory. 95% favorite to win the €2 million first prize and lift that trophy.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Christoph. One more card to come. He needs an 8.
He has 2 outs. Unless it's an 8 on the river, it's over.
Big river.
It's the 8!
Wow.
Spikes a 2 outer, doubles up and survives!
That's insane. I did not see that coming at all. Like, I actually, what percentage was that? 1%? 0.0005%?
5.
It didn't feel like 5% to me. It didn't feel like, well, that's insane, River Card. Where did that come from?
Outrageous. Justice for Vogelsang.
I had a whole, you know, Patrick Antonius' crowning moment of his blah, blah, blah. I was all ready for it. Where did that 8 come from? That's insane, River, by the way.
Sam, you know what happened, mate? He didn't want to shove, but he got the whisper that I said he was an easy call, and he had to go for it. He had to prove me wrong again.
10, then 8. That's an unbelievable run out, by the way. Let's give this dealer a promotion.
No, it's correct. I'll just count that. Yeah.
Let's also highlight the fact that Christoph Vogelsang was on the ropes and now is back up to around 37 bigs, and we've got a match again. Vogelsang, ace-5. Starts the hand with 23 bigs. Completes. Patrick with ace-9.
I mean, this is a problem.
This is a domination situation in favor of the Finn.
I think it's just a shove, guys.
He's all in.
Yep.
Patrick shoves on Vogelsang. Is Christoph going to call it off here?
Yeah, he doesn't feel good about this. It's like, that was quite a quick shove. I mean, what are you going to do? Soul read Patrick Antonius, but did that feel like you found the like obscure shove with suited?
There's the call. And this could be it.
Yeah.
Now, we've been in this spot before, so we know that things can change on the turn of every card. But as things stand, Patrick Antonius is the favorite, a 60% favorite to win the super high roller here in Monaco.
Yeah, and it's big, very, very big for both of these. I'm sure Patrick would love to take this title down in his hometown.
The flop. King, Queen, 4. Ace-9 is holding. There is a 26% chance of a chop. Right now, Christoph Vogelsang looking for a 5 to get that all-important double up.
Yeah, even the club working for Antonius.
Turn card is a queen. More chop opportunities now.
Is this the moment? Patrick Antonius is crowned super high roller champion of Monte Carlo.
Time for the river card to be dealt. It's a 9. Torilla, the Finn, is the champion.
Sai taputtaa.
Patrick Antonius takes down the EPT 2024 Monte Carlo super high roller for nearly 2 million euros.
Yeah, that legendary status further compounded. A man that's done absolutely everything in the game, won everything and every stakes, but now adds a super high roller title to that amazing, amazing resume.
An EPT main event champion in 05, a super high roller champion in 2024, and very much keeping with this theme in the year that the European Poker Tour celebrates its 20th anniversary. We're seeing the OGs, we're seeing those players who were on the tour at the very start winning, as Patrick Antonius becomes the Barney Boatman of super high rollers.
Yeah, that is absolutely remarkable. I mean, he's a cool customer. Obviously, one of the things that adds to that aura that surrounds him in everything he does is the calm, demeanor, the impervious expression, but I know how competitive this guy is. I'm sure he's absolutely jumping in for joy inside. It's a big, big win. And look at that lovely moment between him and his partner. Huge, huge win for the legend.
Christoph Vogelsang, the runner-up, for 1.2 million. Patrick, the winner. Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino as day 2 of the main event continues. The biggest main event ever held in Monte Carlo. More than 1,200 runners. We think the number is 1,208. Just waiting for official confirmation on that, along with the prize pool. And we've got around 325 players returning from break, including these big stacks. Elias Gutierrez, Theros Poku, who's at our feature table right now, is now second in chips. With a little bit more than him is Eros Calderoni. Kayhan Mokri, Fabrice Bigot, also in the top 5 right now. Most of those players with more than 400k. Average stack right now being around 112k. It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone.
And yes, same feature table for the second level of the day. So Theros going strong, more than 200 bigs. That was a pretty good level for Roman Hrabek as well, up to nearly 90 bigs. Not such a good level for Wolfgang. Got it in with 6s against 8-4, but Ruslan's Nagoni's got there. And so Wolfgang is hovering around the 26 big blind mark. Officially the shortest stack at the table, but not in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Blinds going up to 1,000, 2,000 with a 2k big blind ante.
8-4 offsuit?
8-4 suited,
okay.
It was.
Still, I don't know if you're allowed to do that. I don't know if you're allowed to play that way.
It was a very bizarre hand. Maybe we should have spoken to Ruslan's during the break and got a sense of why that happened. So yes, I can confirm 1208 is the number. That field size confirmed. 18% of the field coming from France, Italy being the second biggest slice of the nation's pie chart, the UK contributing 8% of players, Spain 6%, Germany 5%. No real surprise to see French players making up a significant percentage of the field, considering we are in that part of the world. And even when we're not, French players tend to make up the single biggest nation at most EPT stops.
Yeah, they love the poker, the French.
Well, down to Toby Stone, who, having confirmed the field size, is now going to confirm the prize pool.
Right, welcome back from your break, players. We have a confirmed prize pool for you. We had 1,208 players here this week, breaking a record of 1,098 last year. We generated a total prize pool of €5,858,800. We're going to be paying 175 places with a minimum payout of 8,700. And the winner of EPT Monte-Carlo 2024 will be going home with €1 million. Thank you for your attention.
Nice. €1 million. So we are expecting to make the money today. World famous bubble coverage coming at you later this evening. And these are the top payouts. Toby announced that first prize. We're looking at 620k for the runner-up. In fact, we're looking at six-figure scores for everyone who makes the final table, Griffin.
Oh, yeah.
Total prize pool of €5.8 million generated by that record-breaking field. And that's a significant increase year on year. It's a 10% increase. 1,098 in 2023, 1,208 in 2024. Time to get the clock running, time to get cards back in the air as we kick off the second level of day 5. Day 2, rather. 5 levels to be played on day 2, and this is only the second. $1K, $2K blinds.
Someone's excited there in seat 8. Like shaking, ready to go.
That is João Seidenstricker, runner-up from Ept Barcelona 2023.
Yeah, guy plays well.
What the fuck?
About 45 big blinds here, opening things up with the 9-7 of spades.
I don't know. What
I see it right there. I mean,
is it moving?
No, I think it's not. It's not.
Well, just it flew away.
10.
Flew away.
9-7 of spades.
No, it's gonna be. Imagine if you start losing now every pot. You will need to find that mosquito and then, yeah.
Now I have an excuse.
You have to find the mosquito and put it back there.
That would be amazing.
Wolfgang technically ahead here with the queen high, but don't want to start making it a habit to call with hands like queen 5 from the big blind. But is actually going to call.
Okay.
With that ante out there.
And that is going to take us to the flop, which is King 4 Deuce. Wolfgang's still ahead, Griffin, but a lot of the time this will go check, bet, fold.
3-5. 3-5.
Then I will answer your question at the conclusion of this hand. We have seen a continuation bet of 3,500 from Seidenstricker.
Not an automatic fold here from Wolfgang.
Yeah, it does, in fact, make the call.
Ooh, I don't know about this. Yeah, is technically ahead here, but I think it's important not to be results-oriented. It's very difficult to play. If you're calling this on the flop here, then you're just calling too many hands. Has picked up additional equity here with this low flush draw and this straight draw.
It's a really weird spot, though. 9-1 favorite. No idea where you're at, though. And if Seidenstricker fires another barrel, it's really hard to continue.
Yeah, it's also not the easiest turn card to barrel. Of course, you do have this range advantage, raising in early position. The ace should favor your range, but when you think about the kind of hands that Wolfgang should have on the flop, calling on the King Deuce 4, going to be a lot of, you know, King X's, flush draws, but also your ace 5s, your ace 3s, ace deuces, ace 4s. Shouldn't have a lot of hands like, say, Queen 5 off. So I think that's why Seidenstricker decides to shut down and sort of allow Wolfgang to win this pot. I think this is probably a spot Wolfgang needs to find a bet here. We, of course, can see he still has the best hand with Queen High, but, you know, in the event that Seidenstricker has something like, you know, pocket 7s, you're going to want to win this pot here and not lose at showdown. So while I did, you know, find this call pre-flop and on the flop a little ambitious, I think maybe more aggressive action on the flop would have made the hand a bit easier. Got that favorable turn card that slowed Seidenstricker down, the ace of hearts in particular, and was able to win a nice pot and get himself back up to close to 30 bigs.
Absolutely. So then asking, what is a big blind ante exactly? It's been around for about 5 or 6 years now, and it was designed to speed up the game. In tournament poker, players are posting an ante before any cards are dealt, and you're basically collecting the ante from all 8 players at the table. It slows the game down. There's always someone who forgets. The dealer's having to remind them. Then you realize someone's forgotten. Which of the 8 players was it? You have to launch an investigation. If you basically take it in turns to post the ante on behalf of the entire table, it speeds things up. And there's always a big blind in every single hand, so the big blind effectively is posting the ante, an increased ante, on behalf of the entire table. But of course, everyone takes their turn, so it balances out in the end. So another way to look at it is it's like a double big blind. You post 2,000 for the ante, 2,000 for the big blind, committing 4K when you are in the big blind.
That was a good little speech there, James. That was good. You sound like you work for Big Ante. That's the company line right there.
I am a fan of it purely because it's just stopped all those silly, petty arguments and constant, like, put your ante out, reach across, put the chip out on their behalf because they're too lazy to do it.
Wolfgang calling the ace-7 of hearts in the small blind here, playing those 27 blinds. Certainly could justify 3-betting instead, but you also hate to 3-bet and then have to fold to a shove here. This ace-7 should be ahead of the range of the cutoff open, but not getting a favorable board here. Hrabec smashing it with the queen, jack, and jack of clubs.
That's a pretty decent flop for Roman Hrabec. Hrabec betting 5,000. Gets the fold from DePaz, and from Wolfgang, obviously. And he is still the second biggest stack at the table with close to 100 bigs, but with more than double that stack, here's the man to his left. Tharos Poker, Elias Gutierrez, table chip leader and a top 3 stack right now.
Now, of course, I recognize Hrabec and as the resident trivia master, as we get. Oh, yeah. Pause everything. One of the most hysterical and enigmatic and talented players in poker history. I said it. The Italian stallion.
Yeah,
Wario himself.
I want to go on the TV.
There's Mustafa Connect.
Bringing just shy of 50 big blinds to the feature table.
You guys are in for a real treat if you've never seen Mustafa play poker. As I mentioned, one of the best tournament poker players, especially on the European Poker Tour circuit, and right away getting an opportunity to get involved. Known for very aggressive play, incredible reads, just a man that knows how to play in flow.
Cannett's first hand at the table, pocket 4s, raises from the cutoff. Wolfgang calling on the button with 10-8, and Dario DePaz has kings in the small.
Yeah, and I think most of the time this should just clear out both opponents, but it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that, you know, Mustafa thinks, okay, this is just a nice squeeze spot here. This guy's looking down at ace-10 off and squeezing and would fold to a 45 big blind shove. But, you know, it's a little more out of fashion these days to make these big shoves in late position with pairs over 3-bets. You're just risking so much. And I think Mustafa will probably just say, okay, you're good, buddy. You got it. And nice little takedown there from Dario DePaz.
So good news for those of you who enjoy a choice of viewing. It looks like we are back on Twitch. And here we have Wolfgang in the cutoff.
Very active here on this level so far, and has mostly had every right to be some very playable hands. Both the cutoff pardon me, the button and the small blind. Now at the cutoff with the ace queen on those 25 big blinds. You know, if someone wakes up with a decent hand, we could see all the chips fly in the middle. But instead, Mr. 8-4 suited from last level, gonna have a very fine peel from the big with the 10-9 off. Let's see 3. Have we figured out what his card protector is?
I think it's a Pokemon.
Okay.
I'm not an expert in this particular field, Griffin. It's more your thing.
I mean, if I get a a nice little close-up, I'd probably be able to tell you which Pokemon.
I mean, this is the very definition of first world problems. A group of Twitch viewers complaining that for all of 20 minutes they had to slum it by watching on YouTube. Most of that 20 minutes was the break. I still like you, YouTube. I'm not going anywhere.
Thank you.
New player has sat down at the table. Cecile Tishafatine.
Sweet name.
Not going to be dealt into this hand. So some hashtag fun facts about the Italian pro at the table, Mustafa Canet, number 2 on Italy's all-time money list. Our Italian commentator Alberto reminding us that Canet was number 1 on the Italian money list, and then Dario Sammartino got second in the World Series main event in 2019, the one that Hussein Ensan took down. And with that $6 million cash for second place in the WSOP, Sammartino moved ahead of Canet.
Ding, ding, ding for Arabic here.
You're saying? 4. Oh, yes. Gut shot and a flush draw. I'll take it.
And a flash. Not a street flash
no,
draw.
No, not the combo,
but yes, they can exist separately.
Griffin, it's not going to shock you to learn that we have multiple nerds working on this team, and one of them has identified the card protector as Mudkip.
Wow, that feels like a deep cut. That's not. I'm a Pokemon Red and Blue and Yellow. You know, I don't know about Mudkip. That wasn't in the original 150.
13,000.
Wow, and Seidenstricker recognizing quite accurately that these check raises are going to be a lot of hands like this, and not always just ones that have clubs. Something like a 7-6 off, 7-5 off, going to find a lot of check raises on this flop. So Seidenstricker very correctly, you know, reads the situation and calls, but the problem with being sticky in these spots is, you know, you are swimming without much of a paddle with something like just ace high. Now, something like the Queen of Clubs is kind of a card you almost like to see. Sure, you are getting check raised by a fair bit of flush draws on the flop, but you know, if your opponent does just have a raggy 7-6, 7-5 type hand, you are way ahead with now your turned gut shot straight draw, your turned flush draw. Let's see, now that the flush has come in, what sizing Arabic goes with, and whether Seidenstricker thinks, you know, I have too much equity here. Gonna have to call about 25, almost 30% of his stack here. You know, you are drawing to the third nuts with this 10 of clubs with the king and queen out there. So you have to imagine a rivered club is going to give you the best hand a lot of the time. Does not come in, but will make for quite an easy fold when facing the shove, and you still have 20 big blinds. It's a bad result for Seidenstricker, but the Brazilian, you know, was, I think, right in fighting for this pot.
Who are we waiting for?
We're waiting for Hrabic. You know, once he presumably wagers all the chips, should expect a quick fold from Seidenstricker.
There's a bet of 100,000, which is enough to put Seidenstricker all in. Just ace high, he folds. Roberts wins the pot.
Now, I wanted to ask you before Kenneth took his seat, because we had to stop the press once that happened, of course.
Yes.
But where do I recognize
Roberts is an EPT reg.
Yeah, of course. We've seen him very, but a final table, surely.
Yes, multiple
yes.
stops, yeah.
So
pretty accomplished player
he's
from
been
the Czech
around.
Republic, yes.
Yeah. There is Cecile with her near 70 big blinds.
Yeah, an above average stack. The average right now being 118K. Just 15 minutes into level 12 with 310 players remaining from a record-breaking starting field of 1,208. As we get Dario De Paz opening here with trays. Pocket threes. He just calls. What does Cecile have?
Other than bad taste in baseball teams?
Ace Jack. I'm going to say that 98, maybe even 99% of people who wear that baseball cap don't even know it's a Yankees hat.
I know. It's nice. It kind of matches her shirt, and I get it. It's an iconic logo. I just, you know, I'm a Jays fan.
So there is a raise from Tisha Fatin, making it 13,000.
So graphics have now corrected that De Paz did in fact raise.
Right, okay.
So
We thought he'd limp.
standard, yeah. This isn't 1999, limping the pocket pairs. People a bit more balanced on average. Going to be right around the line here, I think, for De Paz. You know, at some point you got to start protecting these opens of small pairs and seeing flops when you're deep enough. This is right there, right? This is about 65, 70 big blinds effective. So yeah, let's see if we can pop off a three.
No popping.
No popping, but you know, not every time is a player going to feel comfortable continuation betting with that ace jack, ace queen, ace king range on a texture such as this. And a great example here. And this is also part of why you want to be calling at this stack depth, because sometimes you're just going to get the kind of board where it's very evident that, you know, your hand is good. It's not always going to be, you know, Broadway type cards or very dry king XX, and you have to just check fold. And you can comfortably just even bet for protection here and even get called by hands like ace king sometimes. Ace jack though, I don't know if Cecile is going to want to continue. But she proved me wrong.
Paper Rancher thinks you sound like the commentator in the FIFA game, Griffin.
Oh, yeah?
As the board pairs on the river.
Yeah, Depaz's not going to get greedy here, even if he thinks that he's going to be good a decent percentage of the time. Also got to be a little wary of the backdoor hearts. You know, Cecile could, if has ace-jack off, could just as well have ace-jack of hearts, ace-queen of hearts, ace-king of hearts. Maybe even some light 3-bet ace-x heart combos like an ace-5 of hearts. Yeah, and showing a little frustrated smirk.
Paz playing around 100 big blinds right now. Seidenstricker still the shortest stack at the table, but has 20 bigs. So at the start of this level, the prize pool was confirmed. 5.8 million euros. 175 players will make the money today. 8,700 euros is the min cash. There is $1 million up top. So world famous bubble coverage incoming later. Before you know it, we will be hand for hand. Goon Baboon says, how do new players get cycled in to play at this table, as they would at any other table in the field? If the tables are unbalanced, or when a table breaks and there's an empty seat at the table.
Big spot here. Depaz opening, and Seidenstricker, I think, a little bit ambitious of a 20 big blind shove under the gun 1 to under the gun 2, but definitely some justification. You know, you're only playing 7-handed. It's not a full table. You expect Depaz to be opening, you know, pretty wide with the 100 big blind stack. You know, I think you're even going to fold out some better pairs around the rest of the table, all the way up to probably, you know, pocket 9s. But sometimes your opponent's just going to have it. But that have it can also be a hand that you're flipping against. So this is just sort of the small edges these really talented players take, and that is a good start.
It is a good start, but you don't like the fact there's a club. You don't want to see a club on the turn.
I think he likes what's going on so far.
Yeah. You just want the perfect board, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Well, Depaz drawing dead on the turn, so Seidenstricker gets the double up and is smiling once again. So, yeah, just to finish my response to Goon Baboon, when a table breaks, if there are vacant seats on the table, they're randomly assigned. If a player needs to be balanced, they'll take the player due to post a big blind at another table. It's completely random. We are not in a position to say we want that player at the table, or, oh, we want him to come to the main stage. We choose the table, absolutely. And obviously we're looking for tables that have a good lineup of characters, people that you guys want to watch and see in action, but we can't control whether they get balanced off. We can't control if they get eliminated, and we certainly can't control who then gets moved to that table.
But I'll tell you what, stroke of good fortune to get Mustafa Kanip, because if it's up to me, he'd be on every feature table.
I mean, look, sometimes we run good, right?
Yeah. Just like Seidenstricker did with the pocket 6s there. 6 in the window. Now Depaz. Hope he's not too shell-shocked from those 6s, because he's going to have to play these ones. Raising on about 75 big blinds, and Seidenstricker looking like he, oh no, just the king 4.
10 pass, green 4 pass, 5 pass, 6 pass.
Can we get confirmation if commentary desk are Goon fans? The Goon Show? We're going back a few years, aren't we?
Goon, the hockey movie with Sean William Scott and Jay Baruchel?
Never heard of it.
Oh, I'm a fan. Goonies, the movie from the 80s? Now, what's the little penguin character?
It's a mole. It's from. We had a long conversation about this during the first session of play.
Oh, that's okay. I wasn't there, so we can have another one.
No. But it got quite controversial because I think some people took offence. It's a Czech animated character from, like, I want to say the 1950s or 60s. It's like they're really old cartoons, and it's an icon of Czech culture. My daughter used to watch these cartoons. And
how old is your daughter?
Well, when she was small, obviously. And I thought the cartoons were really, really quite creepy in places and a little bit scary at times. And I've been told by some people, no, they're not. It's really sweet. It's a really cute character. But I made the comment that a lot of European animation, especially from that era, from like 50s and 60s, much darker, much more sinister than a lot of the stuff being produced by Disney and maybe by Hanna-Barbera at that time.
Wow. Pretty nice flop. Yeah, I'll take the 6, 8, 10 of spades. To go, please.
Well, we are going to head out into the field and check on one of our gold pass winners, Andre Akkari, in a hand against Benjamin Pollock. We join on the river on an ace-8-7-6-3 board. Andre also has Steve O'Dwyer on his table. He's not got a great day 2 seat draw, is he? Looks like he's bet 10,000. Oh, he announced 9. He verbally announced 9. And Pollock folds. So Andre wins that pot. He has around 110K now. And I know that we're some distance from the money, more than 100 players from the money, but go Andre. We want to see gold pass winners cash here in Monte Carlo. And of course, those gold passes are winnable. They are achievable via Power Path, which runs every day on Stars.
Pretty quiet so far from table and may even field chip leader Gutierrez, who's often very, very involved, but even the most aggressive players sometimes get a little mega card dead. Wolfgang, on the other hand, has played a good portion of the hands we've seen. A lot of playability. Going to try to get one through here with the ace-8, and it's going to be up to Cecile, who has the dominated 10-8, is going to c3.
Christian Johnson on YouTube asking what was the buy-in? 5,000 euros. Actually 5,300 euros if you include the reg fee. And it is an ace-high flop. Wolfgang with the advantage, better than a 9-1 favorite. Joy Black Dragon says, imagine playing and not knowing if you're going to win some money or lose everything. The first part, yes. You don't know if you're going to win. You don't know if you're going to make the money. Lose everything. Your losses are capped at the value of the buy-in. Once you're in for 5,300, granted, there's a single re-entry allowed, so you could be in for 10K. That's it. You can't lose more than that. And that's one of the reasons why people like tournaments. Number one, you can turn a small amount of money into a huge amount of money, massive ROI, but also during that session of poker, your losses are capped, Griffin, whereas in a cash game, you can suffer quite volatile swings.
Yeah, the swings in poker can in general be pretty tough, and I would say that, you know, grinding the tournament circuit can be a bit feast or famine in a lot of ways.
Yep.
But when you're feasting, you're eating good. Seen a lot of calling from Wolfgang. Certainly in some spots you could consider putting in some 3-bets. But does keep Elias's weaker, dominated Queen-10 of hearts in there. Is going to invite Cecile to try to set mine from the small here with the ochos, the snowmens. Give me a num-num, James.
Num? Num.
And the Queen-3 suited, going to be flicked in from the big blind. From Ruslan's.
And that means we're going 4-way to the flop, which is 7-6-4.
Yeah, big advantage here for Cecile. But is going to start with a check, which would be, you know, pretty standard in this spot, but it is going to allow a free card to the field. But with, yeah, that's a good turn card. Start betting.
Get some chips in the pot.
Yeah, I think this passivity is I mean, of course, it's still 85%, but you want to start kind of protecting this hand. You'd hate the river to be a king or even an ace that a player can represent. And the times that one of these players does happen to have a 9, at least you set the price. And now Gutierrez getting a little ambitious here. Not seeing any interest from the other players. Maybe thinking that sharing a lot of his outs, this could be his only opportunity to win the hand.
Gutierrez with the gut shot here.
Ooh, didn't know you were going to do this. That is a very cheeky check raise to 17,000. Going to put a lot of pressure on Gutierrez when he even has something like a 9. Flatting from the small blind here. This is a perceived a lot of hands like pocket 4s, 6s, and 7s. Maybe something like a 7-6 or 9-7 suited. All those big value hands, certainly in the range of the small blind overcall here. So, while at the time I thought I might have preferred a bet from Cecile on the turn, the fact that she went with aggression facing the bet.
Yeah.
I think that, she ended up making more chips. So what do I know?
Yeah, and around average right now, 127,000, 63 big blinds, and still about an hour to run on this level with 291 players remaining. 175 will make the money, so we're still at some distance from the bubble. But it will hit today. Plan is to play 5 full levels. There will be a 60-minute dinner break at the conclusion of the 4th level today. Now, we don't normally take a dinner break if we're playing 5 level days, but because we know that the bubble can take its sweet time, the clock gets paused a lot, sometimes it doubles the length of that level, figuring if these guys are going to finish around 10, 10:30 this evening, let's give them a dinner break. Let's give them some food. They're going to need some sustenance.
I don't know. I was against this. I'm more of a I like when they get feral and they're hungry and they're fighting for the bubble.
Well, fortunately for them, you weren't here when the decision was taken. Not that you would have had a voice anyway. Gets it in with 8-4, folds 8-5. So Roman Hrabets remains the second biggest stack at the table with 231k, 115 big blinds. Elias Gutierrez, aka Theros, remains table chip leader and one of the tournament big stacks with more than 200 big blinds. And yeah, a huge percentage of the field has gone already. A lot of eliminations across the 2 day ones, flights 1A and 1B. And during the first level and a half today, came in with more than 400 players, around 450 in fact, and already we're down sub 300. As we see ace-9 for Cecile Tishafatin. Ali asks, do you make your money back on the bubble? I think you're asking if the person who literally bubbles, the person who goes out in 176 gets their money back, and the answer is no, they leave with nothing. And then, if you make it to 175th, if you score a min cash, you get your money back and then some. Unless you're in for 2 bullets, in which case you get a partial refund.
I have heard that if you are the stone bubble man, they do let you shake Toby Stone's hand.
I'm not sure that's true. I can't see Toby wanting to do that.
He's probably busy at the time.
Yeah, he kind of got a lot on.
Advantage Gutierrez here, calling very wide with the Jack-6 off. But yeah, he's going to feel very comfortable calling, I think, near 100% of range, especially against an unknown player, maybe someone he hasn't played against before. And has come out with an advantage with the 6 on the flop.
Yeah. 5,500 apiece and an ace on the turn. Cecile retakes the advantage. Jan Petras asking when registration ended. Start of today, so a few people either bought in for the first time or fired their second bullet at the start of play today. But when we got to around noon local time, they closed the registration desk.
I'd like to see a bet here from Cecile. You want to balance out your value bets of an ace or better with the bluffs that you can have here. The times that you want to fold out a 6 or maybe even a king by the river. And she knows that, and that's why she's going quite big here. Over half pot, looks to be about 13,000 into 22. And yeah, to further expand on that sort of concept, you know, the times you have, let's say you have Queen 10 off here, you want to fold out this Jack 6 with a barrel. Even the times you have something like 8-9 of anything.
Okay, I'm just going to bookmark this point from Simon Lynch and tackle it at the end of this hand. So Cecile takes it down on the turn. Simon Lynch writes, in my opinion, the person who busts on the bubble should get a ticket to an EPT event of their choice that year. Sucks to leave with nothing before you get paid. Let's say we go with your idea, Simon. So 176th place gets an EPT ticket. Everyone else gets them in cash. What about 177th place?
That would be nice.
Oh, should we give them something? Then what about 178th place?
That would be very fun.
They get something as well?
Oh my God, you're right. We should give everyone who busts but doesn't make the money an EPT ticket. This is brilliant.
My point being, there has to, at some point, be a cutoff. And that is the nature of poker. Not everyone can win.
And on every table, there is a cutoff, too.
I mean, Joe famously touted the bubble list tournament, which, by the way, we're still waiting for PokerStars to adopt. To be fair, Joe did come up with the idea of randomizing prizes, and the mystery bounty is not a million miles away from that concept. But I do still like the idea of a prize pool where, let's take this, for example, Griffin, where you jumble up the 175 payouts, right? And only at the end of the tournament...
Do you find out what place you got?
Yeah, so when you bust, you get the ticket, say, well done, you finished in 134th place, and then at the end, you find out what you earn. So it could be that you bust in 175th and got the million. Takes ICM out of the equation. Makes people just play.
I'm just happy to hear that there's a theory out there that Joe originated mystery bounties, because, I mean, he has been known to, you know, be the forefather of many of these concepts and expressions.
How old do you have to be to get into the Poker Hall of Fame?
That's a good question.
40? Oh, so Joe's been eligible for nearly a decade now.
Oh, my God. I mean, would we even have chips or chairs without Joe at these events? We'll never know.
Is it too late to start the campaign for Joe Stapleton for Poker Hall of Fame 2024? Apparently, I'm told it is. Can someone remind me in early 2025? This is a man who gave us All It Takes Is a Chip and a Chair.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of the originators, let's be fair, of the mystery bounty format.
Yes.
This is the man who has gone on a one-person crusade to correct so many misconceptions in poker. For example, that you play Hold'em with whole cards.
Ridiculous.
He is deserving of a place alongside, who's in the Poker Hall of Fame? Puggy Pearson, Sailor Roberts, and Amarillo Slim.
And can I just say...
Chris Bjorn.
As well.
Benny...
And perhaps most important when we're out here, also the Count of Monte-Carlo.
Did you see the Count of Monte-Carlo photos? I showed you yesterday.
He did, yeah. So Wolfgang electing to take the check call line here with some of this backdoor equity. Turned some of it with that 7 of clubs, which I'm sure he was pretty happy with. 4 of diamonds, however, is not going to be where he wants to find himself. And the problem with playing this passively is it's going to be very difficult to represent a strong hand and even fold out a hand like pocket threes, you know. Had Wolfgang elected to, say, continuation bet on this flop, you know, maybe find a 2-barrel. I think pocket threes might have found the muck on the turn of the river. I'm not saying necessarily that's how you should play this hand, but it's just difficult to really represent something better than any kind of 2-pair here. But it looks like he's going to try to do it.
Of course. Yanis says blockers aren't real. Another contribution to poker.
And don't forget, as Great Gonzo is reminding everyone, if I can get UTG replaced with FTA, that's it. Seals the deal.
It does indeed. Puniak says, can I watch Monte Carlo tourney somewhere beside Twitch? Yes, YouTube. If you'd asked that question 45 minutes ago, it would have been your only option.
I'm not from New York.
New York?
No, I'm not.
If you were, I'd show you a card.
I'm from Paris.
Paris, okay.
Which is the New York of Europe, to be honest.
Yes, in fairness.
The continent.
Reminder that once Monte Carlo wraps this weekend, Scoop 2024 starts. In fact, it starts on Sunday. Hundreds of events, hundreds of tournaments rather, starting from $2.20, and we will provide live cards up coverage of the high buy-in main event, plus the final table of the 25K super high roller, plus Nick Walsh will be providing bonus coverage from Scoop 2024. Play the series, check out our live streams, May 5th through 29th. The Spring Championship of Online Poker is now less than 7 days away.
I hope that people still have some money left after Monaco, because Monaco is pretty expensive.
How expensive is it, Joe?
I don't want to say Monaco's expensive, but they've completely eradicated second homelessness.
That's a good one.
We are halfway through the level, still 45 minutes to play at the 1K, 2K blind level with a 2K big blind ante.
Rest now, James.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
You
He's
rest.
so tilted, he can't even.
He's going to go lay cross-armed in a coffin for a while.
I've seen him do it. Just me and Joe now.
Hrabek.
The lunatics to run the asylum
That's
for
right.
the next 45 minutes.
When the cat's away, Griffin and Staves will play with the catnip.
Yeah.
What's that?
Illinois.
Well, we don't say the S, it's just Illinois.
Illinois.
Yeah. It's a lesson.
In Italy, in Europe, we say it. Welcome.
You do? Okay. Did you follow up that question by saying something about shooters?
Whoa.
What did you say?
No. Just wondering.
Oh.
Mustafa Cannet. When did he get here?
Oh yeah, no, he
Illinois?
popped in. He wasn't on the original. He was a lucky draw.
This should be great.
Yeah.
Gotta play mind games.
Really good for all the
They're too
conspiracy
good for
theory
me.
people
They're
that
bad.
think that we
I'm
just
playing here, they're playing
bring who we want,
good
because
friends.
this is exactly who I'd pick from the field.
Wow, some friend you are. Not even
Ooh, lady luck.
I'd go visit him.
I don't believe in weddings.
In weddings?
No, I'm joking.
Lady luck.
Just felt too cold every time.
Oh, it's very cold. You're right.
Far.
It's very
From
cold.
Vegas. Felt a bit far.
Oh, Vegas.
Thought we heard 5, but it was
in the summer
4.
You would have made a mistake by not going. It's so nice.
I like the way the graphics people like ripped it up down for a second and changed it, you know? Wait a minute. God, they're good at what they do.
Wow. Folded the button, huh? See something new every day.
It's always cute when there's some new hotshot in the
It's
scene
playing
that's
very tight today.
like quipping with the old dogs, you know? Ooh, you folded on the button, huh?
It'd be awesome if we could hear some of those quips. Griffin!
You've been on air for 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and this is the way you treat me. As I continue to talk over him.
Heads up to the flop. King high, gross. Now it's perfectly quiet.
5,000.
Quick C-bet. Should be a quick fold.
But don't judge it. I will count because for 5 people.
Yeah. I'm willing to give it another chance.
Try.
Here's the thing. I've been to Paris 4 times. And
Okay, so
the first 3 times were meh.
And we're going to cut away from this conversation now that we finally are letting it breathe. For some outer table gold pass action, Kevin Korsakis on your left versus Rohit Marawala on your right. Korsakis has bet 30,000 on this complete board of 10, 7, 4, tray 5. Marawala marinating.
With some badass shiny glasses, right?
Yeah. Makes the call. Korsakis shows queen tray for a bluff. Marawala shows kings for a really strong hand.
That is a very strong hand.
Korsakis down to 140,000, which is still over 60 big blinds.
Thank you.
My goodness. Nice try. Gold pass winner. You too
I wish. Only 4 or 5 people
could bluff into kings on the European Poker Tour with a gold pass.
He might be a gold pass winner, but in that hand, he was a loser.
Button versus big blind here. Wolfgang versus Sid and Stricker.
I'll tell you what, these Brazilians can be real shifty, really tricky.
They are pretty tricky.
Wolfgang decides to c-bet here. Might get popped up by Side and Striker, but we're getting a check back.
4 of spades on the turn is a pair for Sid and Stricker. Side and Stricker. I haven't decided how I want to say it yet. Even though we did an entire final table with this fella.
5,000.
Finishing in second. Second. 5,000 the bet with the best hand.
Yeah, and Wolfgang gonna let it go. And Side and St. Ricker gonna take it down.
And even though we had nothing against Sid and Stricker in that Paris main event, it being won by an actual French person was pretty cool.
Yes, that was cool.
Am I confusing my EPTs?
I was just yes-anding.
No, I know. I think I'm confusing
It would be cool.
EPTs.
Hey, listen, if a Frenchman won a Paris, I feel like it was maybe
It was Barney Boatman. It was Barney Boatman. I knew it was a cool story. I just
Yeah.
forgot which cool story it was.
Yeah.
Of course, it was Barney. Hiya. They all blend together after a while. We can't all be James Hardigan. Mustafa
No, we
Cannet
can't.
versus Wolfgang Poker.
If we could all be James Hardigan, we wouldn't need James Hardigan. And that's not a world I want to live in. Wolfgang finding the 3-bet. No, another call. So Wolfgang, I will say, someone that as I understand, comes from a cash game background, playing very cash gamey on this table. I haven't seen a single 3-bet, but he has gotten some, calling hands most of the time. I think this would be a nice little squeeze spot for Cecile, simply because against the stack sizes of Cannet and Wolfgang, I think you can comfortably sort of squeeze fold here for 45 big blinds. You don't need to just get this in, and I don't think Cannet's going to go wild with an ace-3. So because we've seen so much flatting from Wolfgang and not a lot of trapping, I think this hand is too strong to just play as a call, and she is reaching for some of those baby blues.
Alright. 19,000.
19,000. I like the size. I might even say the size is perfect. Just under 5x. Really should clear out these two combinations.
Chicago versus New York. Chicago lays it down. So, by the way, I was all over the shop there recently. It was Sid and Stricker second in Barcelona, Wiciak winning it, Barney winning Paris, Mustafa Cannet came second here in the Super High Roller in Monte-Carlo 2016. Olashemian was the winner. David Yan in the field playing the main today. Was in yesterday's super high roller.
Final table list.
That's right. Did not runner up to Olashemian or Simone Wiciak or Barney Boatman. Byron Kaverman also a final table list yesterday. Finished 4th yesterday in the super high roller. Juan Pardo, 3rd in the super high roller.
And bluffed the stuff out of Byron on that FT. Hand of the tournament.
Christoph Vogelsang came dangerously close to winning that super high roller yesterday.
Yes.
But even closer than dangerously close to winning was the actual winner, Patrick Antonius.
Ooh, slow-mo hug.
Went into heads-up play with a massive chip lead. Vogelsang battled his way back to nearly even. But Patrick did eventually close it out, much to the delight of the old-school poker fan in all of us. Elias Gutierrez started the day as the overall tournament chip leader. Still has over 200 big blinds at the feature table. Typically, Roman Rabek's 118 big blinds would be good enough for the chip lead, but nah. Theros with over 200. Jack 4 suitor for Wolfgang. No dice for De Paz. The Barcelona runner-up, Joao Sittenstricker, with Jack 10. Sean Eve on YouTube says, Antonius is great, but no GOAT. I actually am one of those people that GOAT means greatest of all time. There can only be one greatest of all time. Now, I'm not super strict on that, but I don't think there can be like 20 GOATs.
So who's the GOAT?
I even though it's breaking my own thing, I think there's a couple. I think Helmuth is a GOAT. I just don't think there can be 20 GOATs.
So dumb.
Helmuth is the GOAT. Helmuth is the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. He's greater than the sum of his parts, if that makes sense.
I'm hoping to see Cecile being greater than the sum of this kicker. And finding a 3-bet here with the ace-deuce, and does hits him hard with it. 3.5x. Loving the way she's playing. Rabek might be a little annoyed by this. Like, wait a minute here, okay? You've been splashing around a lot. I have a big suited king in the big blind. I don't know about this. We all know Seidenstricker's going to raise pretty wide from the cutoff. Are you just mucking about? You messing around? If I make this 36,000, you gonna fold? Nah, I'm chicken. I can't blame him. And the quick fold from the Brazilian.
Take it down, Tisha 15. Cecile.
Yeah, she's playing great. She's getting it done up to 150,000.
You know
what is his name?
Oh.
Huh?
What is his name?
His?
No, your
Oh,
fetish.
this guy? It's Krtek.
Krtek?
Krtek. It's
Krtek.
like a Czech cartoon.
Oh, okay, cartoon. Nice.
Yeah. It's our, from Czech Republic. It's
Like Asterisk.
Famous cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Asterix.
That's a mole, basically.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
Do you know they put
always with Krtek?
an asterisk?
It's actually my first time. I had to
That's your first time.
I had to upgrade him.
It's funny.
Here's some upgrade.
Okay.
It's like my mom made it for me.
Oh.
No.
Not the whole guy, but he put this is supposed to be ice hockey stick, and these are skates.
I used to be like ice hockey player. So he's like representing me.
It's very sweet.
That's cute.
Yeah, I like him. My mom put a lot of work in it, so.
Wolfgang dominated here. Side Stricter re-raising.
I like how the sort of, I mean, I guess you wouldn't call it a card protector, but things are getting a little looser, but allowing people to just have their little things. I think it's
token.
Sweet.
Sure.
It's a token, you know.
I think you should have to have something.
Yeah, I agree.
Mandatory.
Absolutely. No, but I remember there was a time when it was just like there was strict, you know, it can't be certain height or card protection.
Really?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Scared me.
Oh, cheeky.
He got me.
Why? Only chip.
He got me, that's for sure. My token would be a computer running GTO wizard. That would be my like little mascot.
Your little token, yeah.
I bet you did.
Just to throw people off because you don't know how to use it.
I'm just kidding. I have no idea what that is even.
Almost did it. I don't see your raise and I called it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For a second.
I would have preferred that.
I know.
I'd see a flop.
Now every time the Twitch chat slows down a little bit, I get scared. You guys there? Hello? Are we on? Okay. All right, it's moving. Jeez.
You never know how much you left something until it's gone.
That's right. Oh, sorry, Nick Windsor, who said, "Oh, Joe Stapleton, mute." Did you mean to mute me or mute you? Because you're banned. But I'm still here. Oh, man. That's awkward. Whoops.
It doesn't ban them from watching, though, right? They can keep watching.
I think they can still watch, yeah. No, they can still hear this. They just can't reply.
It's like censorship.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Heads up to the flop. The Gornies versus Canet. Canet flops a 6. The Gornies flops the nut flush draw. Just kidding.
King of Hearts turns.
Then we got the nut flush
You
draw.
got the
That's
nut
right.
flush draw.
4,000.
Canet. Not wanting to give up super easily. Nor should he in this case. He's got the best hand. Turn card is a deuce. Straight draw now for Canet.
Pretty loose open here, the cutoff on these 16 or so big blinds. I know the Gornish, just as Canet does, make this straight on the river.
All right.
Probably wants to start getting some opportunities to get involved. Been pretty card dead for this entire level, but 3 of the frankly best players on the table probably on your direct left. Shouldn't make a habit of opening this wide, I think. You know, Mustafa is going to comfortably flat with 6-5, and if he outflops you, he's going to get sticky. But gets out of there relatively unscathed, just a c-bet, and still has about 14 big blinds left to play around with.
Man, Mustafa Canada is, we're coming up on 20 years of the EPT, and Mustafa Canada is responsible for some of the most entertaining moments of those 2 decades, including the super high roller I mentioned, including some PCA, Paul Pierce interaction from the PCA in 2019.
Paul Pierce, the NBA player?
Yeah. Tom on YouTube wants everyone to know that he misses funny commentary in poker, like the old days with Norman Chad. Far be it from me and Griff. Nagorny's all in with ace-8.
Not crazy about this shove. Going to be a bit too loose for me. Not just saying that because the man from the Czech Republic has the 2 queens here. You're shoving 14 big blinds from the hijack.
Nagorny's has got something with the number 8. He's the one that shoved 8-4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's quite on the line, right? I think you probably want to shove, ace 10, maybe some ace 9 suiteds, but ace 8, you're only going to get called by better. You allow everyone to play pretty perfectly against you. Oh, don't even think about it, Wolfgang. There you go. And with an ace folded, Wolfgang almost trying to tell the at-risk player telepathically with his eyes, I folded an ace. I know I'm not supposed to say it, but look at my eyes. And have you ever seen a man look more unfazed than Ruslan's Nagornish?
And here we go. Nagorny's at risk and behind. Ew, boy. That 8 is not much help with the queen in the window.
Could backdoor 8-8 though.
Could. We saw a very miracle 8 yesterday.
Oh, good. I didn't even think about that.
When you think it's die, it's never die.
Oh. 1 out.
Yeah. Uno auto.
So close. Yet so far, that's going to do it for Ruslan's Nagorny's.
Trying to figure out if he's drawing the ace, and then I saw the ace on the turn. I was like, probably not.
Never easy. You know this.
I had an ace.
I mean, he shoved 8-4 before and ace-8 this time. Maybe he thought he had 8-4 this time.
Or maybe he thought he had ace-8 the other time.
We both did, yeah.
Ruslan didn't really show a lot of emotion out there. I hope he's all right. He looked a little... He looked sad.
Can he?
Overall.
You touched.
It's almost like it's no fun to bust an EPT in 267th place.
It is almost like that.
Oh mon Dieu.
Oh mon Dieu.
Je ne sais pas. Les gringos aussi.
Je ne parle français.
Spoken like a true American. The only way he could embarrass our country is if he did speak French.
Which he did just try to do.
Yeah, but that was bad enough, I think. It won't hurt him too bad when he gets home. Theros gonna open king queen offsuit. Wolfgang in the small
Gutierrez raise.
Nice. Wolfgang in the small blind.
Looks interested.
Call. Ooh. Oh, wow, Griffin audibly yucking at that call.
I don't know.
We can't even get a ducks fly together?
Ducks do fly together. Look, it's not the worst in the world, but you know, I think a lot of players would elect to shove before flatting here. I know it is seemingly a lot of chips, 23, 24 big blinds. But when the chip leader raises the cutoff, he's going to have a lot of raise folds, including and all the way up to
King,
this.
queen offsuit?
Yeah, king, queen's not going to just call, I don't think, a lot of the time for this stack. So you're folding out so many hands, and then sometimes you do get called and you're flipping, and then you can win a 100K pot. Now, he has technically outflopped, but then there's this, and it's like, you know, it's like, ooh. You know, Wolfgang's clearly a very capable poker player, but definitely playing more like a cash game player than a tournament one for my liking. It's just going to be tough to just keep on trying to see these flops without showing aggression against these talented and experienced tournament players.
It is a little cash gamey calling with deuces there.
Yes. Also because you're probably not really used to playing at 24 big blind stack depth. Has gotten there, though. What do I know?
Oh, my goodness.
Let's go.
The too high flush.
Okay.
The minimum flush.
And actually probably going to get a bit of value with this milk job.
I've got nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? Turns out, yes.
Enough. For a second, I was 99% sure I had a heart, but when I was turning him over, I'm like, please. I hope I didn't read it wrong. I never checked my cards once. I'm a professional. There was my... I don't know, we're on TV, I can't say what I was about to say.
Why start now?
My butthole got really tight there for a second. So, is that what you want to do? Good.
This kid's pretty funny.
Yeah, he's growing on me. Hand 50, for those wondering. I know you guys are big hand number people.
I mean, there's a lot of people that bought the program and are keeping score in the bleachers.
Yeah.
You write that thing in the wrong column, you screw up the entire scoreboard.
That was what I was going to say about asterisks. I realized it was a very irrelevant thing to say, but you know, Barry Bonds, all his records, there's little asterisks in that thing.
Because of the juicing?
Yeah, because of the juice.
I was no Barry Bonds fan, but...
Come on, he did, you know, he's pretty, what he did.
Yeah, but so did so many other people.
I know. No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying, he shouldn't have asterisks. It's like everyone was doing that stuff.
I was such a different person back then. My boss at work, when I worked at Matt TV, he was like, as soon as the Dodgers season tickets came out, he's like, I bought tickets for when the Padres come to town. Right? Was he playing? No, it was the Giants. When the Giants come to town in left field, so we can just yell stuff at Barry Bonds the whole time. And I was like, I'm in. And we sat like front row. I can't remember if it was right or left field, honestly. I don't remember where he played, but and just yelled, did all these chants, just yelled at Barry Bonds for the entire game.
I'm sure.
Such a jerk. Two pair here.
Yeah, two pair, and Kinnett shouldn't be expecting a ton of check raises on this board here. But once he gets one, which I think is almost surely going to come in from Seidenstricker, we'll have a lot of reasons to continue drawing to the nuts and the backdoor spade. So we could be seeing a pretty big pot here. Yeah. But he's made it quite big. He has made it sort of screw you sizing here with the 5x check raise, representing almost 20%, more than 20% of Kennett's stack. And that is an unhappy Italian right there.
Stachioni.
You've overcooked my pasta here. Yeah, but
wow.
Yeah, he's like, you know what? No, I'm not gonna just suddenly just fold here. Like, screw this.
You gotta, you can't let him Can't let him do
No,
that.
you
to
can't let him squash your meatballs. You know, you got to fight.
Sitting Stricker all in now for his remaining 71,000. All in for Cannett to call.
Pretty sure Cannett's going to fold. But, you know, if there's any consideration, and you're wondering where it's coming from a place of Queen 8 of spades, Queen 9 of spades, hands of this ilk that might check raise large on the flop and then shove the turn. Shouldn't have a ton of like value here because even though he does happen to with the Jack 5 suited, you think about the kind of hands that would be calling in the big blind, right? You can eliminate Jack 5 off. You can eliminate 10-5 off. So the only hands that would be check raising so large on the flop are big draws, like I mentioned, and then your Jack 5 suiteds, your 10-5 suiteds,
and
your
Jack
Jack 10 offs, Jack 10 suited. So sure, a bunch of combos, pocket fives as well. But yeah, Mustafa
Feels like enough combos.
Yeah, it's enough combos, and 33 big blinds. Mustafa's just too good to you know, make some hero call there, and then when you do run into it, even if you're against the draws, you can just lose. So, but I'm sure Mustafa would have preferred if the check raise was to 15,000 and not 20,000 there, because that really cost him a pretty penny.
Sure, Sacramento, we can talk more about Joe heckling someone at their job. We can absolutely talk about what my behavior was like at 21 years old.
Do you think 21-year-old Joe would have gotten along with 17-year-old Griffin? 18-year-old Griffin?
No. No, I don't think so.
Yeah. You don't think we would have bonded over our virginity?
Maybe.
Taisha Fatin going to C3 with the 5 deuce of hearts. Sure, she thinks she'd love to see a 3-4-10 board.
5 deuce not doing terrible against pocket fours.
It is after that flop.
Yeah. Yup. And that flop is king, queen, 6. To Paz. Continuing.
It wasn't a good defense. Nice one.
Fold from Tisha Fatin and immediately puts out the small blind for the next hand.
There's a guy coming.
There's a guy coming, what?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Turkish guys coming on the
Someone to...
A Turkish guy.
Take the seat.
Good to see.
Yeah, good to see you.
Looks like they've got some history. This is Kagdas Ursoy. Right in the old big blind. Salem Park bench wants to know, Griffin, is that you in the top 25 of the NFC Online Championship?
Yes. And top 6.
Whoa, what is this, fantasy? Some kind of fantasy thing?
Baseball, yeah.
Oh, we're so early in the season, though.
Yeah. Listen, I wasn't going to bring it up on the stream, but then I decided to hire a guy to mention it in the chat.
Gutierrez opening pocket 3s.
Wolfgang, have you found your first 3-bet of the level? 10 minutes to go. Oh my gosh, you haven't. You son of a Wolfgang.
I'd also contend that heckling a professional sports player is not the same thing as heckling a comedian in a comedy club where you're supposed to be quiet, as opposed to a outdoor stadium where you're encouraged to make noise.
Wait, you went back to that conversation?
Yeah, it's still going on.
Yeah, but I was kind of heckling Wolfgang, so it felt like connected, you know?
8-4-3, 2 spades. Set of threes for Gutierrez. I will admit it's not nice. It's not a nice thing to do, but it's not the same.
So brutal board here for Wolfgang, who went from about 50% to what? How can that be possible? That's not right. All the deuces and fives have been folded? Ridiculous.
No,
outrageous.
It's not that. It's that.
Oh, it's that. Okay, no, I
deuces
understand.
and fives would split.
Yeah,
with
they
their
would
sway.
split, but yeah, Bruce.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Gutierrez.
I would also contend, by the way, that if I went to a comedy club where a comedian had clearly been cheating, like was ripping off material from other comedians, I might heckle them.
Look at that. Wolfgang just folds it like a boss.
Ditches it. Saved money by not 3-betting.
I'm kind of into it. Whatever this guy's deal is. That was nice little. Just, you know what? I'm not gonna contend here with this. Just this ace king high with a player behind.
All the solvers are melting down right now.
Yeah. We have a fire at the solver factory. It's all melting. Only one man could pull off a job like this.
Wolfgang. First, he broke the YouTube algorithm.
Yeah.
Now he's breaking the solvers.
Yeah.
Seidenstricker. Ace, Jack, suited. James C. is asking what European country Ept Monte-Carlo is being held in.
I mean, I don't really understand.
Hrabak gonna defend Queen 7. Speaking of computers and melting down, the computer hand, Queen 7. King 6-4. Spade, spade.
Spade, spade?
Check, check.
But different.
Spade, spade, but different. Diamond on the turn, it's a 10.
Seidenstricker, I think, learning his lesson from the last time he c-bet with the ace-10 on the king 8-4 and got check raised. This time says, you know what? I'm not letting you take your goofy little 7-8s and 7-5s and check raising me here, especially when I don't even have backdoor hearts. So I'm going to check. And I'll check the 10 as well.
River is 9 of clubs. 6, 7, 9, 10. Nope. 9, 10, jack, king. Nope.
And Rabbit gonna recognize that this Queen 7 ain't the goods. If he wants to win this pot, he's gonna perceive Seidenstricker's range as pretty weak, right? A pair probably would have bet on the flop turn. So what if I just put out something like 7,000 here? What will Seidenstricker do? Will he know that I'm capable of value betting a 10 here? Surely. Does he know I would value bet a 9? Maybe. Actually goes for the very, very small sizing, trying to telegraph to Seidenstricker, I want that little value from your ace jack high. I want you to call. I have a 6 or a 9. But it's not going to work. The Brazilian wants to see it. And he takes it down. Ooh, give him a little look there. Eh? You see that? He peered up. He was just like, yeah.
Ace high good.
Yeah, I'm not going to fall for that one, pal. Just called you with ace high on the river.
Five minutes left on this level. $256 players left in the field that we know of. And Mustafa Kanat first to act this hand. Lets it go. WGP folds King 10 off. DDP, Dari de Paz, also folding. Pocket eights for Stricker. The Snowmen's. Nom nom. Griffin looked so cute when he said that. Action folds around to the newest player at the table, Ursoy, who folds the button. 8-6 suited for Rabeck.
Rabeck, of course, from, as you mentioned, the Czech Republic. Looking to check Seidenstricker's privilege here.
Mm-hmm. Trying to see a flop for cheap with 8-6 off. And succeeds. And away we go. 9 in the window. It's King 9 deuce, 2 hearts. Pretty fun for 8-6 suited.
Advantage Rabeck.
Sort of.
Well, of course, Seidenstricker is still ahead technically with the 60% to 40%, but the reason why I felt it was an advantage for Rabeck is because your perceived range flatting the small blind is going to be a lot of, you know, king jacks, king queens, some queen jacks, queen tens. So as the board sort of comes out, if he starts showing some aggression with this flush draw, it's going to be very difficult to hold on with eights. The thing about an ace, though, is that your opponent should have an ace a decent amount of the time. It's going to be hard to rep that. So now that we've gotten to the river,
pretty dumb run out for eights.
Yeah. And you would just hate to lose at showdown to something like sevens or eights when you flop this flush draw. There's all these overs. You know, you could certainly have something like an ace 10 or a jack 10 or a king queen. You could even value bet a king jack or a king 10 suited here on the river with all these check downs through the streets. But nah, you can have it. Take it down, Brazil.
Eights are going to get to show down the winner. Pick up a small pot. Looks like we are probably going to get one more hand in. So cool. 111 on YouTube asks, are any of these players notable PokerStars players, like with known PokerStars usernames? Yes. Thank you for your question.
It's a new thing I'm going to see if we can sync up on it. What do you think? Would you rather just do it alone?
I think you got your answer right there. I'm sure the audience could hear Hardigan shaking his head.
Yeah, my boss peered his head out and just shook his head at me.
It's not a dinner break, right?
No. That's too early.
I'm not hungry.
Queen 10 off for Joao. Gonna make it 4K. Celine Tisha-Fatine with Queen Jack suited. Is going to play. Are we going to see the new player get involved? Yes, we will. Ace Jack suited for Cagdas Ursoy. Re-raise, 14,000.
Very nice.
Actually, back to Joao, who folds.
Yeah, number 3. Table 3.
You nervous?
It's not a particularly gargantuan squeeze, right? It's just 3.5x. You know, you consider the dead money of the blinds and the original open. I don't think we'll see a call from Cecile. Yeah, as she.
Exactly.
The dock.
Okay. I have a very good.
A nice card.
Yeah.
That is a fine laydown, IMO.
I see in 30 minutes.
Given what those hands are.
I know. Nice one.
I love playing results, and that result was getting away from a dominated hand.
You fall.
New level rolling over shortly. These are the chip counts of what will be our former feature table. 159 big blinds for Elias Gutierrez, aka Theros. 100 big blinds for Roman Hrabet. Wolfgang Poker, 21 big blinds. We are going to have a new feature table right after this.
Okay, time to play a hand from Mr. Boatman's perspective. We're going to sweat with Barney now.
Oh, good hand to start. The king-queen offsuit.
He's going to raise.
So he's raising 500, which means it's a raise to 800 chips. We're playing 150, 300.
Been called by
Not too
Richard
far
Ashby.
away from a regular raise size, James.
And just the one caller. I think Ashby called out of the small blind. And it is a queen high flop with 2 clubs. What's not to like?
Not a lot, really. Pretty good. Opponent calling in the small blind. I think in this era, we're going to see a lot of weaker queens. Some queen 9 suited, queen 10 suited, queen jack.
Oh, hello.
And we do get raised, which I think Barney will kind of like. I mean, queen 4 and queen 3 aren't calling pre-flop. You wouldn't have thought. Pocket 4s, pocket 3s, unlikely. Those weaker queens and flush draws are going to raise on the flop as well. So I think good decision by Barney to go all in.
Barney's continuation bet was 1,000. Ashby check raised to 4,000, and Barney has now shoved.
Yep, hand's certainly strong enough to go with it. I think Ashby would raise a hand like queen 10 or queen jack or queen 9. He's going to raise something like jack 10 of clubs on the flop as well, or 8, 9 of clubs, or some nut flush draws. And given the raise size, doesn't really make sense to just call. I think if his opponent is raising this flop, they typically have something, be it a flush draw or a queen to call off with. We maybe even see a raise from something like pocket 8s here, James, that now hates life. Just because protection raises, protecting against the flush draw in 2006. Oh, Ashby's all in.
He says, I'm going to gamble. Barney does not have a flush draw. He has top pair. Ashby, jack 10 of clubs, one of the hands you put him on, Spraggy.
Yep. Does go with it. Needs a club. Or a backdoor 2-pair of trips. Picks up 8s.
River card is a club. So Ashby gets there, doubles up through Barney Boatman, who will be left very short.
7. 7,500. 7,825. 7,800.
I think the hand there played fine by both parties. Ashby is going to get some folds by raising the flop from better hands. Let's say Boatman's betting an ace high, or even if he bets something like pocket 7s, it might fold occasionally, and Jack 10's doing pretty well against it, even if it doesn't. Obviously, getting it in against the Queen's pretty poor scenario, but he still had 30+%. High Tide says, why did he guess Jack 10 of clubs specifically? If you think of the sort of hands that call in the small blind, I think in the big blind, Ashby would have called almost all suited cards.
Yes.
But in the small blind with someone still to act, it's usually the connectors, right? It's usually like 7-8, 8-9, Jack 10. We saw the king of clubs was blocked, so those are the most likely flush draw candidates. And some of the ace high flush draws might just call the flop. So when you're raising, it usually is a flush draw without any showdown value, especially from the small blind, it's those suited connectors.
So Ashby opened with king, queen of diamonds. Barney Boatman now short stack moves all in with deuces. Ashby calls and we are flipping. And it's a race that Barney Boatman needs to win if he is to continue in the EPT2 Grand Final in Monte Carlo. Queen 5-3, all clubs. Top pair for Ashby. Flush draw for Boatman.
It is a black turn, but it's no good. Will need to be a club or a deuce, or Boatman eliminated.
It is the 4 of diamonds, and Barney is out.
Not a lot to be done about that. Got very unlucky with his top pair, putting in 10,000 chips, and then loses the flip to finish him off.
Dirty stacks, not stacks of 20. But hey, it's 2006. It was a different time.
Marcel Lusk told me he was named after a boxer. That is a hashtag. Real fact.
Fun fact.
Fun fact, yes.
So, time to sweat with Marcel Joe and play this hand from his perspective.
Don't check how much you
Oh, 24.
Yes.
Sorry.
I was going to say, James, if I were playing this hand, I would ask the guy to my right how much I should raise.
I thought you were offering me out for dinner.
We raised to 65,000.
Then register 6 Thomas balls on the big blind.
So, re-raise from Ben Grundy.
How much did we... Okay, well, we're calling. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable to only call 40 more. Is that all it was? With 9-10 of spades, but this is not a dream flop for us.
No.
And I'm probably just going to check back and hope to pick up some equity on the turn.
Yeah, pick up a straight card or a spade. Instead, it's the 4 of diamonds.
Man, it's checked twice, so, I mean, he's completely missed and playing like a goober, or he's got something huge, and I'm weighted towards him having something huge here, slow playing aces, kings, queens, a set of jacks.
Well, Marcel's going to try and buy it.
I don't know what you 3-bet with that you check twice, other than like crazy value hands.
Players, you do not have to be here for the race off. Go ahead and take a break.
Wow, okay.
Ace Queen was the hand for Grundy. He was ahead.
Okay. So, I guess...
I was super connected.
You're lucky spades didn't come.
I don't want spade. I just want the low flop.
Nice play, Marcel.
That's how I was wrong about the strength of this hand, but also he probably should have bet at some point.
If I put my chips in there, unless you go all in, I will not lay down my hand. You guys need 40, 50, 60, 80.
I had a good hand.
Coolest to me in 3 years, I'm going to be that good. 3 years.
You're lucky I had the hand that didn't hit, the only hand that I raised there with that doesn't hit the flop.
I know it yet. That's why I took the extra card first. Because sometimes you are rude enough to play like you have 3 jacks now.
Yeah, but I would check 2 with any pair of the jacks and wait.
I know your game. But you take me, I know what you take me for. Pair of 9s, or 10s, or 8s.
What do you mean no?
It's like blinds are now 5,000, 10,000, 100 ante.
I had him the other day about 5 times in 20 hands.
Queen 8 again for Marcel. This time it's going to be the winner.
Marcel, this is the 25,000.
25, isn't it?
25. 25.
25,000 total. And Ace Jack for Fraser Dunphy.
280, 1,000, 2,000. You and the players for €1,000 buy-in. Andy 200, blinds 1,000, 2,000.
I'm going to call my
He's in no re-raise. Queen tray for Karam. Does Grundy come after it just because it's loose? Oh yeah. King deuce suited. Trying to run down his nemesis.
Open-ended straight draw for Marcel.
Checks around.
There we go. So Marcel has the straight. Grundy has now got the flush draw.
This is gonna get weird. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is great. 3x raise from Marcel. Grundy obviously taking it personally. After the last time they exchanged words.
€1,000 to go. And again, Guy. Stefan C.
Marcel very comfortable.
And again, Dennis, J. Abel, Alex Kravchenko. Rafael, Christian, Geo, Sergei, Peter, Slava, Pasi, Renaud.
Grundy just calls.
Oh, the all-important river card.
Man, and that club.
No club on the river, but it is a pair for Grundy.
Oh, is he looking to snap it off here? That's what I'm wondering. Just 60 into 200.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be genius. Can he induce Grundy? I mean, either way.
Milky Bar Kid's hand ain't good enough.
I've got such hardly anything here. I can beat the sickest bluff.
It's not that sick of a bluff to bet 60 here.
There's so much in the middle.
Yeah, I like it.
He's talking to himself. I'm talking to myself.
The poor dealer is like, what? This might be the longest tank we've seen.
Yeah.
And now we ask for you.
Great size value bet from Marcel. I thought it was a little small, but maybe Grundy would have folded for more.
I think that's one of the best hands we've seen so far, especially when you realize that it was informed by that confrontation between the two earlier.
King, so I have to play for the queen.
Yeah, you've been watching me, huh?
Smurry. I have to play those Smurry hands now.
Water, please. I've got the water. I need a glass.
Marcel has the big blind in his hand. Jeff folds. Ross folds.
Ross Boatman folds.
Joey folds.
To Hussein, King Deuce folds.
Folds. So it's Alexander. It's on Mark in the small blind.
So blind
on
blind.
blind be blind.
Question is he going to steal it?
Suit and tie versus suit.
It's my best chance to get chips. You understand?
Marcel looks a little short.
I haven't been looked. I know. You want me to look first?
I don't really want you to call.
Call me old-fashioned. I think the guy who's has the action on him first should
Mark
look
has
first.
put
But
Marcel all in. And looks like it's being called.
Well, Karam shoved on Lusk. Lusk calls all in. It's Jack 7 against 8. Marcel the at-risk player, but he is ahead.
The flop. 4, 4, 10.
no jack, no
4,
diamonds.
2 hearts. 7 of hearts.
7 on the
3
turn.
hearts. Marcel has the 8 of hearts.
It is always coming 7. And Mark Karam eliminates Marcel Lusk. Marcel out in 7th place, cashing for 112,000 euros.
Round of applause for Marcel, please.
Clap. It's a clap, Jack.
Jack too, so. Jack to the jack.
Welcome back to Monaco and the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 2 of the 5K main event continues, with just over 250 players returning from break, 175 of whom will get paid later today. Well, some of them will anyway. Point being, the bubble will burst tonight, and world-famous bubble coverage is incoming later. Meanwhile, the chip leaders for the 3rd level of the day: Fabrice Bigot, Eros Calderoni, Kayhan Mokri still a top 5 stack. All of these players above 400,000 chips as we go to the 1K, 2.5K blind level, the 3rd level of 5 that will be played on day 2. And these are the top scores. Now, remember, a min cash is worth 8,700 euros. Make a deep run in this though, make it to the top 10, you lock up 70K with 6-figure scores for the finalists and a 7-figure score for the winner. The first prize in the biggest ever Monte Carlo main event of all time of 1 million euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, thank you for having me.
Big cash money, Nicholas.
Oh, cash money galore. You love to see it. And fantastic prizes here in a record-breaking EPT Monte-Carlo main event.
A total field of 1,208 entries, and yet 254 players returning from the break. And I imagine it'll be the fourth level of the day, the level before the dinner break, where we get close to that bubble and possibly go hand for hand. New feature table for this session of play. We have got an EPT champion, Roberto Romanello. He took down EPT Prague many years ago. And we have Flushy, Nicholas Thum from Germany. Was a Platinum Pass winner who went to the PSPC in 2023, made the final table, and cashed out in 6th place for $1 million.
And then we all jumped in the pool, fully clothed.
I was not part of that contingent. Some people, mentioning no Nick Walshes, jumped in with their non-waterproof leather strap watches still on their wrist.
Absolutely. You got to commit to the cause, James.
Eros Calderoni, as we've established, is a big stack right now, close to 500,000 chips. And he is going to also be at this feature table. 1K, 2.5K, the blinds with a 2.5K big blind ante. So yeah, 5 levels to play today with an extended dinner break after the 4th level of play. There's one thing we know about the bubble is it does add time to the day. The clock gets paused. Sometimes the level lasts 3 hours rather than 90 minutes. So realizing that players are probably going to finish around 10:30 this evening, decision was taken to give them an opportunity to consume some food.
That seems reasonable.
One of our super mods, Ed, says, I've met Nicholas a few times. He is a super nice guy. He is a very nice guy. In fact, I believe he was awarded a Platinum Pass, Nick, because he was such a nice guy, because he was so good to the community during that Dare to Stream promotion.
That's exactly right. It was actually such a competitive Dare to Stream that we decided the winner would be our now Team Pro, Sebastian Huber. But as a runner-up prize, we gave him that PSPC package, sent him to the Bahamas, and made him a literal millionaire.
So he is in the 8th seat at our new feature table, looking a bit like Quint on board the Orca in Jaws.
Definitely a good shout. I like that.
So this is Julien Mariani folding the King 10. Saladin Badir passes. Raymond Kassam is out. Roberto Romanello not going to play the 7-3. Flushy. Nicholas Thum. Jack 7 of clubs.
Absolutely love Flushy. Really, really nice guy, as everyone's already said. And seeing absolutely loads of him on the tour now. He's really invested in poker, obviously coming off that $1 million plus score in Bahamas. Of course you are.
So round to the blinds. Philippe Suki has folded the small blind. Daniel Otterhaus folds the big blind. It's raise and take it for Flushy.
Easy game. Flexing for the cameras. Jack 7 of clubs. Sure, why not? Let's get it in there. 48 big blinds now for Nicholas Thum.
Raw Rain, watching on Twitch, says, I'm also a nice guy. Where is my pass? Unfortunately, Raw Rain, we're not running the PSPC right here, right now. We're not awarding Platinum Passes right here, right now. If you want a pass, can I suggest Power Path? Because you could win a Bronze, Silver, or Gold Pass by virtue of playing through the steps. It runs every day on PokerStars. Hashtag play on PokerStars.
Yeah, and also, where was your participation in Dare to Stream? What happened there? Huh? Huh? I think it was deserved, though. That was a really fun promotion that we did for a while, and really saw and discovered many of the community members we see all over the EPT Tour now. Lots of players who are heavily involved. Also, many who have gone on to be wildly successful in the scene regardless. If I'm not mistaken, our winner in Cyprus was involved with that promotion as well at one point.
Yes, indeed. Gilles Simon.
Gilles Simon.
Also got into streaming poker because of the Dare to Stream idea.
How much do you take down in Cyprus? Don't want to put you on the spot, James.
A lot of money.
It was a lot. Yeah, thank you for your question, Nick. Sorry about that. Anyway, 8-9 suited opening, UTG +2.
Calderoni with ace-jack in the cutoff.
Is our chip leader at the moment, so I wonder if he just leans into more 3-betting here from the cutoff. It's a bit awkward when you call in the cutoff, James, right? You invite a lot of calls from behind, from the button, from the small blind, from the big blind. I'd like to see a little 3-betting here. Use that big stack.
A lot of people asking after Wolfgang, asking after Theros. Bear in mind, we have changed feature table. So it's not that those guys are out of the tournament. They've not been eliminated. That table has moved off the main stage, back out into the field. New feature table for this level. We will change feature table, if not every level, every 2 levels, to rotate the lineup of players that you get to see on stream over the course of the day.
Speaking of hands waking up behind Mariani now in the big blind, bit of a tricky one. It's been an open from +2, 3-bet from cutoff. I think cold calling is okay. I think cold 4-betting is also cool. It really depends on if you think Calderoni is going to be capable of having some lighter 3-bets here where you're just going to take it down pre-flop, as it is a big wedge of dead money now created by that 3-bet. Confirmation, Gilles Simon won $1 million. Is it euros? Or we played for dollars in Cyprus. Thank you. That's right.
Confusingly, it's the only EPT outside of the PCA where prize money was awarded in dollars. The great Gonzo says, I don't want to doubt James, but did you mean Hooper, not Quint? I meant Quint because of the headband, but actually, Nicholas Toom is the perfect mix of Quint and Hooper. He embodies 2 of the 3 members of the crew of the Orca.
He's the Cooper.
He does have a touch of the Spielbergs from the early 1970s as well. So we've got the director and 2 of the stars in there. He's basically the ultimate Jaws meme. And he's a poker shark. So, ace-queen has 4-bet. Action back on Calderoni.
Yep, that cold 4-bet, as I mentioned, is really cute. I like the size here as well. Really, really small. So the initial re-raise was to 16,000. He makes it 37. And I think this is just exactly what you want to be doing here to really establish the fact that you are quite strong. If you have some of those combos that I think you might have here, it's time just to wave the flag. But is it small enough where Calderoni thinks, you know what, I might just get lucky?
As we've got a dinner break tonight, I'm thinking of ordering a Calderoni.
Calzone for Calderoni.
Folds the ace-jack wisely. The cold 4 gets through. And Julien Mariani, not to be confused with Julien Martini, chips up to 63 big blinds. He has 159K, 160K in fact. Average stack right now is 144K.
So going back just for a moment, James, have we confirmed now that at least 2 Dare to Stream participants have made over $1 million playing poker?
Well, yes, because
and Gilles
made the final table of the PSPC, and Gilles won EPT Cyprus.
And our now team bro, Sebastian Huber, is just round. It's coming. It's coming. If he keeps working the way he has been in the last couple years, would love to see him spike something as well. That would be quite the statistic.
He's better than everyone.
I cannot wait for Nicholas Toom to play a hand through the streets and to fire flop, turn, and river so we can get a 3 barrels reference. Calderoni with ace-5 in the hijack.
Yeah, back in the mix here. Going to open it up from the hijack.
Yanis on YouTube asking, why is there no secondary feature table? We only have the secondary feature table at televised events, so we're not making TV shows from Ept Monte-Carlo this year, but the secondary feature table will be deployed in Barcelona, where the EPT will be celebrating its 20th anniversary this summer. I'm hearing murmurings, and I'm not slow rolling because I don't know anything, but I'm hearing murmurings of some big plans for EPT 20.
You know, I was going to ask about that, but I didn't want to put you on the spot again because you'd like to think that there are going to be big plans for an event like that. And Stars, you know, I think everyone at Stars would appreciate what a momentous occasion that is.
Okay, ace high still ahead. Nicola asks, where is Maria? In Los Angeles. Thank you for your question. If you're lucky, maybe not today, but possibly tomorrow, we will have Maria Ho join us live via satellite from the Golden Coast.
The Golden Coast, indeed. Nice little move there from the King 4. Appreciate that line.
You can travel the world, Nick, but nothing comes close to the Golden Coast.
You can travel the world. Indeed.
Yeah, I like to see what the people have stood up. Like, okay. Yeah, fingers crossed. Bad.
Still dead inside asks how many days left for this tournament. This is day 2 of 6, so it will conclude on Saturday. That's when you'll get to watch the final table. Well done, Mayor Luby. Them's the jokes. Roberto Romanello, former EPT champ, raising to 5,500 under the gun. Prague 2010, I want to say. Yeah, because 2011 was Martin Finger. In the opening credits for the EPT now, you see Sebastian Paoli winning EPT London in tears, genuinely emotional to have won. One of the other players who was very emotional when they lifted their trophy was Roberto Romanello.
Right. This is some interesting action here, James. King Queen opens, very reasonable under the gun, seems pretty standard. The call from Calderoni in +2 definitely seems wide. Yeah, I want to keep an eye on that from Calderoni. Interesting to see how much wider he's going to be calling in from these positions. Because I would argue ace-8 more frequently is a fold here. Pre-flop versus that early position open. King Queen slows it down on the flop and is going to like this setup. This is looking really good for the King Queen. So if Romanello is checking King Queen on King 10 tray and you're seeing this kind of action, the bet from the +2, call from the big blind, I think you just keep calling. I don't think you want to get too wild here, but that might be a raise.
That is a raise. Roberto Romanello, who does have the best hand and is a 3-to-1 favorite here, has made it 31,500.
Just double check I've got ace high. Yeah, this is strictly Hollywood from Calderoni, of course.
What does Kassam do is the question, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm struggling to understand what kind of a hand check raises as a bluff on this texture if you're in Romanello's shoes. It's just such an unusual line, which, you know, has been very effective here. No criticism of the play, but I just think that it's probably not a spot where people give you too much credit for just, you know, having complete air. You know, maybe some gut shots sometimes, but those probably just like to c-bet the high card board more often than not. Takes it down. Nice hand there. Unexpected check raise from Roberto, but we see that wider call from the ace-8, James, and you know I feel like those are kind of that's one of the reasons why you get punished more often is you are inviting action from behind with a hand that doesn't really play that great from UTG +2.
Roberto playing above 50 bigs, but below average right now. 146K average stack with fewer than 250 players remaining now. Oh, hello. Ace is here for Daniel Otterhaus.
What's the wash, James?
I can't make that out. My eyesight's just not that good. Jack-8 of diamonds for Saladin Badir, who is now the table chip leader. Calls in position on the button. Get a fold from Kassam in the small blind. It's Roberto Romanello's big blind. Trey deuce off suit. And he folds, so we are going heads up to the flop. Ace 7-6. Top set. Checks the action to Badir.
Trappy checky. And actually, unlike the previous situations where we've seen some top set checks, we have seen top set already today a few times. I actually quite like this check under these circumstances. I just think that this is a spot where you probably do need your opponent to start bluffing or catch up on ace 6-7. I think betting is never going to be a mistake, but you do want to have some checks here. I think you probably do end up checking ace 6-7 to the player in position quite often, so it's not unbalanced to do this with, you know, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, maybe some stuff like that, maybe some king highs. So as played, looks like it's just going to be a check call, as he did entice the Jack-8 to start bluffing, which is really, really cute. Action card on the turn, though, James.
Oh, hello, open-ended straight draw. And another quick check from Otterhaus, who is a 4-1 favorite now.
And honestly, the way he's played it, when Badir picks up equity on the turn as one of our chip leaders, I would expect him to continue barreling here a lot. You know, you definitely can get some pocket pairs to fold. You can definitely rep ace combos here for sure in position when you have this equity. So 28, I think, is what he said.
Okay, so we had the check call on the flop. Do we want to try and get some more chips in now?
Great question, James. Just look at the stacks here. They're both super deep. It's definitely a stack depth that I feel really uncomfortable at, having not played too much of this deeper stacked poker. There's a lot of value in check raising turn, but also obviously might be thinking he wants to keep all the bluffs in. Quite a few bluffs are semi-bluffing, though, which is something you got to get value from right now, lest they get there for free on the river.
Another check call. And that's going to take us to the river. We saw a set of aces run down by a straight draw earlier. It's not going to happen this time.
That is very, very clean. Badir can definitely just have 8-9, so I think if anything, he's going to still check call here.
I've got a bad lookalike for Badir. It's helped enormously by the sunglasses because it's based purely on the shaved head and stubbled face. Michael Stipe.
Michael Stipe. Yeah. Had to look it up, but sure. Badir's actually got a really good hand to try and go for it here. Obviously, blocking 8-9 is pretty important. And I think aces just calls every single time here. I don't see much value in raising, apart from literally maybe getting value from set over set, but that's kind of a tall order, James. It's not going to happen often in this game regardless. You've already managed to get the guy to barrel 3 streets. Do you want to be greedy and just run straight into the exact hand? That would suck.
Yeah.
Going to weigh up the options here. Maybe he thinks Badir's not going to have that much 8-9, but I think from the dealer button, that's very reasonable. I don't think 8-9 suited is a hand that's completely ridiculous to rule out from that position. Many times in poker, we can really cap people's ranges based on position, but I think this is a one where you're probably going to wake up with stuff like that from time to time. I appreciate that he's given it some thought, though. You know, these are big moments. Oh, never mind. He's going for it. He's going for the all-in. He wants all of it, and there you go.
Well, he's not going to get all of it. Badir folds, and that's him in the corner, losing 116,000 chips.
Yeah, that's a really, really significant pot there for Mr. Otterholz.
Playing close to 140 big blinds now.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And we're heading away from the main stage to the outer tables to check on Gold Pass winner, Marcello Scari. Scari shoving on Umberto Ruggeri, who you may remember from the Ept Prague 2023 final table. Ruggeri came 3rd in that tournament. Ace, Jack, 9-7 deuce board with 4 clubs. That is Ruggeri calling all in. Scari has ace of clubs. He has the nut flush. It was a hero call by Ruggeri with just an ace. And that's going to see Ruggeri eliminated, and it'll see our Gold Pass winner up to 150K. Marcello Scari winning his way to Ept Monte-Carlo with Power Path, won a Gold Power Pass, redeemed it for a Monte Carlo package, and he's still going strong here on day 2.
Is the $11 that he get like a win on and then you win and get like a full package?
Is there anything worse in poker than making a hero call when they've got the stone cold nuts?
Well, definitely not a good feeling, James. I think that's where most hero calls arise, though, right? When you go, what if he just doesn't have it this time? Otherwise, it's not very heroic, is it? But yeah, great to see some of our qualifiers, some of our Power Path qualifiers making it deep. I would love to have one of those stories running all throughout, James. Yeah. That'd be fantastic. I'm loving the Power Path stories that we've managed to find.
This is a fair correction by Chris, our producer. There is something worse. It's making a hero call when someone has the stone cold nuts and there's a camera on you. Because the entire world gets to see it. But hey, it's good advertising. In future, they're less likely to bluff you.
I'm going to say it again. What could be more heroic than making a heroic hero call when you have to do it on camera? Come on, guys. Yeah, nice move there from Otterholz with the top set, though. Just generally a really nice hand overall, of course. I would love to sit down and have a conversation about that river decision. I mean, as we say, sometimes you will run into 8-9, but there are plenty of other combos that will give you the rest of the stack when they're playing that aggressively too. So maybe he just wants to spin, and he just wants to get max. He's not concerned about running into it there. As we move on now, Badir is going to be back in the mix.
He's raised from the hijack with Jack 9 of spades. We've got flushy with King 3 of diamonds in the small. Re-raised to 22,000, and Calderoni has a pair of fours, the old sailboats in the big blind.
Yeah, I like this move from Flushy here. Nicholas Thum choosing a suited king to sneak in a 3-bet from the small blind. I think this is pretty cool. I think Calderoni is probably just gonna end up folding this a lot. It's just not the spot where you cold call like ever. And Badir does have a playable hand. Obviously, coming off that hand just now, perhaps wants to try and see if he can get lucky on a flop. Also, would be interesting to see, James, as well, how active Flushy has been in the 3-betting department. You know, I think generally speaking, he keeps it pretty snug, pretty sensible on the live streets, but that's the benefit of having a tighter image, a tighter table image, as you can sneak in there and make some lighter 3-bets and get them through pre-flop and pick up chips at non-showdown.
Badir calls in position, and we will go heads up to the flop. Ace, king, jack. Just the one spade. So it's second pair versus bottom pair. And Nicholas Thum, first to act, has the pre-flop betting lead.
These are really funny spots, James, right? Because you're using that blocker as a 3-bet candidate pre-flop, and then when you actually hit the hand, it can make it almost harder to play. It's almost better when you have a pure bluff on the flop and you kind of know what your objective is. When you end up hitting the king under these circumstances, you could be value betting or you could be bluffing. There's very poor visibility, as Sam Grafton would say.
Continuation bet of 13,000 gets the job done.
Wow, wow, wee-wah. Just gets it done. It was a good fold, too. If you're going to play results, nice pot there for Flushy. Nice maneuver.
Thank you.
Badir with ace 10. Raises to 5.5K. Flushy on the button. 10-8. Folds that. Calderoni in the small blind, king 5 of diamonds. And that is a 3-bet. Calderoni re-raising to 16,000 with Suki folding in the big blind. Action is back on Badir. Not gonna defend this one. Not gonna play this flop in position.
Huh. Was there a memo about 3-betting suited kings against Badir, or what's going on here?
I'm just wondering though, Nick, because obviously that was a better hand than the Jack 9. But do you feel that because of the way the last hand went, you're like, no, I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. I'm not going to call with the perceived advantage of position, completely miss the board, and have to face a C-bet and fold.
You know what's funny, James, is actually it can be a bit counterintuitive. Like ace-10 off is probably a lot more dangerous to defend a 3-bet against than Jack 9 suited, because it's far superior playability, has much better equity realization properties. And when you connect really hard with Jack 9 suited, you're confident you have the best hand. Now, when you connect with ace 10, it can be a real danger zone situation. especially if you're going to be outkicked by the, those bigger premiums, of course.
If the flop comes 10-10-10, you've got to be careful.
That's a real danger zone board, absolutely.
Raymond Kassam opening with ace-jack, ace-deuce suited for Flushy. Folds it. King 6 for Calderoni on the button. Now round to the blinds. Philippe Suki has folded the small blind. Daniel Otterhaus, or as I like to call him, the Norwegian Rory Jennings.
That's fair. That's fair. I was actually talking to my friend Brandon earlier. He mentioned Otterhaus has only been playing for a few years, mostly cash games, but has managed to spin the bankroll up. Just decided to jump into some tournaments this trip. Seems to be up and coming on the scene, particularly in the higher stakes cash games, though.
Check, check, and he has picked up an open-ended straight draw on the turn. Ace high, still ahead for Kassam.
Yeah, must barrel. Must bet, must lead.
3,500.
When your opponent checks the flop, just an absolute open opportunity. Fantastic spot to put in some bets, and going to get lots of folds on that texture. Very much favoring the big blind than the UTG +2 open.
Gonzo says he doesn't look as stressed as Rory. Not as stressed, but he still looks a little bit stressed. I wouldn't say he looks comfortable. Well, we're heading to the outer tables, and it's our former feature table where Wolfgang is all in. Action is on Roman Hrabets. And looks like Hrabets has called. Wolfgang tabling aces. Hrabets with kings.
Wow.
Wolfgang is the at-risk player here. 8-8-5 on the flop. 4 on the turn. 6 on the river. Aces hold. That is a double up for Wolfgang Poker.
Yep, aces top 3 hand there.
And he is now going to be playing around 100K.
This is so good for poker. Keep doubling me up. Aces are steep.
And apparently this is good for poker.
It's good for somebody.
It's good for Wolfgang Poker, I concede.
Yeah, classic setup there, but nice hand to Wolfgang.
18,500.
Is Wolfgang the guy from TikTok who has a mud kip? Yes. Thank you for your question. Oh, Kassam is open with kings. Roberto Romanello is 3-bet with jacks. Not just any jacks. It's the James and Joe, the JS and the JH.
I had to Google what a mud kip was.
Otterhaus with queens.
I thought we had enough coolers for the last 5 minutes, but apparently not.
I mean, this is great for Kassam. He's going to get a near triple up here. Even if Roberto folds the jacks, he's put enough chips in.
Yeah, guys, notice that Kassam only has 18 big blinds behind, so Otterhaus is not going to be sweating getting some more chips in here.
So a cold 4-bet from the small blind. Daniel Otterhaus making it 41,000. I guess the question is how Roberto responds to this. Kassam is all in.
I think Romanello can get away from this one, guys. I know it's annoying, pair, but this action is pretty spicy.
In Monte Carlo, in these situations, you have to fold jacks and then tell everyone repeatedly that you folded jacks.
Correct.
It's the El Asmar.
Attention remaining players in the mystery county. Your tournament will soon play in 3 minutes. Please make your way to the tables.
Thinking about it. And does indeed fold. And we'll see that he was dominated by both players. As things stand,
Need some help.
Raymond Kassam is the at-risk player, but is a significant favorite against queens. The flop is 9-9-3. So just 2 cards in the deck for Kassam to fade. The Queen of Diamonds and the Queen of Spades. Hearts not a factor. He has the King of Hearts. So Otterhals still drawing to 2 outs. 2 cards for Kassam to fade on the river. King high flush versus a queen high flush, and that is more than a double up for Raymond Kassam, courtesy of that 3-bet from Roberto Romanello. So Kassam's going to move up to 50 bigs, Nick.
Yeah, very nice for Kassam here. Otterhals takes a hit, but still 123 big blinds, no sweat. So far away from anything you could remotely call the danger zone.
Roberto Romanello down to around 40 big blinds. Still nearly an hour to play on this level. 234 players remaining from a record-breaking starting field of 1,208. A reminder that it's 175 will make the money, so hand for hand at 176 on the pure bubble at 176. And that's going to happen today. So world-famous bubble coverage during our evening session. Action folded to Roberto. Folds King 6. The perfect mix of Quinton Hooper.
It's giving me like hippie flower power vibes too. And I love it.
I was going to say this is likely to be blind v blind, but no. Daniel Otterhals is going to open the button with 7-4.
That queen spot just hit him hard. Needs to win the next pot. Needs to win the next pot.
Got to get those chips back.
Otterhals looks like he looks like a pretty cool customer to me. I think he's just trying to leverage that bigger stack, and I like to see it on the TV table. That feels good.
Badir defends, and we have an ace king 10 flop. So 9 high is winning.
You know what's winning is this C-bet Otterhals is about to put into ace king 10, and it's going to be teeny.
What's the trick? That's perfect.
4,000.
What a fish. Folded the best hand.
James going full chat pro. I love it. Nice hand there. Obviously well played. Pretty straightforward poker, though, stuff.
Nick, please, please. Never go full chat pro.
Exclamation mark CPPS.
Roberto Romanello, who's under the gun here. Folds. Nicholas Toom with 8-3 offsuit. Want to go. Round to Philipp Suki. I don't think we've seen play a hand yet at the feature table. I think he's going to play this one, though. It's the Grafton, 10-9 suited.
Got to play the Grafton. It's mandatory.
Announces raise. Puts out a blue 5K chip. Round to the blinds. Round to the big blind. Raymond Kassam. He won that big pot with kings. Has king 8 of clubs here. That's worthy of a defend.
Absolutely. Pretty hand.
And we are going heads up to the flop. Queen, Jack, 6. Open-ended straight draw, but neither player excited about all the diamonds out there, Nick.
Yeah. These monotone boards are absolutely c-bettable as bluffs quite often. Wouldn't be surprised to see Suki just putting out a small bet here. 1/3 is pretty standard. Suki is on the shorter side, might be a little bit smaller just in relation to his stack there. But yep, there you go. 3.5, very, very small continue, gets the job done so frequently.
They're going to see it's on TV. They're going to know we're colluding.
Oh shit, I never forgot.
I'd do that for you anyway, even if it was on TV.
Flushy first to act. King 10 suited.
Yeah, this is a nice one. Flushy's going to open this one for sure. Going into a trance.
5,500. Round to Mariani, who's got ace king.
Mariani, 61 big blinds.
He looks like an English comedian and game show host. Trying to remember the guy's name.
Game show?
The one with the question, the 1% Club or whatever it's called. Lee Mack, that's it.
The 1% Club.
I don't know.
You mean Pointless?
No. It's called the 1% Club, right? I'm not going mad.
Oh.
Thank you.
I don't watch terrestrial TV. Thank you, Tom. If it's not Johnny Bravo, leave Nick out of it. Exactly.
Norway. Where are you from?
I live in London.
London.
Flushy, let's it go.
First time ever playing live MTT, dude.
Seriously? Yeah. I can throw you right in at the deep end.
Yeah.
You wanted to see online? You just decided you wanted to play it live?
Yeah, I played a bit online, yeah.
Nice. How are you finding it? Enjoying it?
So we've got Lee Mack, Michael Stipe, Norwegian Rory Jennings, and a guy who looks like a blend of Richard Dreyfuss and Robert Shaw in Jaws. What a feature table. I'm loving it.
Hand 69. Nice.
Grow up.
Never. Literally never. I didn't get in this gig so I could grow up, James. Trust me.
Calderoni opening with 8-6 of diamonds. Ace Jack for Julien Mariani. Decides just a call from the hijack. Round to Roberto Romanello in the small blind. He folds. And it's Flushy in the big blind with ace-4 offsuit. And he calls as well, so we're going three-way to the flop. Ace, 10, 7. Okay, so both Flushy and Mariani with top pair, but Flushy's got kicker problems.
He does. Calderoni has gut shot and decides to check it over. I think c-betting this board would be okay too, but checking to the ace 10 7 texture when hijack is called here I think is also cool. Mariani checks it as well. That's interesting.
Mariani becomes a 2-1 favorite on the turn, which is the queen of clubs.
A little bit of pot control feels fine. Calderoni suddenly feeling like he can maybe semi-bluff the gutter. Looks like it.
Excuse me. Bless you.
Bless you, whoever that was at the table.
Bless you, Flushy.
17,000, the delayed c-bet from Calderoni.
Look the table anymore. Because last time 2 people sneezed and I said bless them, they both combined to stack me. So I've made an exception for you.
Mariani having been a little bit trappy there on the flop with the check. Does decide to just call here again.
Okay. What does Flushy do?
Yeah, I am terrified at this point. Time to fold. Nice fold there, Flushy. If you're going to play those combos, great to get away from them in these more unusual circumstances.
3 of spades completes the board. Calderoni has 8 high.
So because we saw the check from Mariani in position, Calderoni might now be thinking, I can get a 10 to fold sometimes. I can get a queen to fold sometimes. I can get straight draws to fold sometimes. Like Jack 9 is one that might still be in the hijack call there, I suppose. Not really sure exactly if it's supposed to be. But I imagine Mariani has a great bluff catching hand regardless, blocking hands like King Jack, for example, which might check flop at turn.
Waving the white flag. Check in this river. Any sense in betting here if you're Mariani?
Yeah, sure. I think you're probably going to have the best hand here most of the time. Definitely plenty of combos to still hero call you here. I say hero, just call you in general. I don't know how hero it is. King, queen can still call. Some 10s can still call. Some worse aces, which is going to be a lot. Calderoni certainly could have opened a suited ace here, didn't like the flop when the player called in position, decided he had the best end of the turn, then slowed down river. Ace 8 suited, ace 9 suited. I think you're going to bet here most of the time, especially when you're blocking King Jack, which is a hand that might bet turn and then sort of trap check river sometimes. But even then, most people tend just to barrel turn, barrel river, right? They think they're not going to get enough value unless they take that line.
Here's my mindset, and I appreciate this is not the power of positive thinking. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go for a value bet with top pair. Then I get check raised all in, hate my life, and wish I'd just checked it back.
Yeah, that sucks. But if you spend your entire life thinking, if every time I bet and I get check raised and I don't know what to do, then we're not probably going to be value betting enough either. All right, the bet is 20,500.
mean, Calderoni doesn't have any option other than to fold or do some crazy check-raise bluff.
Yeah, that would be a very, very interesting check-raise bluff. I mean, if he does it, absolute hats off. Very, very brave maneuver in the face of these circumstances, but let's see how he feels.
Oh, he's going to do it.
Oh, my days. Oh, my days.
This is exactly the situation I was talking about. This is why you check back with ace-jack here, because now you don't know what to do.
You look a man in the eyes. I thought he was just about to whip it in there.
Raised it to 70,000, so it's, what, just shy of 50K to call.
Here's what you do, James. You value bet, and when they check raise, you laugh and you go, ha, I call.
Easy for you to say.
It is very easy for me to say. I'm not saying I would do that. I'm just saying that's an outcome that is possible. Honestly, if you are going to have a call here, having ace-jack is a great combo to have, though, because, you know, king-jack is the hand that he's trying to represent. I don't know if that's how most people would play king-jack in the first place, so that's already problematic for Calderoni's bluff, excuse me. However, having it at this stage and having this line, I think a hero call is very, very possible.
You're not worried about ace-10, ace-queen, ace-king?
Do you think ace-king checks this flop? Do you think ace-queen checks this flop?
He's a tricky player, is old Eros Calderoni.
I mean, we can see that, absolutely. And, you know, respect for the bluff, but...
Sets?
Do you not bet a set on the flop?
Got to check for deception, Nick. So you can do this on the river.
Nah. Easy call. Hashtag chat pro. This is really boiling down to an actual live read. He's just looking at him trying to get anything, any hint, and the chips are going in here for sure. Any hint of weakness.
Reminder, the shot clock does not come into play until the start of day 3. I mean, he doesn't look weak to me. Will Mariani make this call? It would be the correct call.
If he makes this call, it's going to be one of my favorite hands so far from Ept Monte-Carlo 2024.
He folds it.
Oh, what a player. Nice work.
That's why you check it back on the river. Said it. I blooming said it.
Oh, man, what a line. Absolutely love it from Calderoni. And, you know, look, I think both players playing just fine, but on the river, it came down to it.
Calderoni now playing 190 big blinds halfway through this level. Don't forget, in June, 2 PokerStars tours are joining forces. The Estrellas and the UK IPT are bringing you the Summer Festival in Malaga, which is running from June 10th to 16th. Of course, you could win your way there with PowerPath. A silver Power Pass would get you a package for the Malaga Festival. There's going to be some fun stuff going on at the tables and off the tables. It's now a 90% chance I'm going to be there. More details on the PokerStars Live app about the Summer Festival, not my travel plans. And yes, PowerPath runs every day. Silver is the aim to get your way to Malaga this summer. Joseph Stapleton, what did you make of that last hand?
Oh, yeah, you can't bet there.
Thank you. A man after my own
You
heart.
can never bet there. No way.
Oh, man.
I'll take the money now. Thank you.
Oh, man, he's going to be waiting to see that hand in the replay.
Flushy looks like he's about to start a training montage.
So my observation was he's the perfect mix of Quint and Hooper from the Orca.
That's good, too. He should be, like, shadow boxing and running in place. Not going to play this hand, Flushy. Calderoni. 7-3 offsuit in the big blind. You can flop a straight with it.
Oh, man. Joe, just put yourself in Calderoni's shoes right now. You're feeling so clever.
Oh, I would be rocking in my chair.
And on the TV table. You guys ever seen that clip of me making that bluff with 8-6?
What a group here. What a group we've got with 223 remaining. I missed the money announcement. Mind recapping that for me?
I believe 175 are paid today, Joe.
All right.
That's right, 175. So 144 to 175 will be getting, is that 4,500? Sorry, wait. 8,500?
It looked like an 8, yeah.
That would make sense, right? As it's a 5K buy-in.
Yeah, we don't do the under min.
Yeah, story checks out. You're going to make a profit if you cash 8,700 euros.
Casey Kasem. Ace King suited.
Thank you.
No, it's
Look at that.
Reman Kasam.
An 8 and a deuce.
Shows it.
It's a good fold.
And what are we looking at for first place? Over a mil?
I did, yeah. King of diamonds.
Yeah.
Is exactly
1 million?
Because he cannot see.
Sick. 1 0 0 0 0 0 0. Hell yeah.
And I believe you. Fine.
Point 0 0.
You nailed it.
0.0. One for you, 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 two 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 for you.
No disrespect, showing.
What if they just chopped it up now, Joe?
What would you have done?
I mean, they all prof. Well,
You've done
not
it
necessarily.
It's just, it's not even a pair.
Yeah.
I would be out there trying to facilitate a deal right now, personally, which would be generous of me.
All right, even chop right now. Everybody gets 26K, 26.5K. That's a solid. Let's just go ahead and party. Even chop. Great broadcast. Well done, everyone.
Fundraise 6,500.
Eros there, going to open the button here. Ace deuce clubs. Autohalls has a hand he can definitely defend here. 7 deuce of spades. You're not excited about it, but it is suited.
Yeah.
And as a rule, especially with big blind antes in play, you're going to be defending most of your suited hands, especially at this stack depth where there's not too much danger of going broke. Flop comes. Ace high 2 clubs. Now I'm thinking of a good flop for ace deuce of clubs, Joe. And I feel like ace high with a pair of aces, excuse me, top pair with the nut flush draw is pretty good.
That one's over and done.
That's a good one as well, yeah.
Like small monster.
Yeah.
I believe.
Believe? Mini monster.
Outer table action coming at ya. It's a fold. Not so much action as it is people playing in the event. Fabrice Bigot. Kayhan Mokri. Don't mess with the Kayhan. Mokri on about 425,000. Rania Nesradine. Rep in the USA has over 400,000 as well. And former featured table player, Elias Gutierrez, AKA Thruth, has about 350K. All of those very healthy stacks. All of those 120 big blinds and up.
Can confirm he is super duper thorough. Theros.
And we have lost a gold pass participant, Andre Myagkov from Estonia. He gone. But Deer back at the feature table, raising under the gun with 10-10. Something kids like to call the binary, which is weird because I thought nobody was binary anymore. It's a spectrum, Nick.
You're quite right.
8-3 suited for Mariani. Raise and take it for the 1-0-1-0-0-0-1-1.
Not short of action here today, Joe. I'm loving everything we've seen so far. Really, really fun sessions, really good poker. It's just amazing to see how far the game has come. Just huge fields, record-breaking fields, in fact, guys, don't forget. And the level of play is just so impressive. Some really, really cool spots to discuss and analyze.
Roberto Romanello with a couple of Lady Kings. Let's kick ask, can we have a round of all remaining players? No. Thank you for your question. Romanello makes it 5,500 with QQ. Flushy gets away with a fun one. Gets away from a fun one, I should say. Calderoni with what I like to call the hand that never wins. And doesn't win with it. Button folds. Small blind. Oh boy. Ace clanger.
Just checking stacks here, guys. Romanello is the effective stack. 39 big blinds after putting in that raise to 5.5. Mariani, 46 big blinds. So really not a lot between them, but this is certainly a collision that should ultimately end in an all-in pre-flop. One of the most classicest and sickest of all races. The only thing that might slow him down here, Joe, is the fact that it's +1 versus SB. This isn't a spot where Mariani's going to be super duper light and you're going to expect to take it down pre a bunch. Honestly, I think flatting is not completely ridiculous if you want to try and reduce the variance, but can be difficult. Very little visibility when you flat, but with that much money going in the middle pre, it's going to end up going in post quite often too. I think computer says you get in, but let's see how Romanello's.
Here's what I like about getting it in. No more decisions. You don't have to decide what to do on a king high flop.
Yeah. King 10 9. 3 hearts. You got queen of spades, queen of diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I understand, buddy. And yeah, I think that's all part of it. Of course, whenever you guys are looking at these quote-unquote GTO ranges pre-flop, you do have to remember that the responses that you have under these circumstances are based on a decision tree that's predefined. And if your opponents don't end up having the correct range here, then everything changes. And I think that's a big misconception when we study with these tools. I think both of these guys play enough cards where they're going to have enough of this stuff, but I think it's just going to end up going all in most of the time pre.
Nick, I agree that some of the better poker players out there are a little weird, but you don't have to call them tools. I don't know who you're studying with, but I'm not studying with tools. The people I study with are cool people.
Maybe I should start studying with some cool guys. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Question, why didn't he just shove the queens? I think we're deep enough to have a 4-bet not all in. That's why. It actually leaves open the door to have some 4-bet bluffs here, which is ridiculously spicy. And we gamble.
We are gonna flip.
Sickest and classicest of all races in Texas Hold'em.
Oh man, I'm trying to, like a Fabergé egg versus a, what's the really big diamond called?
Hope Diamond?
A Hope, like a Fabergé egg versus a Hope Diamond. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. King high flop.
What'd you say, Joe? But now you can say I did the right thing.
I got it in good.
I got it in good.
Roberto now behind. Now really at risk. Turn card, ace of clubs. It doesn't hurt him.
It doesn't hurt him. He still needs the queen regardless. Can he find that 5% going to one card?
River, no queen. Lights out, Roberto Romanello. I have to say, one of the most beloved and long-standing players on the European Poker Tour. Won EPT Prague many moons ago. Took an extended break from the tour. Working on family business. Great to see him here in Monaco. And sad to see him go so early in this event. However, good news for Julian Mariani, who's now up to almost 100 big blinds. I got to have breakfast with Roberto Romanello the other day.
Nice.
He tried to steal my table.
Classic.
No, he just didn't know anyone was sitting there.
So what you're saying, this is karma for trying to steal
That's
your table.
right. No, of course not. And I had a lovely chat with him, and he got to catch me up on what's been going on with him the last few years and sort of retell the tale of how he came to play professional poker, how he won EPT Prague so long ago, and just how much it's meant to him to have poker in his life. And it was a really nice conversation. One of those ones that I wished we'd had a camera on it, but of course, if you had, it wouldn't have quite had that same magic, probably.
Totally. Great to catch up with people. And, yeah, as you say, been on the scene for so long. Just one of those annoying things in Texas Hold'em. Queens versus Ace King. There's a reason why it's a classic race, because it's just one of those coolers that we just have to kind of run with. Moving on anyway. And number 75, Otter Hall's pocket sevens in the cutoff.
Ooh, I like that name.
I'm probably pronouncing it wrong again. Otterhos?
Yeah, it's probably some kind of like guttural throat noise you're supposed to make that we're not capable of as Americans.
Correct. Otterholz?
They're also pretty chill.
With the Danes.
With screwing things up. I think that's Norway.
It is Norway. I always do this, don't I? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Americans all over.
All good. It means other neck. Oh, otter neck, says Salt Pastillin. Huh. Who doesn't love an otter? King Jack versus 2 sevens. Queen 6 tray. 7's good. Deer checks. Otterholz also checks. 4 on the turn. 7 still good. And 7s with some outs to a straight as well, although not needed.
That is an interesting check with the 7s here. I think we probably do more c-betting with the 7s on Queen 6 tray. Certainly not a mistake. Totally fine, of course. No criticism there. I'm just wondering, Joe, I was talking to my friend Brandon, who says that Otterholz has been making a bit of a splash in the sort of higher stakes cash game scene. And I feel like checking 7s on this texture is something you do more often in cash than you would in tournament poker. And it lets him catch up, unfortunately. KJ probably has a nice value bet coming now. King Jack checks. The river, unexpected. Really thought the deer would try and get some value, but that might entice Otterholz to try and make a value bet himself, trying to get value from the 3x, 4x, 6x. It's not going to work. He doesn't have those things.
$18,000.
No, wow. Snap fold from Otterholz. Boy, that couldn't have been any worse.
Yeah, at some point, perhaps.
Check when you're ahead, check when you're ahead, bet when you're behind, get raised. Brutal.
Yeah, tough spot. Like I said, I don't think checking flop is ever a mistake, but perhaps a bet flop or a bet turn. I probably actually fall in that trap. If I play the hand that way, I probably do think I'm value betting, but in any case, moving on.
$20 minutes left on the level. For all the people asking on Twitch what happened earlier when we went down, the explanation we got was, our bad.
We all knew.
That's about it. That's all the details we have.
Nothing he does.
Yeah. Don't tell him.
What? Nothing.
There was nothing we did. Nothing I did, nothing Nick did. I mean, believe me, and we racked our brains. We were like, what did Joe do?
we really... Let's think about all the things that Joe could have done to have warranted this.
James could have used this moment to be introspective, but instead, what did he do? He's like, pull up Joe's transcript for the day, and let's get to the bottom of this. But the official response from Twitch was, our bad. I didn't even mention tacos. Sometimes my boss will threaten to pull the plug if I drill Mexican food too hard.
Sure.
Chimichangas, churros, sometimes a flauta. Oh, I'm doing it again, aren't I? Actions folded around to Nicholas Tomb.
Oh, and there we go again. Offline again.
We gone. Jack 4 suited. The Quint Hooper mashup that James said for that is really something. I mean,
he went on to make a joke about how he's also a massive shark.
Ah, nice.
But yeah.
Ace, Jack, Deuce, second pair for Tomb. Bottom pair for Calderoni.
Joe, I'm a big fan of just betting flop here with the Jack 4. When the action goes limp and check, your opponent's probably going to have a lot fewer ace combos that they played as a check behind pre. You still get value from some deuce X, some straight draws, some clubs. Therefore, why not start building the pot right now? Why not get value from the combinations that make more sense after you've capped your opponent's range, given the pre-flop action?
Tray ball on the turn. It's a club. And Calderoni does have a club. And now has the same straight draw that Tomb has. 25% equity. Not terrible in this spot, I want to say.
Not terrible at all. Interestingly, Flushy is going to bet turn. I think I find a check on this turn more often than not, just because I'm thinking on the flop, a lot of the stuff I get value from is the clubs, which is now a flush. You know what's funny, Joe, is Calderoni actually has a really good hand to turn into a bluff now, even though he does have the showdown with the deuce.
Makes more sense.
Blocking the straight, blocking the clubs. Flushy bets 7.5 into 13, so it's like over half. But honestly, if Calderoni just makes it like 18K here, he's going to win this pot a lot against plenty of made hands. Makes the fold instead, totally reasonable. Don't always have to bluff. You don't always have to be Nick Walsh and blast off.
Do you blast off a lot?
I mean, I'd like to think not, but I usually don't have enough big blinds to blast off that hard.
I would
Joe.
really love to see you in one of these MTTs, Nick.
Eventually, mate.
Do you play anything where you could accidentally bank a gold power pass and be like, oops, sorry?
You mean like a spinning go, which is how every single power path begins?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can you just win a gold power pass and be like, sorry, I guess I'm playing Barcelona?
I will do it eventually, absolutely, yes. 100%.
Because if you do it, maybe one day I could do it. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean, Joe. In fact, if I do it...
Are we the only two that's never played anything?
Pretty much, yeah. I was meant to be playing the PSPC in 2019 and 2023. But there you go. These things happen. Dedicated to the cause. Here for you guys, chat.
Flushy.
Yeah, Queen 5 suited. Let's go. Good shout, John Delano. Joe Ashley asking, why do they call him Flushy? That was his name when he started streaming, which is, of course, how he was awarded his PSPC Platinum Pass, which ultimately led him to $1 million score on the final table of PSPC. It was 2023, wasn't it?
Yep. There's only been 2 of them.
That's right.
Early 2023.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll spin it up one time. That'd be fun. Do you remember that one time I almost won $1 million? Does anyone remember that? No? You don't remember that one, Joe?
No.
Sunny Million Anniversary, 2023.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I don't like to talk about it, but that was a pretty...
Sorry, I don't consider 98th place finish to be almost winning $1 million. No, what were you, 16th, 14th?
It was 16, yeah.
16th, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty close.
No, nobody in Twitch chat has ever heard of that before, so it's just a little hashtag fun fact. Nobody's ever heard on stream before. Never bring it up.
Jack 4 again for Flushy. Look, I would bring it up every single day if I got that close and that deep in an online tournament. I thought I would be insufferable over my finish in Dublin, but I'm like, yeah, it was a €350 side event. I did make the final table, though.
I loved it.
Where did I finish? 6th? 7th? 4th? 4th. Was 4th. Man, 4th's pretty good, actually, now that I think about it.
4th is really good.
Plus they made deal as soon as I was done.
Now, if only you had watched more Spin and Go streams, you would have known how to handle the short-handed environment.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Did you end up hearing what my final end demise was there? And did you approve or disapprove?
I don't know if I did, and if I did, I don't remember. Would you like to? Can you give me the cliff notes?
Yeah, let's see. I don't want to. You know what? We'll talk about it another time because
Okay.
I don't think anybody cares except for me. But we can pick up the action here. Check on the flop. Utterhall's checks again. Seems to like checking. Now in this case, I don't blame him. He's got 4 high, very likely to not playing the board somehow. Although a bet might win it. And another check. Calderone checks back and is going to get some very good news.
7.
There was no bet at any stage there?
Well, someone did have to post the blinds. And then there was a raise pre-flop.
It went raise, call, check with 7. That one is baffling me right now. Not a single bluff in position there.
This is no. This is
because there was 13 minutes left of level 13. There's 213 players, and everyone was don't want to get unlucky.
Right. So just check it down, yeah.
Exactly.
I love that.
Was that the breakdown?
I mean, that's one theory.
Okay. I mean, I say no bluff. Why would he bluff? He's got 7 high. It's the nuts. Just get it to showdown.
It was
obviously.
the best hand.
Yeah,
why would you try to bluff out
Sorry.
worse?
There you go. That's why I'm a whale. He just knew 7 high was good. Exactly right. Sorry, guys. I take it back. That's just me being silly.
Jack 4 again for Flushy. What the heck? I think that's the 4th time I've seen him with Jack 4. Definitely the 3rd. It's so frustrating. Suki. Philippe. On the button with Jack 9.
Yeah, 24 big blinds. Definitely a hand you can raise. Definitely in the range.
Everybody loves Jack 9.
Hey, shout out to Connor in the chat. Mr. O'Driscoll, hello. Am I being sarcastic? Maybe. Are you being banned? The answer is yes.
What a flop. What a flop. A set of snowmen's right on the board. Why can't I get this in Ultimate Texas Hold'em? Why can't they put the 3/8s out on the flop at the UTH? Jack High bets 3K. Queen High folds.
Ojo.
Garrison Ripa with the spoiler in the YouTube chat. Thanks for playing. See ya. Maybe worth going over our spoiler policy.
Sure.
If you want to say things in the chat that aren't happening on the stream, you're more than likely going to get banned for them because you're spoiling it for the people that are following along. So if you go into the real world and give us a chip count, that's 30 minutes in the future. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Anyway, don't spoil things. Nobody thinks you're cool when you come in and you're like, oh, hey, guess what I know? Like, nah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Let us handle that.
It's not privileged information, guys. You're not impressing anyone.
Nicola asks, where can I see a list of all the players that played the main event? I would try the internet. Thank you for your question.
Check out the PokerStars Live app, which is actually a very, very cool application. Not just plugging it for starters, it actually works great. Gives you all the information, including clocks, including players remaining, including prize pools. Just remember, though, the Live app is live, believe it or not. Will not be synchronized with our delayed coverage that we're bringing to you right now. So if you are going to check it out, be aware, and again, don't spoil. Don't do the thing that we were just talking about.
Yes, and this is also a good point. Even if you do say something that has happened in stream time, but it hasn't been told by the commentators, you're likely to get banned too. That is correct. Mariani 3-betting ace-4 suited after this open for Suki, and I'm being told, even though I was yelling at a spoiler, that Flushy did improve this hand to queen 4.
Yeah, upgrade.
Mariani's going to take it down with a little pre-flop aggression. Now, the spoil that got banned was regarding this fella, Wolfgang Poker, who looks like is facing an all-in from Canet. Wolfgang, the effective stack. The board is queen, deuce, 4, king. On this street, it looks like Wolfgang bet 18K. Canet set them all in for 76K. Wolfgang's been in the tank for 3 minutes.
I want that first. I want €1 million because that's 1,070,000 American dollars.
Wolfgang calls. Canet shows a set of queens. Wolfgang does not improve, shows ace-4 of diamonds. There was only one diamond out there. And it looks like Mustafa was the effective stack. Not Wolfgang. Canet doubles. Wolfgang down to 40K.
This for France.
I really hope we get to see more from Mustafa. He's always fun on a table.
He is fun. Wolfgang could really be pretty fun himself.
Flop was fine. What are you doing with turn? I kept betting. Yeah, that's probably bad, huh? And you know the thing? I knew exactly what you had. How do you have queens on the button and you open? It's your hand. How do you have queens on the button? You're supposed to have like everything.
Did he really call it off with bottom pair there? Did we get that right?
Can somebody in the chat spoil that for us really quick so we actually get confirmation?
Oh, there were 2 diamonds. Sorry, you're right. 2 diamonds on the board. For some reason, one of those letter Ds was just not appearing to me. That makes sense. But yes, also bottom pair. We rejoin the action up on the main stage. Ace-6 playing ace-queen suited. Ace-queen out in front has been checked to Calderoni, who checks back. Oh, this is nice. What is this? Nick's made me some origami.
1 of 1. No origami will ever be like that because we're never going to have a feature table that looks exactly like that ever again.
And it's Kassam who is betting. Does not have the best hand. Can Calderoni make the call with just ace-queen high? Yes, indeed, does make the call with ace high.
Table open. A6, yeah.
Has a better nothing than Kassam's nothing. And is going to add to his ever-growing, enormous, throbbing chip stack. Yeah, throbbing. I said it. 456,000. No, 515,000. Over 200 big blinds.
Man, Calderoni has just been absolutely slaying out there. Really want to see more from this guy. It's been real spicy.
Elise coming to the table to inform them
Thank you.
that they're moving off the feature table at the end of the level. And our new feature table, speaking of throbbing, my goodness, you're not going to be able to handle the handsome coming up to the main stage.
I think I know who you're talking about here.
Juan Pardo, handsome.
Sure.
Ola Shemian, heartthrob.
Absolutely.
Peter Jorgna, the end boss.
Honestly, just gorgeous.
Of dudes. 3 dudes. And a bunch more coming to the main stage after in the next level. Oder Halls, King 9 suited. And Flushy with much better than Jack 4, much better than Queen 4, Ace Queen offsuit in the big blind. The re-raisables.
21.5.
It's a ballpark estimate of how many chips. Approximately how many chips.
Fenway?
Roughly. I'm very bad at math. I don't know. Okay.
Fenway Park?
I have to eyeball it.
Candlestick? Wrigley Field?
Otter Halls is asking for a little bit of help with the chip stack, but actually, dealer's not allowed to help you with that. The other player can give you some info. King 9 definitely might have snuck in there with the defend, but folding, obviously, no sweat. Nice hand for Flushy, a.k.a. Nicholas Toom. 59 big blinds now, 149,000 chips.
And we're going to get more hand in.
Probably
hand.
Probably.
Was the last.
I really feel for Otter Halls there. I'm also not so great at eyeballing the chip stacks.
Me neither.
Drives me insane.
To be honest, I don't even think about asking. I don't even acknowledge it. I just completely ignore that information. Sonny Jim says, Joe, I was playing cash late last night in Monaco, and you were the topic of the table talk. I heard a rumor that you made your fortune buying staples by the ton and selling them for $1 each. Can you confirm this is true? Untrue. But also I ran into a guy, I think that probably all of that is untrue, to be honest, but I ran into a guy on the way in here today who was like, hey, Stapes, can I get a folder? I go, yeah. He goes, are you Jewish? I'm like, no. Fan of the Jewish people, though, but not Jewish. He goes, oh, and he's real disappointed. He's like, you're not the son of a big diamond dealer in New York City? And I was like, nope, son of a postal worker. So I don't know where these rumors are coming from. But I am not an uncut gem. Well, never mind.
But you are a diamond in the rough, Joe.
I am a diamond in the rough. Let's just leave it at that. Actions fold around to Kassam
We
as
go to the break. No bluffing this time.
everyone
I'm not.
heads to break.
It's okay. It's possible. You have a good hand. You have good draws.
No, it's good.
No coming, you must.
Let's take a look at the chip counts of the players who are headed back out into the field. Eros Calderoni on the new blind level has only got 170 big blinds, over 100 for Badir, Kassam, and Suki, the two shorter stacks. Time to meet another Silver Pass winner. This time, it's firefighter Victor Martin. After that, level 14 begins. See you in a few.
My name is Victor Martin. I'm living in Paris. My dad told me how to play poker. My dad's still playing. He's playing in my poker club in Chaumontel. We are playing together. I love playing with my dad because I every time bluff him. I don't know about Power Pass. It was the first time I was playing for. There was 4 Silver Pass for the tournament. and I win the silver pass, and I was really happy. I began in the formation for firefighter when I was 13. I'm now a firefighter professional. I love risk because in fire, it's very dangerous. It's like a fight, but if we lose, it's dead. With a firefighter, we already stay calm. In poker, it's the same. In table, we must be calm and know if it's good or not to do the movement in the time. For poker, I'm playing in local clubs, yes, in my city. Never just one time in cash game in Paris. In this poker room, I was shocked. I don't know it was a biggie like this, many players, many dealers. My local club will watching me in stream for sure, and if I need help, they will be here.
Okay, we have 3 all-in calls. Clock stopped, we're going to go table by table. Gael, with the 2 aces, is our all-in player.
Gael Baumann is the player at risk, but huge favourite with 2 aces against Daniel Gomez's 9-5.
Let's see the flop, please. Split the money from the flop is 9, 10, 4 to rainbow.
Gomez has some equity, more than he did before the flop, actually.
On the turn, please. The turn is a queen.
Baumann has to fade 9s and 5s.
On the final card, please.
The bubble's not bursting in.
It's a king.
Aces hold. So Baumann gets the double up.
We have another all-in.
Remember, there are 2 more all-in hands.
This is insanity.
Tournament director Toby Stone races across the room.
Please tell me this is Martin Finger versus Finger Martin.
Thankfully not, because that would be epically confusing. It's Martin Finger with pocket jacks against Jesse Martin's ace-queen. We have a classic race on our hands.
Like clean sheets versus warm towels. Which one has the slight mathematical edge?
Martin Finger is the player at risk. He needs those jacks to hold.
Okay, that's it, please.
Ace on the flop.
King, ace, 9.
Finger way behind now.
Turn card, please. Turn is another 9.
The bubble's about to burst.
Martin's going to get a jack. Otherwise, quickly go out bubbles. 5 card, please. It's a 7. We have just lost Martin Finger.
Martin Finger finishes in 97th place. He is our bubble boy, but we do have another hand. And remember, hand-for-hand play, these all happen at the same time. If we lose another player, if we lose Andrew Badaker here, they will actually chop the bubble.
Badaker ahead, but at risk to the same guy who gave Maria Ho a speech for taking her time to make a decision, in case you're wondering who to root for.
Flop is king, 7, queen. Michael has hit both kings.
Mikhail Petrov takes the lead. Badaker on the verge of elimination.
Turn is a 3. Andrew's going to need to see an ace. Otherwise, there's going to be one of 2 bubbles here today. And the final card, please.
He's trying the walkway maneuver. It's risky.
It's a 3. We've just lost 2 players. Congratulations, you're all in the money in the EPT Grand Final.
So, Andrew Badaker and Martin Finger will actually share 96th place prize money. Adam Levy, who went out in 98th place, is the true bubble.
Thank you. Thank you.
As we lost 2 players from separate tables, Michael and Martin are going to split 96th place.
He means Andrew and Martin.
Share?
Blinds 15,000 and 30,000 with a 4,000 ante. Jack Salter's folded under the gun. Nikita Nikolaev also passes. Martin Sealis has queens under the gun +2. He raises.
Hello, ladies.
Ace 4 of hearts for Majoroka.
Majoroka's been known to get a little antsy in the pantsy. And things are looking antsy.
This is a 3-bet from the cutoff. Roka makes it 140,000. Petrangelo and Hicks both fold. Ivan Sojnikov gives up the big blind. Action back on Silas.
4-bet coming.
Raise.
He re-raises to 225,000.
Small 4-bet, small enough to just call with ace-4 suited.
Roca isn't counting out a call. He 5-bets to 475k.
Turns his hand into a bluff. I guess he's assuming no real hand would 4-bet that small. Can't say I blame him. And this is usually the point where it goes all in. And if not, Martin Silas should probably have watched more episodes of this show. I really don't see how you can 4-bet fold queens ever unless you have a ridiculous live read. Like he would literally have to be listening to an Oreo for me to fold here.
Wow, he folds!
Oh my. Who folds queens anymore?
Show one, show one, show one.
One ace and second ace.
Wow. So just show the red ace then.
Choose one.
Woo! Take it. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah.
It's the ace of hearts that got flipped over.
Ace 2.
Ola Shemian first to act here. Back on the scene after a short break, and he's got kings.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's a raise to 125k. Kurganov has king queen.
Uh-oh, and he just got those chips too. He must be delirious.
He re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 335,000. Round to Mustafa Kanit in the small blind. Who's got queens?
This is the worst thing to happen to a Mustafa since Dr. Evil's malfunctioning trapdoor. No way he folds. How much more is he gonna lose?
It doesn't look like he's counting out a call. It's a cold 4-bet to 835,000. With Chidwick folding, the action's back on Shemian.
He's not folding, and I don't think he's expecting Mustafa to fold either. Hey, I'm glad we're playing with the kings and queens only deck.
I'm all in.
Shemian shoves. Easy fold for Igor.
How much is that? Little over 2.
Mustafa's getting almost 3-1. Surprised he hasn't called it off already.
$2,055,000.
Kanit giving this careful consideration.
Does all this Shemian make anybody else wonder when season 4 of Vikings is coming back? I think this is just one of those think side calls.
Not on this occasion, he folds.
Wow.
Show us one card, not an ace.
No ace to show.
Kanit laid it down.
I hope he didn't overplay any hand.
I was not folding against you.
Huh? I know. Folding. Against you, I'm happy to play my money in this spot.
Oh, yeah, it's fine.
I was for value.
Ace queen.
Queens.
Yes.
My value is different than your value.
Yeah, it's not ace queen because you call ace queen against him.
I don't know. I hope he didn't overplay the ace king, but I don't think so.
How did he fold queens there? Meanwhile, back to the final table where guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of euros. Ola Shemian has opened with aces and Vogelsang's got queens.
And goodbye. Not that Vogelsang can go broke here. Bring out the stretcher. This is gonna hurt a lot.
$840.
The 4-bet from Shemian. $840,000. Some of the on-point decisions we've seen today. Any chance that Fogelson gets away from this?
I will lose my mind.
Yeah.
But crucially, no 5-bet from Christoph. Just a call. This hand going to the flop. 1.83 million in the middle. Shemian has 1.82 behind.
I mean, it's impressive, but what flops do you get away from?
Well, certainly not this one.
I mean, we've seen some pretty stunning poker today. It's been very hard to extract value from Christoph Vogelsang. Shemian had almost exactly pot left behind before he made this bet. This for about a third of his remaining chips. And again, just a call.
Well, a diamond on the turn gives us a sweat, I guess.
Christoph put in 425. Did you bet 430 or 435?
435.
And my guess is that this is more for in case Ola is bluffing to let him keep bluffing than to give himself some room to get away from queens on a 9-high board. No amount of sorcery would surprise me at this point, though. It would still impress me. It just wouldn't surprise me. Well, I can't even make a half-pot bet. Or just.
All in.
Shemian shoves the turn.
Count, please.
Vogelsang wants a count.
Maybe he does it, James.
I don't see how.
Maybe he does it.
Sorry, 1 million, how much? That's 1.1 here.
1,385,000.
Okay.
1.385, right?
1,385.
Come on.
I mean, it smells like what it is.
Right, he's played this hand like a big pocket pair. Does he play jacks or tens this same way? Wow, he did it.
He folds the queens.
He folded queens. It seems so obvious when you can see the cards, but well, it's just so easy to call there. I have an overpair. I call. Whoops, I just doubled you up.
Out at the secondary table, Jason Mercier has opened in early position with deuces. Eric Svez has kings. He's had a couple of cashes on the EPT.
If I play heads up. Allez, all in.
He shoves.
Good luck.
Stéphane, j'envoie all in.
Frederick Pedersen. There's 9-8 in the big blind. He calls.
What?
Jason looks equally confused.
Yeah, he's going to want to scoop up that dead money.
He raises to isolate. And gets a fold from Pedersen.
Whoops.
Thank you.
So it looks like play has concluded at every other table. Tournament director Toby Stone's coming over.
Okay, we have our first all-in call.
Eric all in and at risk, but he's a big favourite to double up here.
Jason Murphy has 2 twos.
Deuces.
Where's Eric gone?
Okay, man.
I'd probably try to walk away too.
Eric's first house.
What is it?
2 kings.
Oh,
So our all-in player is Svez, is ahead with 2 kings for the moment. Let's see the flop, please.
Is coming. Just too much craziness.
Flop is ace, 3, 5.
Oh, and 2 is yours.
And the turn card, please. Turn is the 2. Is ace, 2, 3, 5 on the flop. Jason has trip 2s.
This could be it.
And the final card, please.
Eric needs a king.
The final card is a 6. We do lose a player. Congratulations, players. You've all cashed in the main event in EPT Grand Final.
Eric Svez bubbles, and that means our qualifier is cashed.
Huzzah! Tonight we feast on rainwater and elk.
It's fist pumps and high fives all around.
I love it. Even the big dogs are smiling. Well, that guy's not, but, you know.
Okay. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. No problem. Anytime.
And 9 years later, we are back in Monaco for the PokerStars European Poker Tour presented by Monte Carlo Casino. Day 2 of the 2024 main event from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. 3 levels down, 2 to go, and we are getting closer to making the money. World famous bubble coverage incoming with 208 remaining and 175 getting paid. These players likely to cash because they are the chip leaders coming back from break. Francisco Pena with 538k, Eros Calderoni, who was at our previous feature table, also a big stack, as his former EPT finalist Kayhan Mokri. So yes, we're mixing things up again with a new lineup on the main stage and a new lineup in the booth. James Hartigan alongside Griffin Bencher.
Hello everyone.
And Vincent Han from Team Pro.
Afternoon gentlemen, how are you guys?
Big cash and money up for grabs in this record-breaking Ept Monte-Carlo main event. €1 million going to the winner of this year's tournament. And min cash is worth 8,700. Everyone who makes the final table will get a 6-figure score. Total prize pool of more than €5.8 million, 1,208 total entries this year. So who's at our new feature table? Well, we have someone we were watching yesterday, Juan Pardo, who was the final table of the 100k Super High Roller. We have got Ola Shemian, who is a Monte Carlo reg, has had a lot of success here in Monaco. And we have Peter Jorgner, not just a 2-time EPT finalist, a 2-time finalist in the same EPT, back-to-back final tables at EPT Paris.
Yeah, just an incredible man to watch play, and it's nice to see him play somewhere that isn't Paris, and big favorite to cash in this event and make a run. Okay.
So we're about to kick off level 14 of the main event. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000 with a 3k big blind ante. Obviously, Vincent, lovely to have you with us in the booth. Sorry to see you no longer in the tournament.
That's okay, I just never really got anything going. Rebought today, played 3 all-ins, won 1, lost 1, tied 1, but that was enough, and I was out of there.
So it's going to be one of the two Juans. Barraza first to act, he folds. The other Juan, Pardo, has also folded. Aram Sargsyan with the Snowmen's.
Nom nom.
My favorite hand in poker.
C3 raise, 6,500.
Raises to 6,500.
It must be so much fun to play in an EPT close to a bubble. I've never got close.
Surely you've done it.
No, I've not played that many main events. Prior to the world locking down once upon a time, I would mostly have been doing commentary. And since I've come back, I've not yet cashed an EPT main. I've not even got close.
Correct fold, Amaury Mami Mamu. Never, ever play this braggy. Instead, it's Paul Clan who's calling in the big blind with Queen 5. And we have a 10-9-8 flop. Gut shot versus a set.
This is the reason why Pocket 8's my favorite hand, Griff.
Do they make more sets than others?
I actually think on PokerStars, statistically, yes.
Oh, wow.
Is this hashtag fun fact correct, Vincent? Was it 8s that you had when you won the UK IPT?
Yes. And that may or may not be the reason why it's my favorite hand. My favorite number is 16, so I like getting to 16 with 8 and an 8.
Why is 16 your favorite number?
Oh, loads of reasons. I got married on the 16th. I used to only wear number 16 when I played football as a kid because my favorite player was Roy Keane. He wore number 16.
By the way, for a moment there, I thought Vincent was going to tell us he got married at 16.
No. What else happened on the 16th? I found out that I was going to be a dad on the 16th of September.
Okay.
So there's a few little bits that happened on the
that.
16th. And then after all that happened, my wife had asked me, should we get 2 8s tattooed on us for like half of 16? And then I won with 8s in Edinburgh. And I was like, do you know what? I've never had a favorite hand in poker. I always just said aces, but now 8s.
Are you considering changing your handle to easy with 8s?
Do you think PokerStars would allow it?
No. Thank you for your question.
Somebody did call me easy with jacks on the table yesterday. And they weren't on the table when I played a big pot, but I'd lost quite a lot of chips with jacks. And I was just wondering, did they have an informant? Like, had someone text them and it was a little subtle troll, or was it just a genuine mistake?
Ace Jack suited for Mami Mamu.
Big fan of that shirt. That looks like a shirt that you'd rock, Griff.
I mean, he's pulling it off a little bit better than I would. But
No, I think you'd look good in that.
I would go for it, sure.
And Juan Barraza with deuces in the big blind.
I'm a big fan of the no set, no bet rule when you got deuces, Griff. Like, don't put chips in no matter what happens.
You have to remember the Rory Jennings rule. No set, get out of there.
Oh.
Well, deuces are still ahead on a king 6-4 flop. Still ahead. 3-1 favorite now.
King 6-4 is a bit of an interesting board for Mamu to check back. You've got so many chips. It's a pretty good board for you. Barraza is not very incentivized to put up much of a fight. Just have a little bet. Make your life easy. It feels criminal to me to allow deuces to win this so easily.
I mean, he's checked back both streets, right?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make sense now to bluff your hand, but...
Check, check, and deuces are going to win at Showdown. Now, Salt Pastelin says, what watch will Peter Jorgner be flashing today? Now, I have given Peter Jorgner a lot of unnecessary grief over the fact that he has not one but 2 Rolex Yachtmaster 2s, which I've always said is the ugliest watch that Rolex have ever produced. They discontinued it this year and not before time. But from what I've seen so far, I think we've seen a significant upgrade from Mr. Jorgner. I think he may be wearing a rose gold AP Royal Oak. And if that is the case, that is a very nice watch, sir.
The watch that has been discontinued, will that, even though it might be considered an ugly watch due to the fact that it's been discontinued,
Oh, it'll be more valuable, surely.
It'll start raising the value now over next
year? It
years?
will raise the value of it, even though it is not an attractive timepiece. Sargsyan opening under the gun with ace-10 of diamonds.
What's it called? The one you don't
Yeah,
like?
I need to see it too, because like I'm not a guy who knows a lot about watches, but I need to see why it's the ugliest one that they've made.
Okay.
What's it called?
It's a Rolex.
Just to be clear, it's the Yachtmaster 2. The Rolex Yachtmaster is a gorgeous watch. Andre Akkari has a very nice rose gold Yachtmaster, but the Yachtmaster 2, which has the sailing regatta timer, is, I mean,
yeah, this is
no, yeah. just no.
Yeah. Show me the Yachtmaster
like
1.
either.
Let's see if I can anger James in the first 10 minutes of being in the commentary booth.
This is Andre Akkari's watch.
It's classic. It's a classic looking one.
And show me the other one again very quickly. Sorry. I thought we had 2 tabs open. So, okay, I can't see them side by side. You see, they don't look too dissimilar to me, but the color of Akkari's watch is much nicer.
No. Look. The Yachtmaster is clean, right? It's a simple dive time bezel with Mercedes handset, date window. Simple.
Yeah.
Look at the Yachtmaster 2. It's got all manner of gubbins going on.
I reckon if you were lost at sea, you'd want the Yachtmaster, though. So for utility...
They're both Yachtmasters.
Oh,
yeah, but the Yachtmaster, because it's upgraded.
You can use a regatta timer, can't you, Finton? I mean, you'd know how to use all of these.
All I'm saying, Hardigan, right, is if me and you were on a boat and we got lost out at sea, say we went to... Let's say we were in Malta, somewhere where you'd love to be spending some time, and we went out into the... Just for a little sail in the evening to watch the sunset, and it got a little bit windy and stuff. I reckon we want the Yachtmaster too. I reckon that's how we get back.
So, jumping back to the action here, guys, a very rare... 3-way 3-bet pot. We had Sargsyan opening under the gun with the ace-10 of diamonds to the tune of 6,500. Jorgna 3-bet to 16K with the king-queen of hearts. Clan overcalled the button with the ace-queen, which is a little shaky. I mean, I think it's okay, but you could also just, you know, put in a 4-bet and hope that your opponents aren't completely loaded. But he has kept in 2 worse hands here. And the question is he prepared to continue? Obviously, he has a pretty strong range being the overcaller, but this is, you know, one of the best hands I think you're okay to fold given the action. But the problem, of course, is Sargsyan, he's got it made.
Trip 10s, nice. So Jorgna continuing for 16, gets flattered by Sargsyan, heads up to the turn.
I love the trap. I like sneaky poker.
Well, it might pay off. I think if I know Jorgna well enough, the way he plays, I think he's probably going to take the free card with this extra equity here. He's got to be concerned, of course, that Sargsyan has some 10s, but also, you know, pocket 9s, pocket 8s. Will 9s even fold if I bet again here? You know, Sargsyan could still have pocket jacks that won't be folding on this turn, so I like the free card here, and hopefully, for his sake, he can get lucky with a heart that isn't an ace. And I thought he had checked, but finally does.
Board bricks out for Jorgna. Just king high with the 10s on board.
Somewhat interesting spot with the ace-10. Got to decide here, does your opponent ever check with overpairs on the turn? Or are they exclusively going to have ace-highs and king-highs? Because that will kind of determine what size you want to go here.
Yeah.
I'm a greedy man, and I always like to believe that someone has been sneaky with the aces or kings, and I would probably go for it all, but maybe you want to go smaller.
Well, the concern also is because you're so weighted to, you know, your sizing is going to say a lot about what you're trying. It's hard for you to ever really have a bluff here, right? So when you bet something like 30 to 45K, that can be the jacks that you could then call if you did check back the queens or the kings. But if you go for the 70K or whatever, you know, maybe kings and queens still call a lot of the time, but it certainly looks like, you know, a 10 or pocket eights, and you might get a big fold. But of course, with king queen, Jorgna puts it away.
And Aram Sargsyan moves up to 181k, 60 big blinds, just above average, which is 175k right now, with 207 players remaining. This is level 14, right? 65-minute dinner break at the end of level 14. Okay.
Are you playing the Griffin Benjel Invitational tonight at 8 o'clock?
I don't know what hyper it is, but which one is it?
The 1K hyper, yeah.
I'll be in there.
They renamed it.
In Griffin's mind, in his little fantasy
How many times
world,
have you won it that you're trying to put your name on it?
I've won 3.
What?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you've probably played, on average, maybe 2 tournaments a stop?
1 usually.
1?
Yeah. No, 3 total, but 2 in the last 3 stops, yeah. I won the one in Vegas, and I won the one
I'm in awe. I didn't realize that I was sitting beside a certified superstar.
In fairness, the one in Vegas had only
Americans.
44 players.
Sorry.
It was a smaller one.
But don't undersell yourself, Griffin. One of the players was Phil
Hellmuth, yes,
who is the greatest of all time.
Who convinced me to play it?
Wow.
We were commentating in the booth. He's like
50 with your ending.
No, he didn't. But he did invite me to some big cash game in Austin, which I should have taken him up.
Yeah, it's probably one I would have played. And I'm not a big like taking invites, that kind of thing guy. But like if Phil Hellmuth's like, this is a good spot.
Yeah.
So table chip leader Silviu Baltatano has opened with 4s. Juan Baratza flats on the button with 9s. And Aram Sargsyan is calling as well from the big blind with king 6. 3-way to the flop, and there's a 9. That's a set for Baratza.
Also known as the tennis shoes, the king 6. Did you know that?
I've never heard it, but it's not a very good hand.
The kicks.
The kicks.
Yeah, king 6.
That's a North American thing?
No, that's a me thing.
That's a you thing?
Yeah, it's going to catch on.
It's going to get... I tried the jam jars for years, and it...
What's the jam jars?
The jacks, man. The pocket jacks.
Oh, jam jars. That's not bad.
They're the ladles.
Tried for years. I got emotes on Twitch. I actually did hear Hardigan say it once or twice under peer pressure for me in the booth, but you know, he was humoring me.
It's weird. He never falls to the peer pressure. I don't think he's ever called a hand what I call.
He held a knife to my throat, Griffin.
The 9s have no interest in slow playing, or have the 9s just called?
The 9s have just called. Belta.
No. It was checked to Baratza. He bet 6,500 with a set of 9s, and Baltatano called with 4s.
Stinky call.
He might have some bad intentions, but
he might aim to misbehave.
If I'm Baratza, I'm betting pretty large here, like in around what the pot is. Your opponent obviously can have hands like 4s, but like when you've got 9s here, it doesn't matter if he has 4s. He's just going to fold to any bet. So like you want to just get as many chips in on the turn where they can have turned some straight draws, some flush draws. They're not going to fold their best top pairs. I'm a greedy boy.
Yeah, you've established that.
Yeah, I like to bet big and just get it all every time. I can't believe that you've won 2 tournaments in the last, like in the last like year of live poker, I think apart from like maybe 7 or 8 months, I've cashed 1 tournament. You've won 2.
Yeah, played 3.
That's so impressive, man. How many people were in the second one? You were
over 200.
Over 200?
Yeah, that one was 43K.
You won 43K in a 1K hyper?
Euro.
Wow.
Yeah.
And like the euro is obviously far superior to the dollar, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
Wow.
And I did the same thing both times when I won. I sent a photo of the winner's photo to James and said, I quit.
James said, please.
Yeah,
please
exactly,
follow through. I'm begging you, Griff. James cracked the champagne immediately, and he's out of pocket because of this.
I had a short list of replacements. We were ready to go.
I've been waiting years for me to delude myself into becoming full-time again. Full-time pro. Clan the Canadian opening things up with the Bay, Queen 10. Another nickname of mine that didn't catch on.
I reckon before I'm out of the boot, we need to come up with a new name for a hand, and we make it stick.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna bite. We got second pair against bottom pair here. Oh, and Sargassian's in with top pair. Queen 10 is called what?
The Bay.
Why?
Guantanamo.
Jesus Christ! No, that one's not.
No.
Going.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
I mean,
you didn't have to ask.
Okay. Two things. Number one, terrible pun.
Okay.
Number two, let's not associate a poker hand
you're right. Okay,
with torture, shall we?
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think, honestly, the more I
sorry, enhanced interrogation.
The more I think about it, like, poker can be painful.
Sarksian with the backdoor flush draw and that top pair with the tennis shoes. We got tennis shoes versus this is made for me.
Sarksian with the best hand, and that is a straight draw for Clan on the turn.
Well, we have it all working for us here. This is a straighty flushy board as well, right? Like,
yeah.
It does not become a flushy board until the flush is complete.
Oh, interesting.
But it is a straighty paired board.
Okay.
That much I will give you.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see a little c-bet here from Sarksian, not just because I know that he has the best hand, but because he can certainly have some missed diamonds, some, missed.
Little ace jack might bluff or something.
Get a little value from the 10.
This has been a decent session so far for Aram Sarksian, up to 211k, playing 70 bigs. And we've just dropped to 205 players. That means we are 30 away from making the money, because 175 are going to get paid. You'll notice the number 176 is inside the bubble, because whoever goes out in 176 will be the bubble person.
I'm not much of a tilter when it comes to poker, but I think if I direct bubbled an EPT, it would hurt my soul in a way I've never felt. It's not about the money, but just being the bubble boy.
Just being the one person in the room who's miserable when everyone else is really, really happy?
I don't know. I'm kind of curious about it. I think I would like to experience it in my life. It's a rare thing to be in despair while everyone else cheers. Do you know what I mean?
You're not normal.
Yeah,
you'll never forget it. It'll be a memorable thing. Like, whatever.
But
you win 7K,
like
8K here, you lose, but you'd never forget. It's a story. It's an anecdote. It's anecdote equity.
Would you enjoy to punt it off and be the bubble boy, or do you get in with aces and they just spike a 10? Like, which way do you want to experience this? Is it completely your fault, or you couldn't have done anything else?
I think I want a slow death where there's like a little bit of hope, and then it goes away, and then you're there again, and then it's over. I don't want the abrupt, because then I won't be able to appreciate the clapping.
So this is blind v blind. Baltatanu limps in the small. Olashemian with queens in the big. Raises, and Baltatanu calls.
Oh, yeah, it's suited. Okay, I thought it was offsuit.
Pretty quickly.
Okay. Just happens to have queens. A little unreasonable, I think.
Only the one club on the flop. 8-4 deuce. Advantage Shemian. 9-1 favorite here.
I'd like to see Shemian in his mustache era. I don't think we've seen that much from him. Can really pull off whatever he wants.
That's a long time to check on 8-4 deuce. The 5,000 chip bet might be enough to tempt the queen 5 suited. A
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of backdoors going on. Still got
Oh,
queen
yeah.
high.
Oh, yeah. And you can see how brilliantly Shemian has found a way to get chips out of his opponent here, who has absolutely nothing. And you look at the pot size now, Shemian just 38K back, 30K in the middle.
So, Baltateno drawing dead, checks the action to Shemian.
11,000 chips. Fold, unfortunately, for Ole.
I'm going to say 11.5.
I mean, 14.
Near enough half pot, 14,000. And all equity disappeared on the turn. All hope has vanished. So that is a fold.
Ole Shemian makes my dream poker table. We got 8 people. Ole's there.
Ole Shemian, by the way, is officially the shortest stack at this table, but is still playing more than 20 bigs. We've got no shorties on the main stage right now.
You know he was on my Shark Cage final.
You didn't win that one, did you?
Yes, I did.
What? You won Shark Cage too? You didn't win the Irish Open as well, did you?
Yeah, I did.
This is the longest we've ever been in each other's presence, and you didn't mention the Irish Open, so I thought I'd just bring it up for you.
Griffin doesn't often talk about his results.
There was nobody notable on the Irish Open final table is the thing.
You know that on the little Irish Open board outside, they
It said that there was a PokerStars ambassador at the table, but he wasn't named.
You couldn't quite get my name in there.
No, I actually saw the original way they were going to do it, and I said, "Can you remove the name?"
He doesn't deserve it for his final table performance.
No.
Sarxian Queen Jack.
Did you get to play the main event this year in Ireland?
Yes.
So you've played more poker tournaments. You're a little bit of a liar, are we, Griffin?
I thought we were kind of talking specifically about like the hyper turbos.
Oh.
I kind of, maybe I could have clarified, but
okay. No, it's okay. If that's how you want to be, I understand.
I mean, yeah. I also break a couple tournaments at Playground last week. You know, playing a little, you know.
So Jorgner defends out of the big blind and has paired his 4 on this flop, but it's an open-ended straight draw for Sarxian, and queens and jacks are still working for him as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a post-flop flip.
A post-flop flip, but very tough for the 7-4.
Yeah, without the backdoor spade, but you do, you know, if it's small enough, 6,000 can maybe.
We'll treat ourselves to a turn, Griff.
Yeah, we'll treat ourselves to a turn, you know. You're gonna see one more.
I like it,
Kenny.
I like it.
Makes the call.
As they say, it's always coming.
Oh, another sailboat, giving Jorgner trips, giving him 81% equity in this hand. Does Sarxian take a free card here and try to make it straight on the river? Checks it back. Does not improve. And should Jorgner lead here? Well, he decides to check.
Wow, I mean, I would not find a check here very often. Wow, okay. I was going to say, against this particular hand, it's genius. It wouldn't have mattered. He wasn't getting any more chips anyway.
Well, it matters in process. You probably should bet, right? Get some value from the 10s.
So Jorgner wins that pot. We've referenced that he is an EPT finalist, an EPT runner-up. Let's check on some of the former champs we still have in the field, including the defending Monte Carlo champ, 2-time EPT winner Mike Watson. There's Adrian Mateos, who won here in Monte Carlo 9 years ago, 2015. Sebastian Malletz, winner of EPT Barcelona 2016. Arseny Kamatsky, winner of EPT Sochi 2018. And last, but by no means least, Davide Katai.
Yes.
EPT Berlin 2012 champion.
God, he's already staring at people.
Was that Sebastian who had the yellow hoodie on and
Yes.
was sitting on the side? He seems very, very calm compared to when I've last seen anything.
Well, it's a bit different when you're sat there on day 2 of an EPT to when you're at the final table about to win like more than €1 million.
It's a very fair point that you're making. Very, very fair.
Sargsyan back in action, opening with King-Jack suited. Baltatanu with Ace-4 suited.
Every single time a champ, former champ, goes deep, I like the story if they can win. But no, I like Mike Watson. Great champ. I don't really think I want anyone having 3 titles. I think it's pretty cool that no one's won more than 2. It's like the EPT is very, very tough. If you start having people win 3 and 4, I'm not anti-sweating them, but I think it's cool that I'm just saying I think it's cool that the most we've seen is 2.
It's true. If it gets out of hand, we'll create another Helmuth. Who wants that?
Yeah. You don't want someone with like 12 titles.
No.
So it's a 3-bet from Baltatanu, who's made it 19,000.
Oh.
Have you ever folded King-Jack suited group?
I mean, look, he's 65 bigs deep, late position. We're near the bubble.
So pretty though.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
pretty.
I don't think I would fold that hand there, but you're getting into the range of sort of the best hands that you maybe should be folding. You know, maybe your King 10 suiteds. Yeah, so I think it's a little on the tighter side, but listen, we're getting down to the money. It's fine.
Ever closer with 203 players remaining and 175 locking up at least a min cash of €8,700.
The last time I was in the commentary booth, I told James that I never fold 7-5 of spades.
The bond.
I will not do it. And it got me in a little bit of trouble on the feature table at the Irish Open. Got me in a lot of trouble this trip in Monaco. I
think it's time to stop committing to the bet.
It's too much for the meme. Because, you know, I'm on a table, there's like 5 lads who speak French. They don't care if I'm playing 7-5 of spades. I'm the only one who's losing out.
I think this is like a stream thing, because I know that Giraffe Ganger has a thing about 6-9 suited, right? He always has to play it.
Yeah, he's betting like 6-9 every time he gets a chance. He's betting 4-20 every time he gets a chance.
Right.
Shemian raising with ace-queen. Peter Jorgner with 9s has re-raised a 3-bet to 16,500.
This is a pretty interesting spot.
This is going in.
Yeah.
Anyone would think you're the one who's obsessed with James Bond by committing to always playing 7-5 of spades.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever seen that movie in full.
I never got to the poker part.
Well,
I just wanted to impress you, James. I thought we could find a moment to bond over if so.
That's fine. Various people have let themselves down in the last few days by saying that Casino Royale was in Monte Carlo when actually it was in Montenegro.
Oh, I done a whole bit in front of the casino. You can't be serious.
I'm serious.
No, I'm joking.
I assume Peter Jorgen is going to be calling here.
Yeah.
But I think that...
You probably should have called pre-flop. If you raise with 9s, listen, this man has made back-to-back Paris final tables, so he's doing something in big fields that
I just think Peter's better than this. Like, either flat or 3-bet call. Let's, you know.
Ole's going to be a bit
that's all I
disappointed to see 9s, I'd say.
You're not going to 3-bet fold this hand on 20 bigs.
He's called the all-in, and there is a classic race underway at the feature table. Ole Shemian, the at-risk player with the overcards. Peter Jorgner, the marginal favourite here with the pocket pair.
Shemian in his guru phase.
Big pot.
And it's a race that Ole Shemian needs to win. He needs an ace or a queen to survive.
They like to make you wait.
Oleshemian with 6 outs and 1 last chance to hit. Needs an ace or a queen.
Barry.
River card is a jack. So Oleshemian eliminated by Peter Jogner. And we now have fewer than 200 players remaining in the Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
Sit open.
Oleshemian exits the stage and Peter Jogner stacks chips, nearly $250,000 of them, 82 big blinds.
I love Ole. I'm a little bit disappointed. Always enjoy watching him play poker. Nobody, you said previously that nobody was short stack, but our shortest stack on his table is now Juan Barraza with 51 big blinds.
It is a deep stack table for sure.
Juan Pardo opening things up. If you've been enjoying the coverage over the last few days, you will recognize Juan Pardo, Malacca style, from that incredible bluff that he pulled off against Byron Kaverman in the 100K yesterday.
Was he being naughty boy?
Very naughty boy, bad boy.
He is
very,
always
very,
a naughty
very
boy.
naughty. And he put your man Byron in an absolute blender. And what is it, nine or so time bank chips? But got away with it and was your 3rd place finisher for probably close to $1 million.
Yeah, just over 900K.
Yeah.
Did he make his opponent fold a very big hand also?
Yeah, pretty big.
Wow,
pretty big.
I love to hear that. I love seeing a big bluff.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on the hand, but I'll sort of.
Yeah,
he's probably just gonna bet and get a fold here anyway. But Kaverman opened the cutoff 2.2x. He defended the big blind on 14 bigs with 10-9 off.
Oh wow, I love that he's pulled some naughty stuff off 14 bigs as well.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's very fun. As Pardo elects to check, which I don't hate it, blame him here. You know, once you get continues from your opponents, it gets a little tricky, but
Pick a lane, Griffin. Either finish the hand history of Pardo's hand from yesterday or talk about this hand.
So, you're right, James. You're right. He always knows how to rein me in. So, 10-9 defend, 14 bigs. Queen, Jack, brick. Byron has ace of clubs. Queen, Jack, brick, 1 club. Check. Turn Jack. Pardo leads 390 into 600.
Is it another club or was the club?
No, it's a diamond to bring 2 diamonds. Calls ace 8, the 400K into 600K. River ace. And he shoves 1.2 into 1.4. And
I like it.
the diamond is bricked.
Because he folded.
I like it because he folded too. I didn't think he would. Pardo is going to... We're done. Can I move on to the hand now, James?
You can, Griffin. Thank you.
Okay.
I just want you to finish one thought before moving on to the other.
Imagine getting
Rein it in, Griff.
Imagine getting a look inside Griffin's head. Like, you think the fact that he's talking about one hand and talking about this hand at the same time, Griffin's just got like 46 thoughts at a time going through that head.
Man.
You look scared of your own thoughts right now.
I am, yeah. One part of it is going to take down that pot.
That looks like it was the scariest thing I ever said.
Yeah.
Griffin was like, God, if people got inside my head.
Gives me an idea for a TV show. Meet the man who's scared of his brain.
Yeah.
Did see Joe Stapleton tweeted out the other day, sharing a retweet, saying, the tweet was, have you got one person in your life that you can be honest with? And Joe was like, hell no. Like, I can't tell anyone everything in the world. I don't think anyone can.
We got the Grafton here. Baltatenu opening. Oh, hasn't yet. Is thinking how much to make it.
I'm glad that he ended up raising there because...
We would have had to call the floor.
Well, what I was going to say is I think that Sam Grafton would probably kick the door down like the Kool-Aid man. Like, just, he's not even supposed to be here tonight. He'd just find it. He'd just get wind of it. He would sense it'd be like a bat signal, you know?
Oh dear. Juan Pardo with kings in the big blind.
We know that the re-raise is coming. The question is, how big will the re-raise be? I reckon, given that we're getting close to the cash, and he has a lot of chips, and his opponent has even more, that if we re-raise here, we want to be using a big boy size. No little.
It looks like 25. It's going to be a little over 4x. It's so scary when a man that is so dangerous with every kind of hand suddenly has a sledgehammer over his back, and some unsuspecting gentleman with a pretty hand deciding whether to continue to get in the ring.
I would be folding everything here.
Yeah,
if I don't have aces, I'm not going deep into the trenches.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people. I'm jumping into the gladiator pit when it comes to poker. I'm not messing around with Juan Pardo here. I don't care how grafty your hand is.
I tried bluffing him in the Sunday Million finale weekend.
Yeah, how'd that go?
I'll tell you one thing. I was eliminated real quick. There wasn't a second of a time bank used.
Yeah. But Albatuni just saying to himself, that's too pretty, man. I don't know, like.
Always an ace, though. Now we get to see.
Always an ace on the desk
on
when you
the
have
desk.
kings. When you have kings, always an ace.
Now we get to see how one of the world's best navigates the flop that people feel they see every time they've got kings.
Yeah, I think it's going to be to the tune of 14,000-ish.
Pair of tens. The Belter Tanu.
Was that your home or his?
I think it was his.
No, I don't know. I think it sounded Jamesy.
I synced it perfectly.
Yeah, that was impressive. No.
Makes the call. Oh, the Grafton strikes again. Tens and nines.
Yeah, that's fine.
Pardo does slow down though. Checks the action. And Valtertino just decided to shove on him. Okay.
We've seen enough cards, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to see a river.
That's a horrible bet.
I would argue ambitious.
2.5x pot, only gonna get, snapped by pocket aces, fold out everything else. I think kings probably would have folded to a big size, but we'll never know.
That smacks of I'm ahead right now, but I don't. The river could change things, and I just want to win this hand right here, right now.
Listen.
And I'm fed up with playing post-flop against Malacca style.
If I had 2 pair against Malacca style, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Let's see how he plays the sailboats.
Griffin, I'd just like to remind you that we are on a mission here. And we've not come up with any names of any hands so far.
You're right. Okay.
Don't start speculating over like 10-6 suited and stuff. I don't want to waste time here. We've only got... No.
Well, the problem you got here is these 2 hands already have names.
Well, I've got a counter argument to that, James. If we come up with a better name for a hand,
no.
we can replace it.
No, you have to come up with a name for a hand that doesn't already have a nickname. Jack 8, for example, to the best of my knowledge, there is no nickname for that hand.
Oh, we're on the spot here, Griff.
I'm just giving an example. It's
got to be Jack 8, James.
Okay, fine. the Titanic because it's Jack Kate.
Honestly, that's
I have a good one, guys, for Jack 8. You ready?
Is it in any way offensive, Griffin?
Listen, we don't answer the question. Just
Yes. No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
Not. You ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Jack Frost. Because it's the snowman. It's
You know
one
what?
snowman and it's a Jack.
That's actually not bad. Actually not bad.
Jack Frost, baby. Let's go.
I'll have one of them.
He did it.
By the way, what a turnaround there. First hand that we looked at, Griff pulls it out.
Hey, maybe this is like my thing, you know?
Could someone get us a list of every poker hand and we'll have a nickname
squirrel
for them
nut
all?
thing, yeah. I mean, maybe I just
Broken
got
clock.
lucky.
Yeah.
Dude, what happens if we called ace 4 blind man's aces?
That's already a thing.
Do you remember my caveat about it not being offensive to anyone? King 9 of diamonds for Baratza.
People of trouble sight aces that are quite blind.
Yeah.
The people who are blind will have it narrated to them anyway, so it actually makes more sense.
Pre-LASIK aces. We'll call pre-laces.
We'll call these the Pardos. That's the same suit and all.
Yeah, that's true.
This is where we make the joke about, oh, did he give him back?
Do you know what? If I was on the table, I would, because I'm a loser. I love it. I love the dad jokes. I've not played enough live poker to be withered by it, and I love it.
I think ace 4 is already known as fake aces, by the way.
Disciplined fold with the dog. It just made me realize there are so many names for hands.
There's quite a few.
King 9 the dog, obviously.
Mystery County players and dealers to join this now break for 20 minutes.
We're approximately halfway through the level. That means 45 minutes to the dinner break, and not that many players to go until we're in the money. 191 remaining now. The Manok says, who won yesterday in the super high roller? Was it Fogelsang or the other guy? It was the other guy. Thank you for your question. Ace Jack for Clan has raised it to 7,000. Valtatinu with ace 8 of strawberries. He calls in the small blind. Peter Jorgner with king 6 offsuit in the big blind.
Tennis shoes.
Calls as well. These three players are going to see a flop. Ace 6 5. Something for everyone. Clan had the best hand pre-flop, has the best hand post-flop.
A few different checks mixed in there. A little shoulder check, table check.
All Clan continuing into two opponents. 8,500.
Are you a glassware at the table, Griff?
No.
No.
Maybe he'll just go all in again.
Oof. Do you know, he'd probably win the hand. I don't think it's a good strategy. But I don't think you can call with ace-jack.
You know, it's another weird strategy. Check raising here.
Makes it
Sometimes,
25k.
Got to see where you're at.
Raise for information. Jorgner is surely being sent the message that the pair of sixes is no good. He folds his hand, so it's back on Clan.
Not necessarily saying I would want to raise with ace-8 of hearts in this situation, but if I was Clan, I would not be loving life with ace-jack. Now, I'm not saying I'd fold. I'd see the fourth community card and reevaluate.
Well, let's do that, shall we, as we go heads up to
the fourth community card. The turn, excuse me. The fourth community card.
It is the fourth community card. 4th Street. Okay, so check raises flop, then checks turn, and Clan understandably checks behind. King on the river. This pot will go in Clan's direction if it goes to showdown. A very quick bet, a very quick call.
I can understand getting close to the money why you might just click the call button, throw in the chips rather than click the call button, I should say, but I feel like you're letting your opponent away with a little bit when they just bet 10% on that river.
That's a very weird bet on the river. Still the table chip leader, though, with more than 400,000. Paul Clan, the second biggest stack, with 336,000. Now, obviously, we're trying to keep tabs on as much of the tournament as we can, not just the players at the feature table, but also the players out in the field. I'm pleased to say that 2 of our gold Power Pass winners are still in. Both Marcello Scari and Kevin Korsakis. He is playing a stack of 190k. And it's time for us to learn a bit more about this gold Power Pass winner.
So my name is Kevin. I'm from Lithuania, and I qualified to Monaco through a powered pass. I really want to go to Monaco, but I don't want to spend 10,000 basically through an $11 ticket. I made my way up to the gold pass, then I redeemed it, and I'm here right now. The place is very jaw-dropping, so many fancy cars, the high life, you know, I love it here. So this is my first, big live tournament. I always used to watch the EPT through my TV. I've never been to EPT, never been to a big live event. It was my lifelong dream.
And a hashtag about Kevin is that a couple of years ago he played a $5 spin and go and hit the $1 million jackpot. So PokerStars has been kind to him.
No way.
Did he win it?
Oh yeah.
And he doesn't want to spend €10,000 on PokerStars events.
We need to talk about Kevin.
Well, back to the action, and I'm going to hand things over shortly to Mr. Joseph Stapleton. Griffin, behave yourself. For the 30 seconds he won't be here.
Griffin, go, go, go. The kids have been let loose. Let's come up with some really cool poker names. Do you know what's great?
What's great?
There's a little bit of fear in James' side.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm going to be good. Relax. Good. That's too close. You can join us at any second.
I can't believe I'm the adult in the room. What has
It's pretty
happened?
crazy when you're sent over to look after the two idiots.
I mean, that's so... My, how the tables have turned. Hello, my babies.
How are you?
I'm great. I think, by the way, I think Jack Frost is fantastic.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I've been enjoying your Monaco tweets.
Thanks, buddy.
I feel like there's a few new ones in there, right?
All new.
Yeah, no, they look good.
No,
the second home that made I giggle.
I prefer Malaga, but
I appreciate that, Finn.
he lives
Thank
in
you.
Marbella.
We know this guy. No, not him.
Baltatianu?
This dude.
Oh, don't mess with the Kayhan.
No, yeah, Kayhan Mokri.
The next year, Vicente married in Marbella. The next year.
It did sound like Finton.
Vicente Delgado.
Finton.
Finton Obrigado. Finton, thank you. Finton, love? Is Obrigado thank you or love? Love? Maybe a bit of both?
Everybody's getting married.
Time to marry.
Oh my God, my wife's gonna kill me.
Oh boy, another
Very
Fenton's gonna.
Oh, I thought they were revealing about my second marriage.
Your second marriage.
Get married at 16.
I'm not saying Monaco's expensive, but.
The history.
Pocket tens versus King 4. Oh boy. Thank God he doesn't have pocket kings, huh?
But I met your fiancée. She's very nice.
Yeah.
Way
board.
nicer than you.
Ew. No, don't do it, Clan. You're representing my country. Doing the King
But she
4
knows
lead on the 7, 6, 9.
Well, Peter Jordan's going to be happy about it.
You also better know.
Yeah, it's not good process because if you're doing it with this hand, you're probably just doing it with way too many. Of course, the board technically favors the big blind more than it does.
Way better now.
A little bit, but the problem with 9-7-6 versus a button is like the button still has 10-8.
Yeah,
the button still might have 8-5 suited.
Adrian has
And
translated.
you might not have nines, and you don't have like that many more 2 pairs.
This is, by the way, exactly what I would do in this situation, what Peter Jordan has just done.
Let's raise it up and let's find out what's going on.
That's right, yeah.
No messing around here.
Raise for information.
I don't hate it. If you're going to raise here, it's nice to use 10s, because if your opponent has a very good hand, you got a little bit of backup.
Right.
Got a straight draw as well, whereas jacks could be a little bit more trouble.
And Clan gives it up.
All the information we need. We're getting the chips.
James on YouTube says, this guy again, question mark? And I feel like he can only be referring to me.
Listen,
has Clan been leading a lot of flops?
It's the first time I've ever
Could be
seen
about
it,
Mokri.
Kayhan
also just got here.
Yeah.
I'm just going to look away from the chat for a few seconds. Let that
It's
moment
always
pass.
the nuts.
Yeah, always. Fanta.
You think he bluffs with
I can see we are 15 from the bubble right now. That's fun.
5-7. 5-8.
7-4.
5-4 sometimes.
This is funny from Tredan, who says, I've
Always
just started
nuts.
listening to Poker in the Ears from the start and got to the episode where you aired the ad for bananas based on you enjoying them in Monte Carlo. And here we are at a Monte Carlo live stream, and there's a banana shirt at the feature table. That shirt is fantastic.
No, it's,
I love it.
You'd rock that, right?
No way. Like
I don't think
You'd
I
rock it at
could.
a pool party in LA.
Yeah, probably.
Stay social this time. And
At a
I'm gonna
bottomless
cut
pool
down
party.
tricks too. I'm getting
Is that
very
free
tired.
alcohol?
No,
Yeah,
that's a
that's
pool
right.
party where you don't wear a
It's
bottom.
very tired.
Wow,
I get
I've never been invited
You've
to
heard
one
of
of
a
those.
topless pool party.
You go to
We
party
do
with-
bottomless.
Is that just an LA
Your
thing in
father.
particular?
No, it's from
yeah.
Harold and Kumar. I've never
Oh,
actually
but-
done it.
Sorry,
My father, your uncle.
All right, we've got A7
He's
suited
nice
on the
guy, like
button,
him. Yeah, very
9-8 in the big blind. Ooh, this is
Whoa.
fun. Draws on draws on draws. Baraza checks to the Raza. $5,000 the bet from the pre-flop raiser.
The wager is 5,000 chips.
Why is Bane out?
That wasn't Bane.
Sounded like Bane.
Felt Baney. 3 of hearts on the turn.
Baraza does have one of both suits. He has a heart and he has a club, which makes it somewhat tempting to lead here. But the problem when you want to lead, like, I think you want to go bigger. Because most of your good jacks are going to want to raise the flop. Do you want to be leading a 10 here a lot? That's kind of all you're repping. If you're betting a tray, you want to pull out the chips in.
Well, a flush draw does come in, not a relevant one.
So I definitely agree with you, Finton, but I also think, maybe it's a matter of Baraza just wanting to sort of set a price. you know, once you lead this 3, your opponent is kind of forced to maybe play it a little more honestly against an actual bet, despite how small the size is. I mean, maybe that bet just gets raised as much as a 2-barrel happens, but...
We got to bluff now, bro.
Oh, yeah. Now that the hearts have come in. And it might work here. Sounds like a half-pot wager. Oh, no, this was just 12. I thought I heard 20.
Listen, I can see the cards, so it's hard for me not to be influenced. But I'm just not buying this ticket.
I mean, the 7 of clubs is not a good card to have.
No, I would fold a 7 of clubs too, but I just, it's...
Norwegian.
You would fold, but with a finger wag.
I'd have to... Did I tell you about my suspicious hippo eyes? Have you ever heard me talking about them?
It sounds familiar.
If you look up a picture of a hippo and you tell me they don't look suspicious, I'm not sure if I can trust your opinion on anything else.
All right, before I do that, we got to check in some outer table action. Wolfgang Poker, YouTube sensation, is all in. Ace-King versus Queen-Jack. That is a queen on the flop. Wolfgang needs to catch the river. It sounds like he did. Mustafa Cannet doubling up Wolfgang with a king on the river.
I gotta say, bang, Mustafa Cannet.
Uh-oh, here comes a bang. Mustafa, you just got banged.
The chip in the chair. How much that pass? Allowed to pass me? I that's what I want.
He's allowed to touch me.
Touch me.
Bang.
You dropped your pacifier. Here you go.
Oh my goodness, the needles.
On the forehead.
If there's one guy who's going to take it well, it's Mustafa Cannet.
I said Ola Shamian was in my top 8 for a final table if I got to pick it. Cannet might be number 1.
Yeah, we
Great on you, by the way.
No, I know.
Probably my favorite
I gotta get a follow-up picture.
Adrian Mateos.
He's also on the table. I told him that to his
For the
face.
fans. For the fans. For the fans. This is so good for your sponsorship. It's like going all over my page. You're gonna get a raise after this.
Wolfgang recently posted a YouTube short that got 105 million views. So, you know, if you want to do that again.
I saw it. You know what? I would have bet the flop.
Hey, if you want to reach out to Griff for coaching.
I mean, the way he played was he made the most money probably.
We rejoin the feature table, Ace-8 versus Ace-6. Don't mess with the Kayhan.
I'm not prepared to move on from the hippos.
Oh, yep, sorry, thank you. No, good.
Just so we're clear.
Right, suspicious hippo?
No, just a hippo. It's any hippo. It's any hippo.
Oh, well, first of all, it's quite literally like side-eye, right? Which is suspicious. Okay, I'll give you that.
Can we start naming players?
Look at that. You're telling me you want to? Who are you thinking of now that I'm talking about hippos and you want to start? That's a crazy.
No.
Lord, geez,
no, unconnected.
Jesus.
No, I was just thinking that it'd be
Griff.
cool to start calling Mokri Pepper. He's Cayenne, you know. It's cool. I don't know.
Griffin, can you wait for one bit to finish before you jam yours
sorry,
in?
we'll do that. Well, no one can see the hippos thing.
Do you know what's so crazy as well?
I think he's got a kind of pepper
GPT 4 up and like, give me a good line about this.
No,
so crazy.
I've never been on ChatGPT.
That seems out of character for Griffin. He'd rather turn in a human-written terrible line than a computer.
Can we call him Spicy instead? I think Spicy's nicer than Pepper.
Spicy's decent.
Kayhan Spicy?
I think Spicy suits him.
Spice, maybe?
Spicy Mokri?
Look, that's a little suspicious hippo eyes, but a bit of spice.
The spicy hippo? We're not going to merge the beds.
I wasn't done with the hippo thing.
Yeah,
yes,
no, go ahead.
I agree with you, Fenton.
I've just never seen an animal that looks more suspicious.
Well, they're also the most dangerous animals in the world, right?
Myself and Parker went on a drive last weekend and we got chatting. And we decided that if any animal in the world was to 100x in size, the hippo would be the most scary to do it.
Yeah, they're pretty terrifying. Yeah, I think you're right, though, Griffin. They're one of the deadliest. I think they're the deadliest, like, mammal.
Looks more scared than when he was thinking about his own
as far as humans are concerned.
Yeah.
You're a big blind.
Professional.
I went with an underrated answer of house cat. 100x size.
Cats are really scary. Yeah,
like,
for sure.
Like little house cats, they're if they could make you feed them when they want, they would.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Crying call. I don't know.
All right, rubber bucket with a technicality here. Mosquitoes.
Palm.
So
pretty dangerous.
Yeah, but are we talking one? It happened to one or all of them?
First, yeah, it's just one guy on the loose. Okay, I would like to have a rebuttal. The reason why mosquitoes are so dangerous is because you don't see them coming. It's 100x. I close my door. It's not getting in. It's not strong enough to get through the door.
It's gonna go right down the chimney and get you in your bed.
Not 100x. How big would it be?
The needle will just go right down into your living room while you're snacking on a potato.
Listen, this is a crazy stat, not to be too grim, but you know that mosquitoes have killed 50% of all humans that have ever lived. They don't need the 100x. They're fine. Like, they're fine. They're good. Something like 50 billion people. Gone.
Just to clarify, this technology isn't real, right? It's kind of scary.
I don't know. 100x is big. 100x hippo would be like running through cities. And
Yeah. So someone else said 100x hippo wouldn't be able to walk if it was.
It would walk through buildings.
So isn't there something that if something was that big,
they wouldn't be able to function? Yeah.
They still they would move so slowly.
Dude, have you ever seen a hippo run? We're given 100x speed as well.
That's the thing is I don't understand that. There's like some, I don't know, is it like a mathematical concept that if you were 100 times bigger, you would move the same exact speed?
Yeah.
Like you'd still walk 5 miles an hour, but because your legs are so big, it would be such slow steps.
Dude, honestly, whoever's trying to ruin my hypothetical game about the hippo, they need to take a long look at themselves. No, I know you weren't. You never would.
One parter with the raise and take it from the small blind with
Where are you from?
Queen 10 offsuit.
Vancouver, Canada.
No name. It's just the Queen 10.
Which city are you from?
Me? It's like a small city. It's like called Arendal.
So many chips on this table. No one less than 54 big blinds. The two wands in the bottom. Juan Barraza with 54 bigs. Juan Pardo has even with the 55.
No, actually,
Everyone else is 57, 67, all the way up to 172 big blinds.
I mean, they were great.
Spicy.
That would be like a
Kayhan
farm
Mokri.
with incest or something. That would
A lot of chips.
That would be a real town. It would be like a street.
Pocket 10s for Paul Clan.
I don't know if we're just having too much fun, so I've not been paying attention to that clock ticking down, but it feels like it's ticking at a relative speed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Doesn't seem like it's slowing down too much. I know it's the last few that take a while, but people dropping out. Right, there was 200 left when Ole got knocked out. That wasn't long ago, right?
We've come up on the bubbles pretty quickly in recent EPT history.
They still live in Vancouver, or have they left?
No, they're there. They're there. Their families are there. Go to school. The whole thing. Yeah, no, they're still really active in the community.
You don't miss Sweden? No.
Paul Clan up to 109 big blinds.
I've never been to Marbella. Looking forward.
La Costa del Sol.
La Costa del Sol.
Very nice.
The sunny coast.
Yeah.
I must be genius, son.
Yeah, don't get past Spicy. He worked that one out pretty quick.
I heard it's very nice there. How's the crime there? Low?
Oh,
Can't be higher.
That's Sweden, man.
Yeah,
Nothing.
Yeah, Stockholm, Stockholm.
From Malaga,
Malaga.
It's got really bad, actually. Out of control.
If not involved in crime, it's not a lot of crime in Marbella.
Okay.
Not a lot
King
of
Jack for Clan opening again. This time Juan Pardo with Ace Jack. Not only a dominating hand, but a
of course. That's
terrifying. The hippo of opponents at this table.
22,500.
He does have a bit of the spirit of the hippo.
Deadly.
I know you're saying it for all the right reasons, but I just don't know if it comes across You know?
What do you mean?
Just one?
Yeah, just one.
Like, if someone was calling me a hippo
Arnold, but I live in
because of how I play poker, I think I'd take it well.
Yeah, of course.
But it could get lost in translation, so.
And you in Sweden?
So.
Well, you would want to do it on someone that clearly has no weight issues whatsoever.
Yeah.
Joe looked at my stomach, by the way, when he had
I did.
I was I'm very careful about my selection.
Like Sweden. I actually like Stockholm more than
Heads up to the
Copenhagen.
flop. Queen 9-6, 2 diamonds.
I put on a few kilos eating croissants.
Everybody says Copenhagen.
We've all noticed.
Buddy, life is good. What are you going to do?
What are you going to do, not eat the croissant?
Life is good. You've got a beautiful home, a beautiful family, a beautiful life. What's the incentive?
Used to this cold weather.
So I don't get left for pretty Frenchmen.
You don't like it there? Göteborg?
My brother lives there.
Okay.
We always have this antagonist thing.
Oh, yes.
Should we say something, like support him?
And you're like, fine.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Does he need that? I think he's fine.
We're good. We're good.
All right. Sam came in here yesterday and grabbed me by my love handles, like from behind.
Sounds pretty aggressive.
It was so weird.
It was very aggressive, yeah. He was a bit.
And then he jumped on my back.
Yeah. So, really poorly played hand from Clan there.
Well, the thing about King Jack is,
no, folded pre-flop, but if you're going to call it, and the board's going to come Queen 9-6 with 2 diamonds, and I'm only being hard on him because he's a fellow Canadian.
It's tough love. The Canadians are
You
so
have
well
King
known
Jack
for
with
it.
the King of Diamonds, and the guy just bet a quarter pot.
But they shut down Cosmopolitan.
What are you folding for?
Yeah, it's kind of hand that
The only one remaining is
you don't want to play like that.
Oh.
No. If you're going to see a flop, call the
Yeah,
call
we
the
have
flop
zero
or
in Norway.
raise, do
Zero in
something.
Norway.
Don't just fold.
I agree.
Disappointed in you, Paul.
Pardo is picking up quite a few hands. I've seen him have kings twice. Now he's got the ladies. Thought out myself, Griff.
Ooh. All right, we've got more hands here. Queen, queen for Juan Pardo. And Peter Jorgna, unfortunately, in the big blind with king, queen suited.
But rightfully just calls.
Getting king queen suited in the big blind is such a treat.
It is a treat. I always say it's a hand so good it's like getting 3 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I actually would have to agree with that.
And ace, jack, 6, 1 heart. Juan Pardo firing 5K. Indeed.
Do you think you're better off having king queen of hearts than 3 terrible cards? Like, does king queen of hearts do better for you than 2, 5, 9?
That's a great question.
That is a great question. I would take it.
Ooh.
I would take king, queen of hearts. King on the turn.
And Pardo's gotten unlucky with some of these big pairs. Lost the kings against the Grafton a few rotations ago. And now gets turned by the king queen.
If the flop had been ace king 6 and we saw a jack on the turn.
This is the thing. I think Pardo's still going to try to win this hand sometimes. Just big bet here. The ace rag calls again. Smash river. You have the 2 blockers to the straight. If there's anyone who's going to get creative here instead of just checking and hoping your opponent has a jack, it might be Juan Pardo. Yep. Also going to be attacking those king 10s. And you can see him sizing up here to what I believe is well over 20,000. 18? Oh, there it is, 23.5. And look at what that does to the king queen, you know, and by extension the king 10s. How are the ace rags going to deal with this kind of bet? You're not going to be thrilled. And these are the kind of moves that guys like Juan Pardo are prepared to make, you know. I'm sure a lot of you at home, and probably me and Finton a lot of the time, will just maybe take the free card here, but no, blast away. Pretty impressive stuff. Oh, but this isn't Pete's first rodeo, all right?
He's not really a Pete.
You're right.
He's a Peter. River card is the 8 of hearts. Pardo's queens, no good. Juan Pardo.
What do you think? Is he going for it?
Now it's on Juan.
I think all of a sudden he would probably prefer not to have the queen of diamonds. Not that it's a huge amount of hands, but there's a few.
Yeah.
I reckon he goes for it, but I don't think he goes for it all.
No, I mean, of course he doesn't go for all. That would be a 2x shove at the bubble. You would hate to get. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe there is a world, but he's thinking about it.
I don't know how these guys know. How they know they got to turn queens into a bluff here.
He's just a naughty, naughty boy. He's so naughty, naughty, naughty. He's just one of. He's one of the
hippo.
Well, yeah. I don't think hippos are. I think they're more suspicious.
You love this suspicion. You didn't even show me the photos.
Well, because they're always lurking halfway under the water. I get it.
And also, like, do you see where their eyes kind of go to the side? It's like their permanent side eye.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, my God.
All of it. He leaves one chip behind. Is that what happened? Did I see that correctly?
Oh, my God. You were right, Finton. I am never going to doubt you again. I think I shut you down when you said you might do when I was like, hey, you're not going to do all of it.
Who just turns queens into a bluff here? Who does this? This isn't normal. This isn't how
10
normal
from
people
the money,
play.
blocking the queen 10.
Also, even though
this is Malacca style.
Yeah, he's like ace queen is probably the like, you know, he might flat pre and it's like a pretty good hand to call at this point. But do you know what? King queen's also a pretty good hand. I'm not saying I would ever call, but king queen is a pretty good hand to call. It would be one of the best calls that we've ever seen.
Yeah.
2x pot, 10 off the money against one of the greatest players in the game today.
So let's talk about the bluffs. 9-10 of diamonds, queen 9 of diamonds.
He's going to have jack
pocket
10.
Queens, jack 10. You block.
Would you ever put pocket queens into the bluffs here if he had 9-10? Like,
yeah, it's tough. I mean, could have some
it's
other...
only in the bluff range because we see him bluffing with it.
Could have,
like
could have
7,
7-9 of diamonds.
More, maybe like 8-9 or
10-7 of diamonds. Does it raise the hijack? Probably not all that often.
Let's flip-flop here. You're in Peter Jorgen's seat. Do you ever suspect this could be queens turned into a bluff? Does
I
that run
suspect
through your
it could
head?
be a bluff, and then I say, do you know what? I'll keep my chips. I won't be playing
The fact that he's
guessing.
even considering this is incredibly impressive.
I think if he was going to call here, it's much more important to have the queen. Even though I know we see it that Pardo is bluffing, but like when you bet 2x the pot on the river, like the hands though, like what? I don't think Pardo can shove here with ace jack, for example, right? Like I think the worst hand he's going to have is like pocket jacks.
Yeah.
Because he does. I'm not sure if he wants to shove ace king.
It's over, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's just. I would have. I'll tell you one thing. I would have had the suspicious hippo eyes on. Because when he uses that turn size, it doesn't look like he wants to put it all in. And then all of a sudden, we're putting it all in on the river. What a player!
Yeah, such a treat to watch.
Naughty, naughty boy.
Just gangster stuff.
Okay.
Skip one big one.
Next time put 5K.
I'm being reminded that Finton actually commentated on one of the best calls in Monte Carlo history.
Was it the 10 high?
Ryan Reese 10 high versus Manik Lerzer.
I remember it.
Queen 9? Yeah, queen 9.
Remotely in the lockdown days.
Maizuma asking what the dealer was saying to Juan Pardo, and I think it was that he didn't. If you want to leave a chip back, I think it has to be.
So when
a
you
certain amount.
get close to the bubble, you're not allowed to leave such a small amount of chips because then people are incentivized to do it when they're short stacked, and then they're just tanking on the bubble. So it needs to be a higher percentage of your stack.
I thought you said, what'd you have?
She's like,
damn, son, 2x pot? What are you doing that with?
So Mokri was curious. Mokri did say queen 9, huh? Yeah. Queen 9, huh? Is what Mokri said across the table there.
Baltatianu, Year of Romania, King 10 suited. Bloop. Is that a limp?
That's a limp.
I've been pitched. I've never been to Romania, and 3 different people pitched it to me this week as a beautiful place to go. So now it's on the I'd say top 5 to go places.
I've been there. Had a great time.
Apparently the poker's buzzing. Some very nice card rooms.
Yeah, I would love to check out Romania, actually.
It is the year of Romania. You guys should check it out.
Yeah.
Okay, so checks it for the bank, says Kayhan Mokri, makes it 12,000. Baltateanu calls, dominating. Jack 4.
Yeah, this is very specific opponent targeting, I think. Mokri probably recognizing that Tatuni is not one of the stronger players on the table and is happy to pretty much play in position with a wide range against him. Happens to be dominated pre-flop here, but with the lead here is going to be able to bet and I think get a fold some of the time to the tune of about 30%, especially against this Black King 10. But no, this guy likes to see. Okay.
All right.
80,000. Oh, 30,000.
Either way, it works.
He's got some moves up his sleeve. He's not going to be pushed around by these hot shots.
8 spots away from the cash. 8,700 euro and the prestige of cashing a European poker.
I really like that.
8 from the bubble.
I really like that hand from the Romanian.
9 from the money.
Ooh, just as well I'm not down on the floor watching the stream. I'd be the only guy shouting when we get to 176 like an idiot.
It is a little confusing because the number we have there is like when we hit the bubble.
Sorry, I have watched the world famous bubble coverage for
well
sometimes over a decade at this point.
Dude, there's so much stuff that like I'm embarrassed to admit that I don't like. Someone was just like in chat was like, oh, how do you get like the information from the outside tables? I have no idea. I have a Skype chat open here that has info that pops up on it that I'm supposed to read that I only occasionally remember to look at. I don't know how we do it. I don't know who's out there.
I know that there's somewhere. I don't want to see it, but I know somewhere you can find out when the big hands are coming up. And I know it's important because you don't want to be talking during the big hands, but I like to feel the moment and I like to be truly shocked. So even when it's in front of me, I'm like trying to not look.
I like to be shocked as well. I don't like spoilers from the future. I avoid them at all costs.
Peter with his patented smaller in position 3-bet sizing, just over 2.5x here against the Jack 10 of the Romanian. We have seen Baltatuni be a bit sticky.
Baltatuni, huh?
Bumblebee Tuni, yes.
Bumblebee Tuni. Baltateanu.
Baltateanu, thank you. My apologies. Baltateanu.
Baltatuni is classic Bender.
I appreciate that you go for it because until I hear James or Joe say the name,
no, I'm
like the guy with ace-8 here.
It's not, I mean, he is going for it, but it's because he can't wait to say the thing he's trying to say, that the name's unimportant to him. It's just the thing in the way of getting to his bit. So he's like, blah, 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 bit.
You look sad.
You're watching Ept Monte-Carlo.
I'm fine.
Juan Pardo is going to open this pot. King 10 off under the gun. Ooh. See, you can open this.
Yeah,
I guess you have
you're
to
as good as Juan Pardo.
Right? You just know that you have to turn queens into a bluff on the board. Oy.
Oh, Mokri's kind of flat.
Oh la la.
I'll tell you one thing. The nickname Spicy was a good shout.
Thanks, buddy. Jack Frost was good too, apparently. So, I mean, what would this level have been without me?
You came up with Pepper. I came up with Spicy. You wanted to call him Pepper.
No, we were the joint venture.
The Jack Frost was good.
News is that 9 players.
Barraza, who's currently losing the Battle of the Wands. They were both around 52 bigs. Now he's just at 52, and Pardo all the way up to 76. Is going to see a flop with the dominated 7-6, but there's a 7, the best hand.
And an open-ended straight straw for Spicy.
Yeah, that is a spicy flop for a spicy hand. And Pardo, no interest in repping that ace against the very skilled Kayhan Mokri.
Kayhan betting now that it's been checked to him. Fun.
Very tricky for Barraza, sandwiched in the middle there, so close to the bubble. Obviously, middle pair, backdoor straight draw. Not something
Yeah,
really
I'm
wants to
over it.
grin.
That's, you're not looking for the ace 7-5 with the 7-6.
Oh, you already have so many.
All right.
Kayhan Mokri, one of those dudes who manages to play at such a high level and seem like he's goofing around at the same time.
Yeah.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of playing with him, but his table presence kind of reminds me of Parker. Like just always chirping, but playing very well.
Yeah, I like that. I can get behind that.
I was thinking it was easier because he has so many.
And I mean that as a very big compliment, as Parker is one of my favorite people in the world.
Parker's an alien.
Tuck.
Just how good he is at everything.
Yeah.
We were playing squash in Dublin a few weeks ago. Myself, Parker, and Leo Worthington.
Wait, was this during the Irish Open?
It was not during the Irish Open. Parker stayed with me for 3 weeks after the Irish
Better
Open.
not have been.
Before
you know,
we
I
ca-
play squash twice a week. If I found out you played without me, I would have been.
Okay, we'll
hurt.
play next year at the Irish Open because I've only just started. I played when I was younger and I'm
Please.
just getting back into it.
I love squash.
But Parker has self-proclaimed not been like playing a lot of sport lately.
Yeah.
Hasn't been doing much. He's playing against Leo. Leo's a very fit guy. Goes swimming every day.
So you're the best.
Parker he's putting on a fight, but halfway through the game, it's 4-all. They're playing a 5, so they got to win by 2 at this point. Is what we're playing. It gets too much for him, and he's just getting sick everywhere, right? So it's not a good scene. Parker's in a bad way. It's not great, but like he's
puking,
getting sick everywhere. But he's like, I'm gonna get back in there. Leo's like, oh, don't
on the court.
I'm sorry to do this to Leo if you're watching, by the way. He gets back in there after puking and just smashes the last 2 points. Can't keep that man down.
No, that's awesome.
You're probably too good at squash for me. Sorry, didn't mean to hit you.
Yeah, probably. I mean, but like also, I don't know. Like, it's just fun to play. Like,
one of my friends is very, very good, and I played against him for a few years, and I never beat him. And it was. I enjoy. Say like for me, it was never about beating him. It's like when you play golf, right? If I play someone who has a 5 handicap, I'm trying to do my best.
Mhm.
It was about trying to get 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. But we used to play to 11, and I got to like match point a few times, and like he always turned it off.
yeah.
Like I never beat him.
Yeah, I have a lot of friends that I play with that I kind of like go easy, little easy on.
I don't want that. If we ever play, and I feel if
Yeah.
I can sense that you're going easy on me,
Oh, that
I'm
would
out.
really. Fenton would not stand for that.
No,
Yeah.
I'm out.
No, I'm
He
not.
wants the pain.
Yeah.
If you're good enough to beat me 11-0,
Okay.
I want to win 1 point.
Let's do it.
Reasonable goals.
Yeah.
Pardo versus Barraza have gone to the flop. King, trade deuce. Pardo firing after being checked to in this blind on blind pot. No raise pre-flop. King of clubs on the, Queen of clubs on the turn. Check, check.
Yeah,
8
Pardo
of clubs river.
hoping for a flop fold from the portion of Barraza's range that might check fold, and if not, you know, a card like a 4 or 5 to barrel on. Doesn't get it and gives up. Can't win every pot. He said before Barraza checked and Pardo bet 3x pot.
Barraza does check.
Just want to say, we're pretty sure the Queen of Clubs is the hidden card. But it
I seen it.
I've seen it as well. So Three clubs by the river here. Pardo.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is. Knows he can't win with 9 high. Probably thinking, can I ever get a fold from an ace-6 here, ace-7? How much do I have to bet? Can I get some ace-highs to fold here? Is it worth it to try if he folds ace-high 30, 40% of the time?
8,500. Can you call with ace-high?
It's a hand that you definitely have got to call sometimes, given how you've played your hand. Like
yeah.
You're not going to have a huge amount of pairs.
I mean, it doesn't much make sense, right? And I know Pardo probably recognizes that, this river bet.
Ooh, got him.
Called.
Pardo forced to show down the 9 high.
Nice.
But he still got away with a way bigger one moments ago. This one, 'tis but a flesh wound.
1 second.
Nick Marchington in chat asking about that Pardo river bluff.
Yeah, I just think Pardo would have bet twice with a king on the turn there. So repping pretty thin. Not really repping much. So bit of a misstep, but also probably just thinking, you know, maybe I can get some folds from some ace highs sometimes. Let's just give it a shot.
It's like 10.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to want to value bet a queen still.
Yeah.
He's still
That's
going to
true.
want to possibly bet an 8.
Is he betting a queen on the flop, though?
Extra.
Yeah, he might. Like, he could have like queen 4, queen 5 occasionally bet, you know, and they won't bet the turn. I'm not saying he'll always bet his queen highs, but sometimes.
Yeah. I give you extra.
He's got to bluff something, right?
Sure. 3 minutes left on the level. Will this be the last hand? Or the nearly last hand?
Can you, for being honest?
I'm going 2 hands.
Well,
I feel like 5.
Okay.
I'm such an idiot.
We're going to also change this one. Yeah, you got 3.
Mokri's raise working out so far. Haven't seen much from Aram Sargisian.
He was actually very active for the first 45 minutes of this level before you joined.
Does defend Jack 10. We spy a 10. King high.
Pretty nice board for Mokri to want to continue here. 2 high cards versus the big blind. Generally just going to be pretty good when you raise an early position.
Yeah, nice to have the ace of hearts, too. Gives you some more options on some turns if you turn a heart.
Select to go for a larger size, immediately putting the pressure on. I think Jack 10 is a little too good to want to fold here.
Does let it go.
We're also 9 spots away from the cash versus a player who covered you and who plays very aggressively, who's probably going to show no sign of slowing down. So listen, if you want to fold second pair there, I can get behind it.
I was going to joke that I would fold second pair there, which I probably would, but then I didn't want if he folded for everyone to laugh at him because they should laugh at me.
Because they would know if you fold. It's not going to be
correct.
I don't like it. We're gonna call. Let's call the flop there.
I don't know. Actually, quiet for once. Relaxed.
But it is easier to play when your opponent isn't betting 50% pot, and that's why Mokri elects to use a size like that. There, you know, people don't like dealing with big bets with marginal hands. And we just saw, I think, the top of the fold range of that.
Okay, have a good break.
Jordan out. Mami Mamu.
No hidratos de carbono.
I'm getting paella.
Out. Paul Clan. 9-5 suited. Uh-oh, he's going to go for the break race.
Maybe.
He's going for the break steal. Hasn't worked since 2007.
Who is still in the same table after, or? Vamos a quitar esto, Juan.
Sargisian is going to call with King 7 suited in the small blind, and Baltateanu is also in with King 9. You're Romania. Jack 10-4. So the King 9 was the best hand, is the best hand, has the best draw. Has the only draw?
And 51% of the time, it's going to work every time. Oh, Paul Clan, you liar.
Checks around to the pre-flop liar, who's up to his old lying ways. One fold. Two folds.
That's a dinner break fold.
That's nice.
A delayed break steal.
Show them both.
Good bluff. Bluffing 9.
Don't show these people when they're hungry. They're just going to remember that forever.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to do it for this level. We'll be seeing these same players at the feature table during the next level. Let's have a look at their chip counts they'll be thinking about as they try to scrounge up some food here at Monte-Carlo. Sarksian, who we saw play the last few hands at the bottom here, but not nearly in the danger zone. Baraza, Mamu, Pardo, Yorgna, all with decent stacks. 129 big blinds for Kayhan Mokri. Join us when we return, for we will burst the bubble. More in a bit.
We have aces.
We do. It is Yosifov who's opened here, making it 3,000. Round to Carrera on the button, who'll probably throw away the 8 deuce. And then we'll have Wolfgang in the small blind. Jack 10.
3.
Wolfgang, a guy with a lot of experience. Not sure if this is a spot where he's going to raise too often. I think calling is something you might sneak in here with once in a while. There it is.
Question is, if he cracks aces with Jack 10, will that become the most watched hand of all time? Could it get to 106 million views? Ooh, ace, Jack 4, so top set for Yosifov. A pair of jacks for Wolfgang, and the gut shot for DePaz. And there is the king on the turn. DePaz drills it.
Yosifov slow plays the aces on the flop.
Wolfgang checks, DePaz checks. Always bet your set. I mean, he was going to get called anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. When you're getting action from the small blind and the big here, I think the c-bet is just super standard on this really coordinated board.
James, I know you're not really saying it for that reason, but getting called there anyway is the exact reason why you want to bet your aces there.
Yes. So a delayed c-bet of 6,000. Wolfgang folds his jack. DePaz shall not be folding.
I'd like to see a check raise on this turn, guys. Got to be real. You're going to get action from so much that raise at UTG +2, including a turn set. Let's not forget about a set of kings that might check and then bet turn.
Got to be real. NGL, no cap.
NGL, no cap. Serious Riz there, Joe.
I got some Riz.
Yeah. You got some check raise, Riz?
Valid.
So the check raise is to 18,000. Dario DePaz has 3x'd it.
Deadass, the best play on the turn.
I think I'm running out. I have to call one of my nieces or nephews.
Yosifov calls. 3 of spades completes the board.
I think you're really, really easily continuing Queen 10 here. Again, I know the spade is quote-unquote a scare card, but when you got the 10 of spades in hand and your opponent didn't bet the flop, they're just not going to have flush draws as often as you'd think. Especially if they open under the gun with ace, deuce of spades. They're never going to miss that. Under the gun +2, excuse me. They're never going to miss that bet. story does not check out.
So we've got 46.5K in the middle. Yosifov, the effective stack, with 55K behind. How much does Topaz go for here?
40K.
Oh, he goes small. 20K.
Half pot.
Gets called by the set of aces. Topaz tables Broadway, wins the pot.
Big, big.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the aces. Pretty unlucky turn. I would have liked to have seen it continue from the aces. I think you get enough action from those positions, but yeah, check raise turn, that was the juice.
Dario Topaz now second in chips at the table with more than 100 big blinds.
When did Eric Seidel change his name?
Guys, there is a very, very strict rule regarding bad lookalikes.
It's not a bad lookalike. He looks a lot like Eric Seidel. Distractingly like Eric Seidel. Like, I think people sometimes probably think he is Eric Seidel.
King Queen for Gutierrez.
I think there is a 0% chance he does not raise this hand. Just the min.
Carrera folds. Wolfgang on the button with 10-9 off. Folds. And it's round to Zhao Seidenstricker in the big blind. He defends with 8-7. And we have a queen 8-5 flop. So top pair versus second pair.
Yeah, these are tough spots because when you're playing against players that play the correct ranges, queen 8-5, you're going to see that bluff this pretty much 100%. So having a good top pair here is a spot where you're going to need to continue, of course, remain balanced if you're Gutierrez, but 8-7 just needs to get really sticky. In fact, 8-7 probably needs to call like at least 2 streets a lot of the time here, even if they don't improve. Just because a player like Gutierrez is going to recognize this is a texture that he can barrel aggressively as a bluff on the flop, and also lots of turn cards that work out nicely too. Hijack open is going to be loads of stuff that's completely whiffed it though as well.
Seven on the turn gives Seidenstricker 2 pair.
Man, this is a bad day to have the best hand.
That's one way to improve on the turn. There's no chance Gutierrez misses a turn bet here, though. Hand is so strong. Not sure how he's going to go. Is it like a 15K situation? Or is it closer to 20? Let's see how Gutierrez feels. Oh, the slowdown.
Checks it back. Jack on the river. 8s and 7s, still good.
Yeah, it does manage to find the check on the turn and rightfully avoiding catastrophe against the turn 2 pair.
I like this line from Joy Black Dragon. It says, "You got Seidenstruck."
Leads the river. Going for value, gets called. The bet was 15K.
Another big river value bet paid off.
This one bigger than the last, 75% of the pot. He was the runner-up in Barcelona last year and was worth €1 million. It was a very vocal Brazilian rail supporting him in that heads-up battle against Simon Wiciak.
Hey, Joe, good question for you here, buddy. Kerry Scott, any other stars pros in the field?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
Nailed it.
Carrera with ace-5.
See, like this one from Neon75 says Sidon Striker equals Bryn Kenny. No. We're just not. We're not doing it. The main difference is that when I said it, it's okay, and when you said it, it's not, if I'm going to be honest. Also, that was your first time chat. Cool, you're banned. Think it's something better next time.
So action has been folded to the blinds. Sidon Stricker in the small with 8-7 again, this time of the strawberry flavor. Completes. Alexandru Brumeru is the big blind. 9-8 offsuit.
The Brumeru is the drinking challenge you have to complete after the Kobayashi Maru. A little something for you Trekkies out there.
Brumeru checks his option. And there is an 8. There's a 10-8-7 flop. Oh, wow.
What a fun day so far.
And this is only like the first 20 minutes of the first level of the day. So 2 pair versus a pair and a straight draw. Action check to Brumeru, who bets. $1,500. How fast do you want to play 2 pair here, Nick?
Honestly, I was asking myself that question just now. It's a weird one. It's like the big blind's range is uncapped because you decided to limp in the small blind here. So they could literally just be sitting here with the flopped nuts and, you know, whatever. But I don't know, 2 pair is probably a hand you want to check raise on a texture like this because your opponent will have draws that you get value from. They will have hands like 8-9. They will have spades. They will have top pairs that they still continue with for the versus the check raise, excuse me. So I think fast is fine. There's definitely no error here. And this is exactly the kind of combo you're targeting when you do fast play like this. Generally speaking, when we make strong hands on wet textures, we want to play fast, though.
I mean, Brumeru with a pair and the open-end straight draw ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, but you look at the amount of his stack it is to just make this call, and then the stack to pot ratio is like kind of wonky from here on out.
Makes the call. Yeah, 22.5K in the middle, 3 of clubs on the turn, which doesn't change anything.
Yeah, and at this point, Sidon Stricker probably just wants to pile in here. It's a very dangerous board. I mean, your opponent can still have hands like 7-9 of clubs and like 10-9 of clubs and all kinds of stuff like that too, where the back doors actually have some bearing on how you're gonna continue going to the river.
It looks like you've just been put all in.
Yeah. Bets enough. Put Brumeru all in. And this is a big decision in a blind v blind situation. Unraised pre with second pair and that open-ended straight draw.
This is the easiest fold in the world for me.
I would argue that this is always a fold, to be honest, but I don't know if you have a read on your opponent that he does this with like ace-5 of spades or something. But you know, is Sidon Stricker the kind of guy to make that play?
Yes, is the answer, and I'm wondering, again, just positing a theory. What if Brumeru watched the Barcelona final table? What if he knows what Sidon Stricker is capable of?
Right.
Is Sidon Stricker really limping ace-5 of spades?
Potentially. I think it's probably reasonable at the stack depth.
6-5 of spades, I guess, maybe a little more likely.
I think actually that's probably a good point, though, Joe. Yeah, like, you know, there's probably combo draws that look prettier than 6-5, ace-5 of spades that might play this way.
You were just picking that at random,
Sure.
I realize.
I was thinking of a flush draw with an overcard or something, but yeah, I think the cool thing about playing your hand like this is you might actually still have combo draws that you can do this with, where you're actually going to turn up with mates hands like 8-7 as well. Personally, I'm just going to cry and fold 8-9 and tell all my friends about how this guy definitely had a flush draw and I should have called. But
no, dude, there's so much 8-7, 10-7, 10-8. It's just, I mean, it's all over.
Yeah, no, 100%, which is why you probably have to fold more often than you want to.
6-9.
Yeah.
Now, the EPT main event does play with a shot clock from the start of day 3, so no shot clock in play at the moment. And Brumaru is taking his time over this decision.
And I can honestly say, if I couldn't see the hold cards, I'd be saying the same thing. I'll tell you the one time out of 20 I make this call, I'm going to be up against pocket threes. I'm gonna go, oh yeah, good, nice hand.
Joe Stapleton actually starts randomizing, and as soon as he starts rolling, he's running bad in that too.
Yeah. Oh, it was pocket threes. Yes, of course. That old chestnut.
This is going on a bit.
It's going on a bit. It's the decision for all of his chips, so obviously take your time, but oh man, I mean,
look, let's just say Brumaru makes it to the money, makes it to the shot clock. He's going to give up 3 time bank cards immediately for this.
You got to make the most of it now.
I love the idea of people being retrospectively charged time.
Toby, he's like, look, normally you would get 6. We saw what you did on day 2. We're going to give you 3.
Well, it's going to get to the point where someone, sooner or later, is going to intervene. Yep, there it is. I heard the word time.
I hope it was Wolfgang. I mean, this is way too long for a YouTube short.
Do you know how much editing he's going to have to do to make this fit?
The presence of a floor person immediately made him fold.
Yeah, big pot there. Nice work for Seidenstricker. That puts him 4th in chips.
Well, the good news is he's only got 15 minutes till the delay catches up, and he'll be able to see what he folded to.
I think so.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Brazil.
Brazil.
And you?
Chicago.
Nice.
I figured it was samba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zhao now playing 123k, an above average stack, the average being 93k with 390 players remaining.
Ooh.
And aces for Roman Hrabak, who has opened to 3.5k.
Roman Hrabak.
9-6 for Seidenstricker on the button. Folds. Jack 4 for Brumaru. He passes. So it's Dimitar Yosifov in the big blind, who defends with 10-8. And we have a 10-5-3 flop. We saw Yosifov have aces and lose a big pot. Is he now going to lose a big pot? 2 aces?
Well, we'll see if that continuation bet is better here, as we saw the miss continue from the aces in the previous circumstance. I think we just call here loads.
Question from Tomothy, watching on Twitch, Nick. Why would you call 10-8 offsuit to an under-the-gun raise? Am I missing something?
Yes, thank you for your question.
Perhaps. First of all, 10-8's not really an awful hand. You have to remember that the opening raises here in the tournament are going to be very frequently close to about 2x steal. So you have a fantastic price with a wide range of hands. 10-8 will certainly be strong enough on average versus under the gun range to defend here. And also, don't forget, they have big blind antes in play as well, James, which is a huge difference. If you're playing a cash game, usually there's no antes in play. That will change the ranges incredibly significantly.
I got it.
But also, under the gun raises could be hands like ace queen, ace king, ace jack, and you're beating those hands right now.
Yeah, and if they're playing the correct range, it can be hands that are slightly ahead of you pre-flop, but still have, you're still going to be doing fine with hands like 10-8 off as well. As played, when this happens, you look kind of silly, and then you got chat pros going, oh, this is why you don't play 10-8, because then you under the gun range, you have aces, and you get caught. But at this level, you need to take every edge you can get, and you're not going to do that by giving up equity, as we see here with the 10-8.
So it was 12,000 apiece on the turn. We get to the river with 40K in the middle, and Yosifov only has 15K behind.
He's going. Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Card protector.
Yeah, frame that for sure. Yeah. You end up winning the tournament, that's worth a lot of money. It's worth at least like 30 euros, yeah. Is there any way to get one of these umbars like in Jurassic Park? You know? It could become my Pokemon. I put it here. Yeah, it's like a fossil.
Is that a Fossil Man reference?
I think it was.
Mosquito.
Holy Lord, 20 years. 20 years, this World Series of Poker, Fossil Man.
Yosifov checks, and I guess very simple move for Hrabek now. Get your chips in.
I would be surprised not to see the rest go in here.
Yeah.
It's just a really nice run out for your hand. Your opponent might have a 5 sometimes, I suppose, but I don't know, that seems difficult unless they have 5x of spades, where perhaps they had the pair and the flush draw, and now they just river the trips instead. I mean, plenty of 10x needs to call here as well, which kind of is justifiable.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
Had the set of aces, lost a huge pot. Had a pair of 10s against aces, lost the rest of his chips, and Dimitar Yosifov is eliminated in the first level of day 2 of this record-breaking Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
Yeah, tough spot, top pair, hard to get away from there. Really player dependent. If you think the guy's capable of tripling as a bluff there, then obviously the call becomes a lot better. But when you are going to be defending those hands in the big blind against the under the gun range, James, you need to be very, very attuned to when you're going to slow it down there. So it's been a raise from under the gun, suited ace. Hrabek has decided to call UTG +2. Gutierrez with a suited queen jack in the hijack. Ooh, just lets it go here. I want to play with the pretty combo.
Out. Wolfgang with the ace king. Waking up with big slick.
This is a really lovely little squeeze spot, and I wonder if Hrabek gets in trouble here just because he's kind of under-repped his hand pre-flop, and have to imagine Wolfgang is going to be capable of putting in some interesting squeezes here with much less than a premium like ace-king, Joe.
11K, the re-raise from Wolfgang. Sin Stricker out. Back to Brumaru, who raised under the gun. Michael Asmar asks, first of all, sucks to hear Asmar. He asks, should you just be calling with suited ace-queen? And Nick will be getting into that a little bit for you.
I think 3-bet's totally fine. I was actually wondering about the dynamic that sort of inspired the flat here. perhaps it was perhaps it was intended to be kind of a trap here under these circumstances, but it's a good question. I actually don't know the spot particularly well at these effective stack depths.
Can I weigh in a little bit
Sure,
on why someone
always.
might just call with ace queen suited?
Always.
I think part of the reason you might just flat with ace queen suited is if you re-raise and then the under the gun raiser puts in like a 4-bet. I don't think you feel that great about it.
Yeah, I mean, look, so Hrabeck, one of our chip leaders at this table. Brumero's only got 22 big blinds behind, though, Joe, so you probably don't completely hate life because you're still going to probably have decent equity against the shove some of the time. I don't know. It's a tough spot now for Hrabeck. I think having played the hand this way, he just calls. Yeah, there's the call. So we're going to an inflated pot now. And the flop is deuce, deuce, 7. What did Brumero fold just now?
Ace deuce,
suited,
diamonds.
Dear.
And that's why you flat with ace queen suited.
And that's why you threw that with ace king.
And that is why you threw that with ace king, absolutely.
Interesting spot now. Hrabeck will have some pairs here still, of course, once in a while. But I think the continue is what you need to do most of the time. 7K is the bet into a pot of 29,000.
And Wolfgang looking at a 1-to-1 SPR after this call.
He's got no backdoor flush draws, just the ace queen. It is a very small continue, so he might convince himself that he's going to call here against some inferior ace combos that might have been 3-bet squeeze bluffing from the button. I certainly would. There's the call.
The turn is a 5. Trans, we'll answer your question in a second, but the resident power path player is eating a sandwich.
It's all loosey-goosey.
Hrabeck checks to Wolfgang for a second time.
Yeah, has little glances at his chips there. This is an awkward SPR at this point.
Did you say SPR or SPQR because this guy's name is Roman?
It's a good reference.
Come on, guys.
It's top tier.
I got to give Wolfgang credit for firing again here. I give up pretty easily in these spots.
From that Czech Republic?
Yeah.
I'm a quarter Czech. You want to see my high card or low card? You can choose. It's good for the table. Good for
Low card.
Low card, low card. Just because I'm a little Czech. Just because I'm a little Czech.
Was it the same one? Low and high?
I just said high or low.
I mean, I don't think he would have had to look at both cards.
That's the bluff, though, isn't it?
5-4 of spades, folded under the gun by João Seidenstricker. Alexandru Brumeru with Queen Jack of spades. Raises to 3,000. Ace 10 for Gutierrez. We still waiting for him to do something. There we go. It is a re-raise to 8,000. And now we have Rolando Carrera on the button. 9 deuce off. No thank you. Moving on. Moving on. Wolfgang. Trey deuce.
Man, Broomer is having a rough time right now, guys.
Yeah.
Getting bullied all over the joint here. Does have a really pretty hand, but with only 20 big blinds behind, after he puts in that initial raise, you know, not a lot of ammunition to go to town with if you completely whiff here. So makes the call.
If you want it.
Ace, king, deuce. So it is top pair for Theros. Broomeru does have a gut shot.
Wait, is this still that hand?
Still that hand.
What? Good morning, Night City asks, hi, what does 3-bet means? It's what used to be known as a re-raise. Putting the blinds out, that's a 1-bet. A raise is a 2-bet, although we never say it like that.
No, we don't.
But we do start saying 3-bet when it's time for a re-raise.
Yeah, it's the first raise after the initial raise.
Especially when you start getting into the territory of multiple re-raises. It's a lot easier to say 4-bet, 5-bet than a re-raise. You start sounding like Max Headroom.
So it went quarter pot on the flop, guys. Quarter pot continue, which was 5K, and a quick call from Queen Jack Spades. Sarah's just eyeing up that stack, trying to make sure that he sizes it correctly here. I think checking the turn here is not crazy either. I think slowing it down is totally fine if you want with this combination. Yep, I like the check. And that is a fantastic river for Gutierrez. Losing to very little, that plays their hand this way now.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance, and Broomeru has less than pot behind.
Yep, you definitely ship this river every single time, or the effective ship, excuse me, guys. There's 20.5K behind Broomeru. Gutierrez has him well covered. I think just betting, you know, 30K on the river here, whatever, enough to put him all in is what you do. You've got a very strong hand. You're going to get called by a lot of King X, some Jack X, some worse ace combos some of the time, I suppose. Although it would be a chop against those.
Well, Gutierrez shoves on Broomeru, and you weren't wrong to say that he's had a pretty torrid session, Nick, and it's going to come to a horrible end here if he calls it off with a jack.
Good Lord. What sort of pot odds are you getting here? Oh, no, because you're not winning that whole pot. That's why that's off.
That's confusing. That is confusing.
Not great. Not great pot odds is the actual answer.
Yeah, you have to wonder about how the previous hands from this session are going to impact his decision-making here. Everyone's subject to that, and if he feels like he's been getting bullied here at the table or just not winning.
Has there been a single bluff of this magnitude since we started today in 82 minutes of...
Yeah, calls it off and is eliminated. Wow, that will be a session of poker Broomer will want to forget about.
He'll want to forget about it. I doubt he will for a long time.
Meanwhile, Elias Gutierrez has moved up over the 400K mark. 267 big blinds for Theros. Granted, blinds are going up in 8 minutes' time, but still, that is 4 times average, and he's still likely to be amongst the chip leaders right now. Action here has been folded to Wolfgang, who's opened. Raised from the cutoff to 3.5K.
I think the American YouTube audience might be waking up. Getting a lot more idiots in chat.
We've got Agonis in the big blind with 8-4 of hearts. That is a defend. What's he got, 15 bigs behind? Oh, he's all in. Sorry, I thought that was a call. Mainly because a big blind defend was kind of semi-logical, whereas this move, I can't explain or defend, Nick.
No. It is Certainly an interesting hand.
I mean, he could get a fold from sixes here. Then again, he might not.
Sixes is a call here for sure. I mean, the way the hand's been played, you're just crushing too many pairs that want to do this, but you're not expecting 8-4 to be in there. Give him a spin, Wolfgang.
I wish it was 1 pip higher, because it'd be my favorite hand, but 26.5? Okay.
Yeah, we go.
You are not up against sevens, you're up against 8-4.
Wait for the reaction.
You knew it was coming. This guy is going to get banged 2/3 of the time.
This is the problem with content creators. We can't help but react.
That's right. Their whole thing is reacting.
You know, that you got to react, and sometimes it just sneaks out.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It is an open-ended straight draw for Nagorny's.
11 outs.
Queens, 8s, and 7s are working for him.
Give me ace of hearts, though, so I'm not greedy. Please.
Ace of hearts is a lot better than 7 of spades.
Okay.
Ace of clubs on the turn. Wolfgang, 3-1 favorite here.
Let's go with
Yes, so nicely.
3 of clubs.
You know me, Nick. I'm not a fan of asking for outs when you're ahead.
I know you're not.
River card is a queen. That is the straight for Nagorny's, who makes a questionable play, is rewarded with good luck, and doubles up through Wolfgang.
When I win, it's good for poker, because then 18-year-olds start playing. That's really bad for poker. You want me to win. As a professional, you want me to win.
Yikes, guys. Yikes.
Queen 10 suited for Carrera under the gun. Only got a minute to run on this level.
Welcome, YouTube viewers.
Big fan of YouTube. Loving me some YouTube right now. Rabeck, King 7 of hearts.
Well, some big news happening right now. And even though my initial reaction was shock, I just want to say right now, for all the people that will be affected by this, I'm sorry.
So you got 4 blue or 3? I can't see. Thank you.
3 ways to the flop.
Jack 10 tray. So a pair of jacks for Gutierrez, top pair of 10s for Carrera.
And Carrera is all in. Carrera seemed to be looking for a spot to get it all in. All day today. When I say all day, it's just been one level so far. But it's gotten it in bad here. Needs to catch a queen or a 10. And that diamond is not helpful.
Stand up, sit down.
Ride it out, ride it out.
Put the jacket on. You want the extra % now?
No.
Sultana próximo.
Well, hopefully he's not trying to make a Carrera out of this. And that's going to be the last hand of the level.
Big spot here. DePaz opening and Sidenstricker, I think, a little bit ambitious of a 20 big blind shove under the gun 1 to under the gun 2, but definitely some justification. You know, you're only playing 7-handed. It's not a full table. You expect DePaz to be opening, you know, pretty wide with the 100 big blind stack. You know, I think you're even going to fold out some better pairs around the rest of the table, all the way up to probably, you know, pocket 9s. But sometimes your opponent's just going to have it. But that have it can also be a hand that you're flipping against. So this is just sort of the small edges these really talented players take, and that is a good start.
It is a good start, but you don't like the fact there's a club. You don't want to see a club on the turn.
I think he likes what's going on so far.
Yeah. You just want the perfect board, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh. Well, DePaz drawing dead on the turn, so Sidenstricker gets the double up and is smiling once again.
Nagorny's all in with ace-8.
Not crazy about this shove. Going to be a bit too loose for me. Not just saying that because the man from the Czech Republic has the 2 queens here. You're shoving 14 big blinds from the hijack.
Nagorny's has got something with the number 8. He's the one that shoved 8-4 suited.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's quite on the line, right? I think you probably want to shove, you know, ace-10, maybe some ace-9 suiteds, but ace-8, you're only going to get called by better. You allow everyone to play pretty perfectly against you. Oh, don't even think about it, Wolfgang. There you go. And with an ace folded, Wolfgang almost trying to tell the at-risk player telepathically with his eyes, I folded an ace. I know I'm not supposed to say it, but look at my eyes. And have you ever seen a man look more unfazed than Ruslan's Nagorny?
And here we go. Nagorny's at risk and behind. Ew, boy. That 8 is not much help with the queen in the window.
Could backdoor 8-8 though.
Could. We saw a very miracle 8 yesterday.
Oh, good. I didn't even think about that.
When you think it's die, it's never die.
Oh. 1 out.
Yeah. No. Auto.
So close. Yet so far, that's going to do it for Ruslan's Nagorny's.
Trying to figure out if he's drawing that, and then I saw the ace on the turn. I was like, probably not.
Never easy. You know this.
I had an ace.
I mean, he shoved 8-4 before and ace-8 this time. Maybe he thought he had 8-4 this time.
I was like, I probably folded.
Oh, hello. Ace is here for Daniel Otterhaus.
What's the wash, James?
I can't make that out. My eyesight's just not that good. Jack-8 of diamonds for Saladin Badir, who is now the table chip leader. Calls in position on the button. Get a fold from Kassam in the small blind. It's Roberto Romanello's big blind. Trey deuce off suit. And he folds, so we are going heads up to the flop. Ace, 7-6. Top set. Checks the action to Badir.
Trappy checky. And actually, unlike the previous situations where we've seen some top set checks, we have seen top set already today a few times. I actually quite like this check under these circumstances. I just think that this is a spot where you probably do need your opponent to start bluffing or catch up on ace 6-7. I think betting is never going to be a mistake, but you do want to have some checks here. I think you probably do end up checking ace 6-7 to the player in position quite often, so it's not unbalanced to do this with, you know, pocket 8s, pocket 9s, maybe some stuff like that, maybe some king highs. So as played, looks like it's just going to be a check call, as he did entice the jack 8 to start bluffing, which is really, really cute. Action card on the turn, though, James.
Oh, hello, open-ended straight draw. And another quick check from Otterhaus, who is a 4-1 favorite now.
And honestly, the way he's played it, when Badir picks up equity on the turn as one of our chip leaders, I would expect him to continue barreling here a lot. You know, you definitely can get some pocket pairs to fold. You can definitely rep ace combos here for sure in position when you have this equity. So 28, I think, is what he said.
Okay, so we have the check call on the flop. Do we want to try and get some more chips in now?
Great question, James. Just look at the stacks here. They're both super deep. It's definitely a stack depth that I feel really uncomfortable at, having not played too much of this deeper stacked poker. There's a lot of value in check raising turn, but also obviously might be thinking he wants to keep all the bluffs in. Quite a few bluffs are semi-bluffing, though, which is something you got to get value from right now, lest they get there for free on the river.
Another check call. And that's going to take us to the river. We saw a set of aces run down by a straight draw earlier. It's not going to happen this time.
That is very, very clean. Badir can definitely just have 8-9, so I think if anything, he's going to still check call here.
I've got a bad lookalike for Badir. It's helped enormously by the sunglasses because it's based purely on the shaved head and stubbled face. Michael Stipe.
Michael Stipe. Yeah. Had to look it up, but sure. Badir's actually got a really good hand to try and go for it here. Obviously, blocking 8-9 is pretty important. And I think aces just calls every single time here. I don't see much value in raising, apart from literally maybe getting value from set over set, but that's kind of a tall order, James. It's not going to happen often in this game regardless. You've already managed to get the guy to barrel 3 streets. Do you want to be greedy and just run straight into the exact hand? That would suck.
Yeah.
He's going to weigh up the options here. Maybe he thinks Badir's not going to have that much 8-9, but I think from the dealer button, that's very reasonable. I don't think 8-9 suited is a hand that's completely ridiculous to rule out from that position. Many times in poker, we can really cap people's ranges based on position, but I think this is a one where you're probably going to wake up with stuff like that from time to time. I appreciate that he's given it some thought, though. You know, these are big moments. Oh, never mind. He's going for it. He's going for the all-in. He wants all of it, and there you go.
Well, he's not going to get all of it. Badir folds, and that's him in the corner, losing 116,000 chips.
Yeah, that's a really, really significant pot there for Mr. Otterholz.
Playing close to 140 big blinds now. Oh, Kassam is open with kings. Roberto Romanello is 3-bet with jacks. Not just any jacks. It's the James and Joe, the JS and the JH.
I had to Google what a mud kip was.
Otterhaus with queens.
I thought we had had enough coolers for the last 5 minutes, but apparently not.
I mean, this is great for Kassam. He's going to get a near triple up here. Even if Roberto folds the jacks, he's put enough chips in.
Yeah, guys, notice that Kassam only has 18 big blinds behind, so Otterhals is not going to be sweating getting some more chips in here.
So a cold 4-bet from the small blind. Daniel Otterhals making it 41,000. I guess the question is how Roberto responds to this. Kassam is all in.
I think Romanello can get away from this one, guys. I know it's annoying, pair, but this action is pretty spicy.
In Monte Carlo, in these situations, you have to fold jacks and then tell everyone repeatedly that you folded jacks.
Correct.
It's the El Asmar.
Attention remaining players in the mystery bounty. Your tournament will resume play in 3 minutes. Please make your way to the tables.
Thinking about it. And does indeed fold. And we'll see that he was dominated by both players. As things stand,
need some help.
Raymond Kassam is the at-risk player, but is a significant favorite against queens. The flop is 9-9-3. So just 2 cards in the deck for Kassam to fade, the Queen of Diamonds and the Queen of Spades. Hearts not a factor, he has the King of Hearts. So Otterhals still drawing to 2 outs. 2 cards for Kassam to fade on the river. King high flush versus a queen high flush, and that is more than a double up for Raymond Kassam, courtesy of that 3-bet from Roberto Romanello. So Kassam's going to move up to 50 bigs, Nick.
Yeah, very nice for Kassam here. Otterhals takes a hit, but still 123 big blinds, no sweat.
Romanello makes it 5,500 with QQ. Flushy gets away with a fun one. Gets away from a fun one, I should say. Calderoni with what I like to call the hand that never wins. And doesn't win with it. Button folds. Small blind. Oh boy. Ace clanger.
Just checking stacks here, guys. Romanello is the effective stack. 39 big blinds after putting in that raise to 5.5. Mariani, 46 big blinds. So really not a lot between them, but this is certainly a collision that should ultimately end in an all-in pre-flop. One of the most classicest and sickest of all races. The only thing that might slow him down here, Joe, is the fact that it's +1 versus SB. This isn't a spot where Mariani's going to be super duper light. You're going to expect to take it down pre a bunch. Honestly, I think flatting is not completely ridiculous if you want to try and reduce the variance, but can be difficult. Very little visibility when you flat, but with that much money going in the middle pre, it's going to end up going in post quite often too. I think computer says you get in, but let's see how Romanello's.
Here's what I like about getting it in. No more decisions. You don't have to decide what to do on a king high flop.
Yeah. King 10 9 3 hearts. You got Queen of Spades, Queen of Diamonds.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I understand, buddy. And yeah, I think that's all part of it. Of course, whenever you guys are looking at these quote-unquote GTO ranges pre-flop, you do have to remember that the responses that you have under these circumstances are based on a decision tree that's predefined. And if your opponents don't end up having the correct range here, then everything changes. And I think that's a big misconception when we study with these tools. I think both of these guys play enough
Nick.
cards where they're going to have enough of this stuff, but I think it's just going to end up going all in most of the time pre.
Nick, I agree that some of the better poker players out there are a little weird, but you don't have to call them tools. I don't know who you're studying with, but I'm not studying with tools. The people I study with are cool people.
Maybe I should start studying with some cool guys. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Question, why didn't he just shove the queens? I think we're deep enough to have a 4-bet not all in. That's why. It actually leaves open the door to have some 4-bet bluffs here, which is ridiculously spicy. And we gamble.
We are gonna flip.
Sickest and classicest of all races in Texas Hold'em.
Oh man, I'm trying to, like a Fabergé egg versus a, what's the really big diamond called?
Hope Diamond?
A Hope, like a Fabergé egg versus a Hope Diamond. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage. King high flop.
What'd you say, Joe? But now you can say I did the right thing.
I got it in good.
I got it in good.
Roberto now behind. Now really at risk. Turn card, ace of clubs. It doesn't hurt him.
It doesn't hurt him. He still needs the queen regardless. Can he find that 5% going to one card?
River, no queen. Lights out. Roberto Romanello. I have to say, one of the most beloved and long-standing players on the European Poker Tour. Won EPT Prague many moons ago. Took an extended break from the tour. Working on family business. Great to see him here in Monaco. And sad to see him go so early in this event. However, good news for Julian Mariani, who's now up to almost 100 big blinds.
Shemian raising with ace-queen. Peter Jorgner with nines has re-raised a 3-bet to 16,500.
It's a pretty interesting spot.
This is going in.
Yeah.
I don't think you're the one who's obsessed with James Bond by committing to always playing 7-5 of spades.
Yeah, I don't even know if I've ever seen that movie in full.
I never got to the poker part.
Well,
I just wanted to impress you, James. I thought we could find a moment to bond over if so.
That's fine. Various people have let themselves down in the last few days by saying that Casino Royale was in Monte Carlo when actually it was in Montenegro.
Oh, I've done a whole bit in front of the casino. You can't be serious.
I'm serious.
No, I'm joking.
I assume Peter Jorgen is going to be calling here.
Yeah.
But I think that
You probably should have called pre-flop.
I just...
If you raise with
what's the-
nines,
yeah,
listen, this
just-
man has made back-to-back Paris final tables, so he's doing something in big fields today.
I just think Peter's better than this. Like, either flat or 3-bet call. Let's, you know.
Ole's going to be a bit
that's all I
disappointed to see
mean.
nines, I'd say.
You're not going to 3-bet fold this hand on 20 bigs.
He's called the all-in, and there is a classic race underway at the feature table. Ola Shemian, the at-risk player with the overcards. Peter Jorgner, the marginal favourite here with the pocket pair.
Shemian in his guru phase.
Big pot.
And it's a race that Ola Shemian needs to win He needs an ace or a queen to survive.
They like to make you wait.
Oleshemian with 6 outs and one last chance to hit. Needs an ace or a queen.
Barry.
River card is a jack. So Oleshemian eliminated by Peter Jogner. And we now have fewer than 200 players remaining in the Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
Sit open.
Oleshemian exits the stage and Peter Jogner stacks chips, nearly $250,000 of them, 82 big blinds.
Certainly the PCA, I think, is more big names probably that people know, but you know, the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but also still very strong players as well. So, you know, neither one felt easy by any stretch.
First question, I guess, how do you feel about whether or not, when we're counting 2-time EPT champions, should we do EPT online? Should that?
Feels
What's
like a different thing to me, but I don't, you know, I'm not the record keeper. I'll let other people make those decisions. It's obviously a massive accomplishment that I think I pulled off anyways.
I know, that's the part, like, look, my vote is yes, only because I think whoever decided that should have thought of it ahead of time. And
they
been
did.
Like, okay, right, so.
It was very clearly advertised that this is an EPT main event being played online. It counts as an EPT win with an actual EPT trophy. You can't not count it.
Of course, and I think that obviously it was just kind of bad luck, or not bad luck, great luck and a great accomplishment, but that the same dude won it twice in a row, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Remarkable, but yeah, sounds like it counts. I'm convinced.
I think it's fair to say, Mike, that no two MTTs are alike. How was your 6-day journey to victory in this one? Did it feel like a grind? Did it feel like, yeah, I'm kind of like among the chip leaders the whole way? It's a bit of a roller coaster ride. How was the experience of playing down to the final table, first of all?
Yeah, I think I had a little bit of both. You know, like my day one, I made 1,000 chips. So that, you know, didn't start out on fire or anything like that. But then day two, I really did go on fire. Like, that was probably, you know, the day where everything went like kind of the purest for me. I think I went from 30 to like 700 or something. And then, you know, things continued going pretty well from there until I guess I got really short. And then I had the queens against ace king hand where I was, you know, dead to the queen on the river and hit it. And then again, at that point, it just kind of like the roller coaster went up again and I just started winning pots.
So when you're going from 30 to 700, what is the inner monologue? Is do you still have like a wee, or is it just muted?
I mean, no, you're definitely feeling good when you're winning every hand like that. You're winning, you know, the all-ins, whatever, you know, all these pots that I was winning. You're definitely feeling really good, feeling confident, but you know, I've been in enough to know like, oh, this is day 2 of the tournament. Like it just, you know, I'm probably going to cash or whatever, but this isn't really like matter that much yet. You know, there's a lot of work to go, a lot of days ahead. And so on the one hand, you're feeling good, you're excited, but on the other hand, you're like, okay, like you got to stay in the zone and keep playing for another 4 days here if you're lucky.
Yeah. Obviously, the previous event you won on our tour was the PCA main event back in 2016. So that's like a 7-year gap between those two. And I know obviously you've won a hell of a lot in between then. But if you compare the two, which did you find easier? I know it's a really crass question, but what is your recollection of that PCA main event that year?
Yeah, I feel like the PCA was one where I kind of just was in there, but I didn't really have a big stack. I wasn't like one of the chip leaders early on, as I recall correctly. I remember maybe it was day 4 or something. I was, you know, in the money, kind of deep, and then I finally won like a big pot and doubled up. I think I made like the nut flush or something in a big pot and got a full double. And then there was like this really, really crazy Brazilian guy who had like some outrageous percentage of the chips in play with like 2 tables left. You know, like he had like average stack with like 4 people left with like 16 left. And then he ended up getting like 12th. And I just played this huge pot against him where I just hero called him down and had him beat by like 1 pip or something. After that, I think I kind of felt like, okay, maybe I can really like win this. That was the first time I had like a big stack where I was really in contention. But you know, both were tough. Both final tables, when I look at it, it was all good players. I mean, certainly the PCA I think is more big names probably that people know, but you know, the Monaco final table was maybe lesser known names, but all still very strong players as well. So you know, neither one felt easy by any stretch.
Mike Watson, the reigning champion of the PokerStars European Poker Tour, presented by Monte Carlo Casino. It's day 2 of the 2024 main event here at the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Resort. And these are the chip leaders returning from the dinner break. Eros Calderoni still leads with 758K. Look whose name is in the top 5, Vladimir Troyanovsky, with more than 500,000 chips. And welcome to world-famous bubble coverage from Monaco. 184 remain, 175 will get paid. And there is the prize money for the top 10. Today, it's about making it into the money and locking up a min cash, which is 8,700 euros. When we get to Saturday, when we get to the final table, it's about trying to win that first prize of 1 million euros. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello, we're back.
We are indeed, with the same feature table we had during the previous session. And we'll stick with this table till the end of play today. Just one 90-minute level left on the schedule, but it's an important level. And it's a level that'll probably take longer than an hour and a half because, as we know, things can get slow close to the bubble. The clock will get paused. We go hand for hand at 176. Chances are we'll finish play between 10:30 and 11 p.m. local time, about 2 hours from now. So let's remind ourselves of who we have at the feature table. Kayhan Mokri, he's an EPT finalist. Made the top 6 in Barcelona in 2022. Peter Jorgner is another EPT finalist. Back-to-back FTs in Paris, including a 2nd place finish in 2023. Juan Pardo, Malacca style online, Spanish crusher, and of course, 3rd place finisher in the super high roller that we streamed yesterday. We are coming back at the 2K, 4K blind level with a 4K big blind ante.
I don't think Online Crusher is stating it strongly enough for how dominant a force Juan Pardo is.
It helps he got dealt kings several times during the last level.
Well, guess what? He got dealt queens and immediately got outflopped and bluffed the river. Bluffed jam, turned queens into a bluff and got it through.
That is how good he is. Up to the mic and away we go. Cards in the air once again. Level 15 of the main event. How long will it take to get from 184 to 175 and lock up a slice of that 5.8 million euro prize pool?
Now, James, is Peter Jorgner wearing one of his known pieces? I think this is a new one, right? We haven't seen this on his wrist before, have we?
I think, and we haven't had a close look at it, I think we've seen a major upgrade.
Yeah.
You know I'm not a fan of the Yachtmaster 2.
That's where I was going with this. Is it's not the one you don't like.
I think Peter Jorgner has bought himself a rose gold Audemars Piguet Royal Oak. And that is a very expensive, very handsome timepiece.
I mean, at the frequency he makes final tables these days, having only started quite recently in the grind, we're doing all right.
Did he just call Peter Jorgner a very expensive, very handsome piece?
That and his watch.
His watch is all right as well. Oh my days, this table is so stacked. Kayhan Mokri, honestly, been on the tour forever, absolute super crusher, plays everything, plays anyone for any stakes, and is also a complete legend. Sat next to the legend Peter Jorgner, sat next to the legend Juan Pardo. This is absolutely incredible.
It is a great table, and that hand is a win for Amaury Mami Mamu.
Man, what a name. We've had some great names, haven't we, Joe? All day long. Epic last names.
This table's unreal.
Silviu Baltitianu as well.
And no super short stacks, no players who actually should go broke before we get into the money. Aram Sargsyan has the shortest stack at the table, but he's playing around 40 bigs. James Dunn, watching on YouTube, says, YouTube has revolutionized TV. So happy to be a part of this community. Hey, from Colorado. Hey back to Colorado from Monaco.
Hi, James. That's really nice of you to say. Thank you.
The Mile High City.
He really doesn't want to bubble, so he's sitting out.
Could be. That's a good strategy.
Mami Mamu will be first to act.
You can do?
Hmm?
You can do?
I can.
You can do?
I can bubble you.
Yeah? Yes, but
very unlikely.
sit out for value.
Fold it around to Juan Pardo. Not going to play this one. So it's on Baltatanu on the button. 10-9 offsuit.
The off-brand crafted.
Raises to 9,000, gets a fold from Mokri in the small blind. It's Peter Jorgner's big blind.
Call.
And we go heads up to the flop, which is ace, king, queen. Both players miss. Baltatanu with the advantage of position.
And way less likely to be playing the board by the river.
Of course, the pre-flop betting lead makes a c-bet, gets a fold from Jorgner. Now, obviously, we wanted to have something very special for world-famous bubble coverage. Obviously, thrilled to have Nick here analysing the action, but also, we are going to go live via satellite to the United States of America. She can't be here in person, but thanks to the miracles of modern technology, we can welcome Maria Ho. Hello, Maria.
Hi, here I am.
Was that a bit, or is the delay really that
I was
bad?
so close to doing a Maria impression, and she popped in right when I was getting up the nerve.
I feel like the delay might be kind of bad today. But also, whatever stops Joe from making fun of me, I'm good with it.
Well, I actually have a bone to pick with you.
Oh, dear.
Because I was like, you know what, Maria? It's time. Monaco, I'm going to book us a table at Nobu. This dinner, it's going to happen. And she's like, I'm not going to Monaco.
That might be one of the worst bluffs you've ever tried to pull, because you would never pick somewhere as expensive as Monaco to finally take me out to that dinner.
Of course I would. Are you saying that this conversation didn't happen, Maria?
No. Simply not even believable.
No, it's not a denial.
A non-denial denial.
That's right.
So Juan Pardo raising here with King 10. Baltatanu calling in the cutoff with the sailboats. And our friend Mami Mamu in the big blind with 5-3 of diamonds. So I know, Maria, that you haven't been able to join us the last 2 days, not out of a scheduling problem, but purely because the final tables have finished before we've been able to link up with you. So you missed the FPS main event, you missed the super high roller, you missed Patrick Antonius winning the 100K.
Well, I might not have been on comms with you guys, but I watched it, and I mean, that was such a fun final table to watch, and I love that Patrick won.
Yeah, great result. So, Queen 8 deuce on board. Juan Pardo continuing into 2 opponents. 9K into a pot of 33K. I don't know how much you saw of Bolter Tanu during the last level, Nick, but he does some weird things.
You mean weird on the table, or weird mannerisms, or what's the...
Weird plays,
okay.
Like kind of questionable shoves, questionable calls.
Makes for great TV. I'm here for it. Hello, by the way, Maria. I haven't said hi yet.
Hi, Nick.
So that is Wolfgang arriving back to his seat. That is not an elimination.
Oh.
That is the return of Wolfgang Poker to his table, fashionably late post-dinner.
He's on Chicago time.
He doesn't really quite have the stack for it, though.
No.
You know?
Hope he doesn't have backers.
Yeah, just got absolutely busted. Meanwhile, Juan Pardo with the aces, UTG +1 back on our feature table.
So down to 182, 2 eliminations since we came back from break. Hand for hand at 176, in the money once we're at 175.
Ah, no action.
They need to listen to Shania Twain. Didn't you say get in the action?
I think she said that don't impress me much.
Don't
Make
sing
me
it,
feel like a
James.
woman.
Don't sing it. Don't sing it.
Yeah, we can't get thrown off of the internet twice in one day.
Not for the reasons you think.
Not my fault, not Griffin's fault, ironically, I know. Jack 9 of diamonds. Got to play Jack 9 of diamonds.
I was going to say, it's kind of pretty there. I know he's early position, but could have snuck it in there. Sure, why not? Although, if I saw the official Kayhan Mokri 2 to my left, I'd be pretty scared too.
So rounds the button. Amaury Mami Mamu with Queen Jack of Spades.
How dope is this shirt, by the way? Banana shirt. He has matching trousers as well?
Well, one part's matching at least.
Queen Jack suited, obviously it's a good hand to open with, but also nice when the big blind is somebody you have covered at this bubble stage, because you know they're not going to be able to put too much pressure on you unnecessarily.
Does it matter having them covered when you're both so close?
I mean, this just won't be a spot where Barraza is going to want to shove somewhat light because they think you're going to steal from the button, even if they have fold equity, right? Whereas maybe in a different phase of the tournament, King 10 might just put it in there with 16 bigs.
Sorry, this is yours?
No.
So Barraza has outflopped Mami Maru, calls the 13K, and that is now top pair for the pre-flop aggressor.
Pretty unfortunate, just because there's going to be a lot of hands that have you beat or have pretty good equity. It's so much of your stack to call and to be not sure where you're at the river, but just seems like a really tough spot. Again, just wanting to be in the money and having that cash, even if it's a min cash, is huge for a lot of these players.
Folds the turn. Mami Mamu playing 225k, average stack right now 199k with 182 players remaining. We're going out into the field, a hand at one of our former feature tables, Mustafa Kanit against Roman Harabets. We join on the river, a King-Jack 7-6-5 board with 4 clubs out there, and you'll notice that Kanit has almost moved all in. It's the virtual all-in. Harabets does have him covered.
It's one dude that does not care about being covered.
Harabets folds. Kanit wins the pot and will now be playing around 270k. Yeah, Wolfgang Poker is looking short stack right now.
Cash game players always thinking they can reload. Not today, buddy.
Yeah, so close to that bubble as well, guys. Love to see our friend Wolfgang sneaking in there if he can, but he's got to do something with that short stack.
Well, we've had an under-the-gun race here from Sargsyan with the ladles. Mami Mamu with 5s in the cutoff. Mohammed has asked a question on YouTube that's going to get a classic poker response. Are they playing any further than the bubble? It depends, Mohammed. If they get into the money during this level, we will play to the end of the level, and we'll get a mini bust-out bonanza, I imagine, as the short stacks just go for it. However, if we have a slow, protracted, meaty bubble, and we get to the end of this level and we are still at like 177, 176, we will probably play into a 6th level and then stop as soon as we get into the money, as soon as we get to 175. What happened during the dinner break? Where did all these people come from on YouTube?
I don't know.
5 raise, 9,000, 6 plus.
Did you say something on social media that's ignited them?
No. I mean, I'm sure, but not now.
But something that would have made them come to the stream and basically...
Like 7 different accounts? It's funny because it takes them way more effort to make them than it does for me to block them.
So Mokri has raised with 10, Sargsyan defending with Queen 9, 10 still good on a 7-5-3 flop. Oh, you heard that pop, and you see the bubbles turn red, because we're now 5 away from going hand for hand. 181 players remain now.
16,000. 3.
Kayhan Mokri.
I think we can expect to see that. Yeah, Mokri's just going to try to run over the table a little bit and knows that this is a good spot to accumulate more chips.
Sorry.
Don't mess with the Kayhan.
What?
Let's see.
6, 7, 8.
Raised to 9k. Baratza in the cutoff with ace-10 of spades.
Do not mess with the Mokri.
The thing is, yeah, the thing is you could expect Mokri to be opening, even a bit wider than he is, but he actually has a decent hand here, and Barraza thinking about what he wants to do with his stack. If you know your opponent's opening really light, then you might want to get aggressive here, but in this situation, King Queen not all that light, but the 3-bet looks really strong.
Is that a stack of 20?
Jay Seppi says Tony Soprano wins another pot. I literally have no idea which player he's referring to because none of them look anything like Tony Soprano.
Which one's snacking on some gabagool?
Oh, down to 180. That's 5 off the money now.
Bring it on down to Bubbleville.
How do we, Nick, as Cap suggests, replicate the feeling of being on the bubble in an online MTT on Stars? How can we have a big giant bubble inside the poker room?
Hey, that's a great idea. We should talk to the guys about getting that going on.
This shit, I'm not the type.
Maybe we can talk to the people who always
What
do our
if somebody
parties,
was
the
just
people
one
on
of the-
stilts. I'm sure they've got a way of creating a giant bubble.
What's that, Maria?
Oh, sorry.
What if one of the commentators is actually just in a bubble and then the other commentator pops it?
No, see hearts.
I could do like a Jake Gyllenhaal boy in
Aren't
the
we on camera
bubble
for these online events?
bit. At one of these, I just roll around the poker room, smashing tables, going up over the stage.
It's me. That's good.
Maria, have you been watching Deal or No Deal Island?
Please tell me you're joking. Is that a
No,
thing?
but actually,
Sorry, Maria.
it is. I heard it's really good, though. I heard it's good.
It's
so
good,
wouldn't
but
judge it just by the name.
It's good, but only Rob Mariano. Has he been on the podcast yet, Boston Rob James?
No.
He is absolutely owning everyone on the show. Like, it's silly how good he is at these games, and I wouldn't be watching it if it weren't for him. So I wasn't sure, because Maria, I know, is friends with Rob also. God, he's so good.
Okay, so apparently the insinuation is that it is Sargsyan who looks like James Gandolfini. If you're going to do a bad lookalike for Sargsyan, Chris Bauer is a better lookalike for Sargsyan. The target's name is Frank Sabatka.
Miguel Delgado says, great job commentating. I've been watching since 9 a.m. Chicago Central Time. Thank you and great job. Thank you for saying that. That's very kind. It's nice to be nice.
Look at Mokri taking the Jack-7 off as a 3-bet against the button open. And again, just the power of having a big stack on the bubble.
How much is it total? It's a fold. Well, yeah, I thought it was 60K.
This move is Sargsyan saying, I'm not afraid to bubble.
Let's try this stack.
I mean, he really does look like a
Can you put your chips on the side
guy
of
from The
bunny
Shield.
so we can know how much you have, because it's impossible.
Like, I have to look up, maybe it is him. All right, there's an Aram Sargsyan who's a former prime minister of Armenia. Do we think this might be him?
Google image search.
Dude. Dude.
He didn't waste my time.
He wouldn't be the first politician to play poker.
Don't stop me now.
That's not a million miles away.
Students. Yeah.
7, 8, 10 plus. 6, 1, raise 9,000.
Do you think there's a chance, Joe?
There's a chance.
It's
Of course, there's a chance that this guy's related to the prime minister also, and they have a family resemblance.
Sure.
So this Aram Sargsyan is 4th on Armenia's all-time money list.
And was also a prime minister?
There is no mention of him ever being in politics.
What, on his Hendon mob?
On any poker report that's ever mentioned him, he has never been referred to as former Prime Minister of Armenia. You'd think that would be a detail that people would include, right?
If they know.
If I look you up on Hendon mob, James, does it say former radio personality as well? Or?
James is actually an English poker presenter of unknown country of origin.
So kings find the 3-bet here. Hijack versus button.
The former Prime Minister, by the way, is 63, and I'm going to say this guy at the table is younger than 63.
Don't judge their lifestyle.
Yeah, but if I asked you how old Patrick Antonius was, would you get that one right?
I'd be within the ballpark.
It's a vision of health. Hasn't aged a day in years.
179 players remaining, 3 eliminations from going hand for hand in the Monte Carlo main event, and kings still good on a Queen Jack 4 flop.
Was a fairly attractive price for Pardo to continue pre-flop, but this will likely end things here if Baltatanu decided to c-bet, which he doesn't.
But 42,000.
Bye-bye. I gotta figure that out because I got some Armenian parking tickets I need taken care of.
To the outer tables, and it's Zhao Seidenstricker all in against Elias Gutierrez. Gutierrez with ace-king, Seidenstricker with eights. And eights hole, that is a double up for last year's Barcelona runner-up. And how much of a dent in Theros' stack is that?
Easy win. Good, no?
Yeah, that stack's on the shortish side. And back to the main stage. Mokri has opened on the button with the Dolly Parton. Jorgner with Big Slick. We're big on hand nicknames today, everyone. But a couple of new ones.
Big Slick is what I call Peter Jorgner's haircut.
Juan Baratza, ace, queen of clubs.
Oh, you're just sick about this. You're just sick about this. 40 big blinds, raising under the gun with ace, queen of clubs.
Oh, no.
Oh, you see? Oh, my God.
You actually called it.
Oh, my God. This is so gross.
If you want validation for just open folding ace queen suited under the gun during the bubble, it's no. Don't even think about it.
I'm not allowed to. I wouldn't. You would be mad if I folded this hand?
Yes.
I don't know.
You want to open fold ace queen suited under the gun? I will no longer be able to take any pieces of your action.
Suffice to say, Juan Pardo has 3-bet with ace king.
So what now? What am I doing now, Maria?
I don't mind calling here. I mean, the suited
Whoa, what's the
part
ghosting,
makes it
Maria?
nice.
One player to a hand. Let Joe make his own decisions.
I really hope that this hand plays out the way it would play out for me, which is an ace high 2-club flop. Boardwalk and Park Place on the Turner River.
Why don't you just ask for 3 queens?
I'm saying that's how it would turn out for me.
Oh, I see. Not what would actually happen.
No, what would happen is I would flop top pair and a club draw, and it would brick.
Well, Baratza is going to call. We are going to go to the flop. Out of position, without the betting lead, and a dominated hand. What's not to love?
Okay, this is one way it could work out, too. So what I would really do here is when Pardo bets, I would fold, but beforehand I would look. I'd be like, like I'm about to do something crazy, like,
That might be the worst. Full style.
And then fold.
Any notes on that, Maria?
That's only slightly better than the person who reaches for their chips as if they're about to bet,
and then
they check.
Yeah.
That's my #1 move.
Most hated play of all time. Oh, it's just the worst. Getting asked to be bluffed at all times.
Juan Pardo has continued for 18,000. Baratza folds the ace queen. And we have 60 minutes left on the clock, so officially 60 minutes to play today. But of course, the ambition is to get into the money, and if we are still not into the money by the conclusion of this level, we probably will play on. And we do have an all-in and a call out in the field. That's why there is that media scrum around table 21. It is Cully Sadu, another EPT finalist. A 2-time EPT finalist. Cully Sadu's the at-risk player. His shove has been called by Oliver Huber.
What odds do I get if I bet on Birmingham? What odds are you going to give me, knowing we know their cards, if I bet on Birmingham? Any chance? What am
I guess we're just waiting for all other hands to conclude before we run out.
Give me some odds. 20 what?
Good deal to cool it down.
Yeah. Cards can now be revealed. Cully Sadu with ace king and Oliver Huber with aces.
Diamonds are alive. Diamonds.
Whenever you want. 10 years ago.
5-4-4 on the flop.
Running fours for a chop.
Wow, that's going to seal his fate. So Cully Sadu eliminated in 179th place, missing out on a cash here in Monte-Carlo and taking us one spot closer to the bubble. 178 players now remain.
Cully Sadun.
It really sounds. I heard one every time. I heard one every time. That's just me.
So we're not hand for hand yet, which means there is a hand in progress on the main stage. Kayhan Mokri, the pre-flop raiser, got called by Juan Barraza in the big blind. Barraza checks the flop. Mokri continues for 5,000, and we get a fold.
Don't mess with the Kayhan.
Natalia Herbert on YouTube asking, is Wolfgang still in? Yes, he is.
I was just waiting for somebody to say it. I've been thinking about it for an hour. Even the break, I was just like, nobody noticed? It was just me? Yeah.
Wolfgang came back late from the dinner break. Does not have a big stack right now, but crucially still has some chips.
He's hanging in by a viola string.
Yeah.
Well, number 5 beats number 7.
You can't argue with that.
Talk about number 7. I'm just saying.
Round 2, Peter Jorgner.
Pete, as we call him.
7-6 of clubs.
Goes by PJ for short.
Peej.
Peej.
Now, Nick, if you want a rematch against Jorgner and he's willing to wrestle you for that watch, that's worth breaking an arm for.
Listen, I could take him this time. I've been
training.
I've been training.
The trick is to cheat and use weapons.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu versus the PJ.
Nick's been thinking about wrapping his legs around Peter Jorgner ever since that day in Paris.
You're not wrong. He is a legend.
Pardo defends the big blind, still has the best hand.
One check or one? Both. Both. 1 in 1 checks. No. Peter.
I'm just laughing because they're laughing.
I mean, you know what's funny though is I feel like everybody at this table understands that they are not going to be the bubble boy. Everyone's so comfortably
Yeah, it's like, oh no, that's going to happen somewhere else. Yeah.
It's much more lighthearted when absolutely nobody here is in any danger apart from an absolute cooler.
That's for other people.
Juan Pardo loves it.
He's in a giggle fit over here.
I've never seen him laugh like that before.
Interesting turn card. Jorgner should try to look a little more serious now because
I got enough because Juan
I think this is 2 barrels, Maria.
Equity. Yeah, so do I.
Jorgner bets 22K on the turn. What's it going to be, Chuckles?
He's still trying to stifle laughter. It looks like it's so funny, but trying to be serious in this hand. It's becoming a big pot.
And he calls again, still with the best hand, and Jorgner didn't get there.
Listen, Juan Pardo did not win all of those tournaments by folding, and he certainly understands that there's going to be some bluffs. You know, he doesn't block any of those diamonds. Potentially feeling like Jorgner could also just be opening a little bit wider on the bubble, and therefore will just have some weaker hands here.
Oh, Peter.
Ooh. This would be nice, though. It would just be nice to see. Just want him to go for it.
What's the size?
If there is anyone at this table who is capable of making an ace-high hero call, it's Juan Pardo.
I'm not sure about this size, though, guys. I feel like if Peter had trips, which is kind of what he's trying to represent, right, or stronger, he probably goes bigger to try and polarize here. I feel like maybe he doesn't go for the size. But, you know, who knows? Maybe this is exactly the size he goes for with Trip Kings, and this is balanced in Peter Jorgner's game.
Right, and if we think about hands like queens and jacks, are those really going to go 3 barrels. I'm not so sure about that, even though the sizing represents more of those types of hands.
Change
But
everything just
maybe
for
he
you
just got Juan Pardo in a moment of weakness with all the laughing and took him out of his element.
Peter, pants on fire.
So Jorgner chipping up to 268K, around 65 big blinds. Juan Pardo hovering around the 50 big blind mark. An average stack right now, 200K, with 178 players remaining.
That bubble has gone red. It is red E. Baltetanu, 6 deuce. Are we at the stage where people are going to give it a little think with 6 deuce? I think it's fine. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, who cares?
So close to that buble.
King Jack from Mami Mamu. Makes it 10K. Ace tray for JP. Ooh, JP versus PJ. I mean, not this time, but, you know, before. Does not have Mamu covered. They are dang close. Pardo calls. Big blind sends the cards into the muck. And our flop is ace 10-4. Top pair Pardo. Gut shot. Mami Mamu continues. 10,000. It stinks.
Best course of action for a hand like ace-3 of hearts is just to call, I think, and see what develops on the turn. Of course, Mami Mamu could have some better aces, but you also have that backdoor flush equity that does not come through.
$7 diamonds on the turn. And Mamu is going to go for the double barrel. Value betting twice for Juan Pardo. Thank you.
I think at this level, you just got to keep calling if you got the ace here. Hijack for a small blind, you're going to get 2-barreled a lot, especially when they can still have queen jack with a gutter, king jack with a gutter, king queen with a gutter. You know, even potentially hands like 5-6 that picked up equity on the turn. You know, 5-6 suited is a hand you might still open here from this position.
Aaron1212 says, why play versus Pardo? You know, he actually entered the pot before Juan Pardo, so it's kind of hard to, like, once he calls, you can't be like, all right, I'm out, I fold.
You should have known, Joe. He should have known.
Which is why you fold ace-queen suited under the gun. Just in case Juan Pardo decides he wants to play.
Wouldn't that be funny if you could actually just concede in post-flop pots, depending on your opponent? You're like, no, I don't want to play with you. But you, yes, we'll go to the turn.
You get a discount too. They're like, you can have half that open back. It's fine.
That would be nice.
That would be nice.
Well, we saw Peter Jorgner go for 3 barrels. Is Mami Mamu going to do the same against Juan Pardo?
I mean, that's a virtual all-in, right?
Ooh.
Why?
One folder.
Well, it worked.
Oh, show the bluff, bad boy.
Oh, it shows it.
Mami Mamu.
Oh, Juan. Oh, that was dirty, man. I would not.
But I get it. I'd be proud if I were able to bluff Juan Pardo too.
That was spicy, and this close to the bubble as well. Just absolutely savage. Quick, take a picture. I bluff Juan Pardo.
He will have his vengeance in this life or the next.
Do you know who is my brother?
Yeah, it is interesting because we are so close to the money that's why I think Juan Pardo is going to give him more credit for not having bluffs there.
Yep.
So maybe makes it a better spot to bluff.
I'm kind of curious. Who is your brother now?
No, I wait the bubble. I swear.
Oh, there you go. Tops and bottoms.
Can we dig up that old banana ad? Remember that?
I do remember that.
Bananas.
Banana phone.
Mokri has opened under the gun. Clan has flatted with ace-5 suited. Baratza ace-king in the cutoff. Ring, 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 ring. Banana phone.
Banana phone. Showing he is top banana on this table with that bluff.
And that's an all-in from Baratza. Woo! These guys are here to play.
Baratza, player poker. The others, they're chips.
Fold the Spraggy. Do it now. Like this week.
Baltataner took a second to fold 6-2 under the gun. I think he's just doing a little, just giving himself a little extra.
Okay.
A little harmless stalling.
Baratza officially the shortest stack at the table, but 36 big blinds is not short stacked. And as we've said a couple of times, everyone at this table should be able to comfortably cruise into the money. With 178 remaining and 175 getting paid.
One is running for presidency of Andorra.
And Prime Minister of Armenia?
Vicente is president. He's vice president.
What's that?
Delgado. Vicente Delgado. Oh.
He's too young. He's just a baby. He's getting married? Really?
My name is
Vicente?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much? 25, no?
25?
Yeah.
No.
Oh dear.
Años.
Vicente?
Yeah.
No. 30.
Baratza getting done by ace-queen again.
What?
31 or 32.
Wow. Oh, okay. Then he looks so.
Jeepers.
Mokri, Jack-8 in the bag. Calls as well. So 3-way to the flop. Luckily for Baratza, he did not 3-bet. However, top pair could get him into trouble.
I can't wait for Kayhan Mokri to win this hand when the 9 peels off.
I was going to say, don't forget about the gut shot. Multi-way spot this close to the bubble. They are super deep, though.
I guess I said we were doing the nicknames. Mokri with the Jack Frost.
Jack Frost. The J and the Snowman.
All right.
Have to give Griffin credit for that one.
American Airlines for Mami Mamu.
By the way, when they were joking about Juan Pardo running for office in Andorra, if Aram Sargsyan was that Aram Sargsyan, he'd have said, actually, guys, I used to run Armenia. You'd bring it up in conversation at that point, right? I mean,
it would be difficult if you were in politics.
Yes.
To not mention that you're like, oh, yeah, look, maybe I can give you some tips.
Do we see a second barrel here from Banana Man?
Banana.
Somebody call him on that banana phone. he say all in? Oh my days, 248K all in. Baratza is the effective 117K.
I was about to say, is this losing value, Nick? But I guess if Baratza calls it off, the answer is no.
I suppose. Oh my goodness, this is wild. This is wild. So the pot on the turn was 76,000. Juan Baratza with the ace queen here at 117K behind. So a kind of effective overbet all in on the turn. Good fold from the ace queen.
We are halfway through this level. Officially 45 minutes to play on the day. Remember, if we don't get into the money by the end of this level, chances are we'll play the start of level 16 and only stop when we get to 175. Okay, well, I'm hearing there have been a couple of all-ins in the field.
Oh, well, now you have my attention.
Okay, table 22. Remember, hands are not shown until the tournament staff come over to run it out. In this case, the full board has been dealt already, but we've got Edward Barzigian at risk here. Edward is the player in seat 8. He's been called by Francisco Caballo, the player in seat 6. There is still action in progress at other tables, so we will wait before this all-in is revealed. But that is the guy who's at risk, the guy with the red triangle of death in front of him.
What's this guy's name? Edward?
Barzigian.
You're never going to believe this. Prime Minister of Lithuania named Edward Barzigian.
No, I'm not going to believe it. Now, I'm hearing there are actually 3 tables in the room where there has been an all-in and a call. And we only need to lose 3 players to get into the money. I have been told that when play does conclude at all of the tables, it will be table 22 that Toby goes to first. And that's the table where we saw Edward all in. Table 18 also has an all-in. And that is all-in pre-flop. So there is yet a board to be dealt there.
A little something for everyone. You like river action? We got you. You like pre-flop action? We got you.
I mean, if we've got 3 all-ins at 3 different tables, okay, we might not get into the money, but statistics would kind of lead you to think we'll lose at least 1 player. We'll get down to 177 here. And of course, despite repeated pleas from the tournament staff for players to stay in their seats, they are not staying in their seats. But as we know, Maria, if you've got to get your steps in, you're allowed, right? That's the exemption clause.
Sit down.
Yes, and if you happen to be by the door. See, that's the only time I do it, James, okay?
Yeah, I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. Starbuck the Third says, I predict 3 double ups because the poker gods hate us.
Bring the cards in front here.
What does Starbuck have writing on it? You want the broadcast to end?
No, they want the bubble to burst. They want that pop. They want that satisfying pop. And also the celebration. The muted celebration we'll see when everyone locks up at least a min cash.
I love world famous bubble coverage, and I don't want it to end. Pretty good. That was pretty good. That was Nick. That was Nick Michael Winslow Walsh over here. Oh, look, he's flying away in his helicopter.
No. Absolutely botched it.
So reminder that there is an all-in and a call at table 22 where Edward Barsegian is at risk. We have an all-in and a call over at table 18 where Tutor Sapsa is all-in and at risk.
Are these AI generated names? Tutor Sapsa?
It's the European Poker Tour, Joe. What can I tell you?
Well represented, by the way.
Toby Stone wants to keep things smooth and controlled.
Love me some Toby Stone.
And I think he's making his way in the direction, at least, of table 22.
He's a dude.
To reveal the hands of Edouard Barsegian and Francisco Caballo, and that will decide Barsegian's fate. Listen to Toby.
I heard that. Didn't know the outcome? You absolutely understood completely.
Table 22, Francisco. All right, attention, main event players. We have 178 currently remaining, and we have 3 all-in calls. So we're going to go through them table by table. We're on table 22 here. We have already a full board, and we have 2 players, Francisco and Edward. So we're just going to turn over the cards. Edward is our at-risk player. So we're going to turn over the cards, and I'm going to let you know if we've lost a player or not. All right, let's see the cards, please, guys. Turn over your cards. Turn them over, please. Don't be shy.
Queen 7 against Ace Queen. That's top pair for Barsegian. That's going to be a double
All right,
up.
so Edward was our at-risk player, and Edward has doubled up. So we are still 178 remaining.
All that for nothing.
Unlucky, Javi. Unlucky.
Still 2 more tables, still 2 more all-ins, and the next table will be table 18. Tutor Sapsa all in pre-flop against Muhammad Parati.
Who's that dude who looks like a cross between Sam Grafton and Barney Boatman? You know what I'm talking about.
The best of both worlds.
Let's deal out the all-in at table 18. Let's see the hands.
Show me.
Oh, he's a funny guy.
Show me.
He's fun at parties.
All right, players, we're on table number 18. 2 players, no board. We have Tudor and Mohammed. Tudor is our at-risk player. Once again, Tudor Mohammed. Tudor is our at-risk player. Can we see your cards, please, players? Turn over your cards. Turn over your cards, guys, please. Okay, Tudor shows 2 kings, and Mohammed shows ace-jack. Once again, Tudor with 2 kings is our at-risk player. Flop, please.
Probably another double up.
Flop is 7, 10, 10. Turn. Turn is a jack.
Got a sweat.
Final card, please. Final card is a 3. Tudor has doubled up.
So 2 all-ins and 2 double ups so far. And still 1 more all-in. And Toby making his way to table 7, where Alexander Shilko, the PSPC champion, shoved the small blind on Jan Pinot, who called in the big and is at risk. So Pinot, the at-risk player. His opponent, Alexander Shilko.
Is this gonna be the one?
the one of two. We still need two to get to the bubble.
The one of the three all-ins, but, you know.
The first one.
All right, players, we're on table number 7. 2 players, Jan and Alexander. Jan is our at-risk player. No flop, no board. Let's see your cards, please, guys. Jan, our at-risk player, shows 2 sevens, and Alexander shows Jack 5. So once again, 2 sevens is our at-risk player.
Must have been
Flop,
really
please.
short.
Very short to be shoved on small to big.
Flop is King 5 Queen. Turn card. Turn is another 5. And the final card. Final card is a Jack. We have lost a player. We have lost a player on table number 7.
Savage. Savage.
So that is Jan Pinot eliminated in 178th place, falling to the PSPC 2023 champ Alexander Shilko. We're down to 177, 1 elimination away from going hand for hand, 2 eliminations away from being in the money.
So we are 177. I'll just get your attention during this moment, please. 177 remaining.
Listen to Toby.
And we are going to continue hand for hand.
Oh, we're going hand for hand at 177.
During the hand for hand process, if we lose 2 players from the same table, the player who entered the hand with the highest chips will take the highest finishing position. If we lose 2 players from separate tables, if there's any prize pool, it will be split. There won't be for the next one, but if we're on the pure bubble, that prize pool will be split. Dealers, if you have an all-in call, you know what to do. Keep the cards face down until the floor comes over to instruct you to send them over. And players, we need you to stay in your seats. I'm going to be announcing all the action during the hand-to-hand process. Please stay in your seats. It allows the floor guys and the TV crew to move around the tables. Really, really important.
I thought he was going to say to be smooth and controlled.
So 177. We are going to continue hand for hand.
You're okay, now we can go, yeah?
All right, let's steal hand leaders.
Okay, so going hand for hand, 2 off the money. And we head back to the feature table for the start of H4H play.
H4H commences. Again, a lot of smiles on our feature table. These guys know that they're probably not in the danger zone unless something really catastrophic happens.
Danger zone!
They will deal hand by hand. So one hand, like all tables.
I wonder how funny Juan Pardo is going to think everything is once he finds out he was bluffed back to back.
Wow. There's such an edge to her voice there, too. I wonder how funny he thinks it's going to be then.
Maria's typing out a message to him right now.
How much do you have left?
160 or 150? 150.
$34.
Pardo gets 3-bet by Mokri.
When will it end?
When the bubble bursts.
He looks amused.
I've never seen him smile this much, Maria.
It's like I know that you know that you're going to 3-bet the spotlight, but I can't really do anything about this.
Yeah, and
it's
actually,
better than you for sure, man.
For ages now, we've been seeing Mokri really getting wide with his 3-betting against some of the shorter stacks here who are sweating that bubble. So absolutely right. I know that you know that you know that I know.
There it is.
I like Tom's suggestion. I'm going to make one small amendment. Tom says, can we make it a rule that from now on, anyone out of their seats during the bubble has to stand for the rest of the day
20 minutes minimum.
on one leg?
The bubble minimum?
You're going to cut off someone's
20
leg?
minutes is very optimistic.
No, they
my
can
friend.
keep the leg. They just can't have it on the ground.
This is very last almost half full thing.
TV table, you're not even watch your phone or nothing, just
Look at the sky. You know why we were laughing? Because I had to say to the other dealer, when you say Juan folds, his name is Juan, so it sounds like, yeah, you understand? Yeah, it's funny, yeah. This is why. And he couldn't stop laughing in the hand earlier. She had to start saying seat one folds.
One jokes. Confusingly, we've got another Juan in seat 8.
Table 1, seat 1.
Table 1?
All the mesas.
Here's
Say,
Wani.
You go to win. 1-1.
There's not a lot of jokes that like translate to like several
I was
different
thinking about
languages
this
and
for an hour.
cultures, and
I
you
can't
gotta
believe,
give them a
and
little.
nobody
something
think
for
about it. I was just waiting for somebody to say it.
I think after all these years, Kayhan has just realized the best way to get around a good poker face is through humor. Makes him crack that way.
Let's see if there are any hands in progress out in the field. And looks like most dealers have finished. I see decks set and ready to go. Anyone still playing? Anyone?
Well.
All right, dealers, next hand, please.
Nope.
Next hand, thank you.
Toby announces that the next hand should be dealt, so let's go back to the feature table.
I think we already spent 20.
That's right, Optimus Clang. One more hand.
We have to give that drone operator a raise. This is great work.
It's not a drone, Nicholas.
It's a joke.
It's an analog drone. There's a big arm on it.
Them's the jokes, James.
I don't want the police showing up. Baratza with kings.
How much did you start with? 120? Yeah.
Well, you see this from Rip Cheater? The card room manager at the Orleans in Vegas will give you an orbit penalty on the bubble if you even turn around to look at another table, let alone get out of your seat. He's an absolute savage monster. Never seen anything like it. He was so angry at people. Is he related to James Hardigan?
New policy this summer. Everyone's got to stand on one leg now.
Oh boy, Kings versus Queen Jack.
And Kings still ahead despite the presence of an ace on the desk. Baratza continues. Gets a fold from Mokri. Play concludes at the feature table, but play has not concluded at all of the outer tables yet. And we have to wait. All tables playing in sync right now, which is what happens during the hand-for-hand process on the bubble of an EPT main.
Oh. Kayhan. Maybe needing to
and they will put it on the TV.
make a trip, we'll call it.
Oh, I'm here. We're here.
Well, he's only at 7,500 steps, so, you know, there's work to be done.
Now I just know that I won't dare to do this at the Orleans, though.
Maria, when's the last time you played at the Orleans?
I might have never stepped foot in that car.
Not even for the TGI Fridays?
Don't they have a bowling alley there,
They
though?
do.
I
They
might
do.
have gone bowling there. Yeah.
You may notice a bit of a huddle at the back of the room, and that's because there has been an all-in and a call, just waiting for play to finish at every other table. But I think it's table 20 where we have seen an all-in pre-flop, which has been called. Eduardo de la Sola is the all-in player, and he has been called by Nathan Tatar.
Tatar or Tutor?
Tatar.
There's a bowling alley at the Gold Coast and at the Orleans, Brandon, and at Red Rock, and at South Point.
And South Point is actually where they have the national championships every year as well. They have a bowling arena, in fact. It's not just an alley, it's a whole arena.
Whoa. You're telling me there's more than one bowling alley in Vegas?
And casinos in Vegas, yes.
But there's only one arena, is my point, James.
Yeah, the one at South Point's legit.
So let's go down to table 20. And I don't think there are any other all-ins. It's just this one table. A reminder that the at-risk player here is Eduardo Della Sola. And his pre-flop all-in has been called by Nathan Tatar. And Toby is making his way to the table as play has concluded everywhere else. So we can flip these cards over and we can run out this board and decide Eduardo's fate. If Eduardo is eliminated here, Eduardo is the player with the red triangle of death, will be down to 176.
I hate to say it, but Eduardo kind of looks like a guy who bubbles.
Listen to Toby.
A little pressure on you. Lots of pressure on you, buddy.
Alright guys, we're on table number 20. We have an only call. We have Nathan and Eduardo. Nathan and Eduardo. Eduardo is our at-risk player.
Come on, Eduardo, prove me wrong.
Cards, please. Turn over your cards. Nathan shows Queen 10 of hearts. And Eduardo, our at-risk player, shows 10 of hearts. Sorry, 10 of diamonds.
Ooh, I hate to say it, but that looks like a hand that bubbles.
It is a domination situation.
Once again, Eduardo is our at-risk player with 10 jack. Flop is 6, 5, ace. Turn card, please. Turn is a 10.
Oh, nope, not good enough.
Final card.
5 or 6. Ace.
Final card is an ace.
Kickers play.
Eduardo looks
All right, we have lost a player here on table number 20.
Brutal. I've got sweaty palms, but you don't
want
We're going to break a table.
Poor Eduardo Della Sola.
And then we're going to continue hand for hand.
Eliminated in 177th place. And we are on the pure bubble in this record-breaking Ept Monte-Carlo main event. One more player to lose before we are in the money.
The stone bubble.
Eduardo about to take the lonely walk out of the poker room.
He's getting a hug at least.
He needs it. Hugs for Eduardo.
All right, dealers, we're breaking the table. In a moment, you
course.
should have 8 players per table.
With 176 players remaining, we should now have an even number of players at every table being on the pure bubble. So the table is being broken, players getting new seat assignments. We will resume hand for hand once all players are in their seats, and we are 8-handed everywhere.
The ceremonial taking of the baseball bats to the table. The table shall be broken to several little bits, and the bubble will continue.
I think I spotted Anna Marquez in the field still.
Marquez!
Boy! That's a joke for 2 of us.
Some of the production team might remember that moment.
She was never to be seen or heard from again, as far as PokerStars was concerned.
I don't know whether you heard me reference there, Maria, that this is the biggest Ept Monte-Carlo main event of all time. 1,208 total entries.
That's amazing, and way to give me more FOMO for not being there.
I aim to please.
You had your chance.
How's Wolfgang looking? Did he make it?
So Wolfgang still clinging on with that shortish stack. Feros clinging on. He's also reasonably short stack right now.
You know who else is clinging on? Voke, son of none.
One more player to lose before we make the money. Prize pool, 5.8 million euros in this event, a min cash of 8,700 euros.
Was Vogue from Discovery?
Yeah.
That was during that season, right?
Yeah.
All right, dealers, you should have 8 players per table. If you don't, tell us now.
Speak now or forever hold your
So 176
deck
players,
of
you can
cards.
still have hand. Any holding call, please keep your cards face down. Thank you. Dealers, next hand, please.
We gotta get that Orleans guy in here, maybe for Barcelona. Guest bubble TD.
I would just have him like walk the floor with a golf club and just like swing at anyone.
You get a penalty, and you get a penalty. Eyes front.
Guess I'm not going to Barcelona then.
Raise from Kayhan Mokri in the cutoff. Makes it 9K with Jack 4 of diamonds. Peter Jorgner's on the button. He has jacks.
Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
So Peter's got about 64 bigs here, guys. Kayhan is our feature table chip leader with 113.
Three bet from Peter, re-raising to 29,000. Mokri, not messing about. Fold straight away.
90% my opens. It's insane.
It's a good decision to not try to 4-bet somebody who's wearing that expensive of a watch.
Jacks?
Oh, no. He never
I'm pretty
lies.
sure when we will
He
be
never
there, so
lies.
everybody lies. Nobody say that.
He's on TV. Why would he lie to you?
No, I'm saying I had a jack. That's why.
Wow.
Which jacks do you have? And don't tell me you don't remember. You double check those cards.
One black and one red.
Yeah, okay. Which color was it? Which color was the black one?
Really black.
Okay.
Huh.
I think you had ace-10 off.
It's like when Archer asked his butler to organize all his sweatshirts in order of color. They're all black, sir.
Yes, yes, here you go.
No. There are 13 varying degrees of black.
Jack 4 of
Woodhouse.
Woodhouse. That's right. I like that show.
Can you do the rest of commentary in that Butler's voice, though?
He really sounds like that. That's good.
So like now, we can use our phones if we go down there, right?
I don't think they let you. Because it takes too much time.
Oh, Orleans guy is jumping through the screen right now.
A veces pienso, tío, tu nombre no ha dicho algún griego, porque Malaga significa como algo así, ¿no?
Han dicho muchas
Mil veces.
And these guys aren't even speaking English.
No, creo que algo así, pajillero, algo así. Que no lo sé, pero lo digo a ver los griegos con Malaga, como algo de tipo insulto.
Es como un insulto, sí.
See if you're dropping the line I was thinking of. I don't know how they grade sand, but coarse. It was his dad too, right? Wasn't Woodhouse? Didn't it? Woodhouse turn out to be his dad?
I can't remember. That sounds about right.
Something like that.
So, play seems to have concluded at most tables. Let's just hover over the room to check if there are still any hands in progress. No word from our team on the floor about any all-ins yet.
Oh, I can see Flushy. Does he have chips?
Well, I assume he's got some chips, otherwise he'd be out.
He has some chips. You're right, James. Well spotted.
Well, he does have a chair, so therefore he has a chip.
And credit to Flushy for staying in that chair, as instructed by Toby Stone, to try and keep this process smooth and controlled.
Flushy seems like a good rule follower.
He's a good, I told you, he won $1 million and he still wouldn't jump in the pool fully closed with us. We had to do it for him.
I would be afraid if I jumped in the pool, they'd figure out a way to take the money away from me. They'd be like, ooh, did you not read the fine print? You got in trouble at the hotel. You actually win nothing.
We almost convinced him. No, really, I go get changed. Okay, sorry, Flushy, go ahead.
I get nothing from this.
Bright light. Bright light.
I think
actually aliens communicating with us.
It's Morse code.
Yeah.
Everything's clear on the dark side of the moon. Play the 5 tones. I don't see any significant action. Oh, hold on a second. Everyone's crowding around that table at the back of the room.
It's a good thing everyone's staying in their seats.
Oh, clearly nothing that significant because we're going on to the next hand. Maybe that light was a giant laser, and anyone who gets out of their seat gets shot with the laser and evaporated. I'm sure Orleans guy would be on top of that.
We've actually lost 3 players since that moment.
Yeah, we had another elimination. There was no all-in. No, but there was an elimination.
Bees effort. Tournament directors with freaking laser beams on their heads.
Mommy Bamu.
Are they ill-tempered? Well, that's ace, jack of clubs. Just a call from Baratza. And a jack 10-10 flop.
It's fun.
Oh, wow. Our mod Ed has just been put on the spot by Ben on YouTube. He says, Ed, what do you think about Maria Ho? Watch the YouTube chat for Ed's answer, Maria. He's going to give his honest opinion.
Oh, so far he's ignored it, actually. He's being evasive.
Ed, you got to commit here, buddy.
Ed's a heck of a politician.
Ed, are you there?
He's writing something long and flowery, checking it for spelling.
I love it. 4 words. I like Maria, TBH.
You know that they're lying when they say TBH.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ed, you had your chance and you blew it.
What if Ed really did not like Maria? He's just sitting there, he's like, I don't get what everyone's constantly. Maria's butt is not so great. TBH. Maui Mamu firing flop and river.
Yeah, 20,000 and Baratza makes the call. Mami Mamu tells him, you win.
That is a huge pickup here on the bubble for Baratza. Joe is the best commentator on this team, TBH.
I have always good head, but not very good.
So you banned.
Yeah. He gets banned once per day.
Yeah. Very worthy, though.
With you, king queen. I have king queen. Queen. Maybe half of it is queen. Remember
So play concludes at the feature table. What's happening out there? Do we see any carnage? Do we see any chaos? Do we see crowds gathering, cameras moving in, boom mics in position, photographers poised? Yes, we do. Because there is an all-in and a call over at table number 4. Bernat Montes has moved all in and been called by Georges Mercier Temescu. Montez, the player with the red triangle of death in front of him.
But he's called so quick.
But there is still action in the field.
Church. Big slick, whatever you call people call it.
A reminder, we only need to lose one more player until we are in the money. We are on the pure bubble now in the Monte Carlo main event. And there is a second all-in and a call. On the other side of the room at table 17, Christophe Morby is at risk against Michel Karim.
Boy, they're real far from the feature table. Get back up.
Yeah.
You think you can be inconspicuous? You're wearing a giant banana suit.
I swear to God, it wasn't me, guys. Oh, yeah? Let's check the footage.
Clock is paused for these two all-ins to be dealt, just waiting for play to conclude at every other table. But right now we have an all-in at table 4 and an all-in at table 17, and I think Toby is planning to come to table 4 first, and that's where we have Montez all-in against Temescu.
I can see David Doherty as well.
TNA Kirsch says this is the hand.
Could be. We only need one of these two all-ins to go the way of the bigger stack for us to be in the money. Of course, there is always the possibility of a couple of double-ups here. There's even the possibility of a chop pot, and everyone loves that.
Barney Grafton is still in.
Toby's making his way to table 4. And after that is to table 17. Where it's Christophe Morby versus Michel Karim. But first things first, Bernat Montes against Georges Mercier Temescu.
We have 2 all-in calls. All right, so I'm going to run the hand here on table number 9.
8-3, the classic Gio hand. I knew it! 8-3 off, it's Gio, I knew it!
All right, we have Bernat and George. Bernat is our at-risk player with 2 kings, and George has ace-3. Let's see the flop, please. Flop is 9-10-7. Turn card. Turn card is a jack. There is 3 spades on the board, and George has the ace of spades. But currently, Bernat, our at-risk player, is ahead with 2 kings. Final card, please. Final card is a queen.
Wow, kings hold.
Right, our at-risk player has doubled up. Thank you.
So Bernat Montes survives, and now Toby needs to make his way to table 17.
We're going over to our next table now.
A reminder, the players in this hand are Christophe Morby and Michel Karim, and it is Christophe who is the at-risk player. He's in seat 3.
Still 176 remaining. One more all-in call to run.
Let's run it. Listen to Toby.
Oh, there's Ankita Huja.
Not in his seat. I'm keeping names. I've got a list.
Yeah, red-handed.
Harry, give him the nod. Let's decide the fate of Christoph Morby. Is this massage going to continue?
It's fine, that's fine, thank you.
Ready? All right, players, we're on table 17. We have Michael and Christoph. Christoph is our at-risk player. Let's see the cards, please. Turn over your cards, please. Michael has ace, king. Christoph, our at-risk player, has 2 aces.
Oh, just aces.
Flop, please. Flop is 2, queen, 2. Turn card. Turn card is a 3. Final card, please. And the final card is another 3.
Aces hold.
We are still 1-7-6 remaining. All right, let's start the clock. And dealers, next hand, please.
Okay. So 2 all-ins, 2 double-ups. We continue hand for hand on the bubble.
Yep. Pocket ace is a pretty good hand. Joe taught me top 3.
Top 3.
Top 3 starting hand. I'm pretty sure it's up there.
Look, it's a theory.
It's a theory. Just like GTO.
That's right.
Just like ICM.
Just like gravity.
I think you'll find that ICM is a theorem, specifically Wiciak's theorem.
Theorem definitely makes it sound fancier.
Yeah, but where's the proof?
It's in the pudding.
And the pudding is a big pile of chips and cash. Sargsyan opening under the gun with ace-jack of diamonds.
Another 10 minutes to finish. This is last 10. Last 10.
I'm going to check on Kevin quickly.
Let's follow the banana, the bunch of bananas through the crowd.
Again, I just run there.
You can just keep the phones there, honestly.
Yes. What is my telephone?
Wow, every single player is going to get up from the feature table.
Someone's
looks
watching
like.
them, except for everyone.
Oh, Sargsyan, you were the only one. You were the only player in my good books, and you ruined it.
He would have gotten up sooner if he wasn't stacking his chips.
Yeah, they're all on the list, all of them.
Look at Marley.
Does that mean I'm off
Oh,
the list,
no.
though?
Oh, at 2, Marley. All right, stretching your legs.
Hang on,
I'll allow it.
Hang on. Marley.
No.
No. She's at her seat.
Okay,
Yeah. Knees,
at her seat.
knees on acceptable.
I'm crossing her name out, crossing her name out.
That's being a solid ambassador. That is Dan Kishu wandering around.
Okay, Kishu. C-H-I-S-U. It pains me to have Peter Jorgner's name on the list. Is that Pollock standing up there?
Now, this is you're only punishing people whose names you know. I mean, there's plenty of other people standing up. We just don't know who they are.
I'm just going to make a few examples. I know that guy was the FPS final table. I'll dig out his name from Monday's stream. And
FPS guy.
Fabrice Bigo. Danny Maxwell, I know his name. Danny.
No. He's okay.
He's a
okay.
photographer. He's a photographer.
Okay. Oh. He's not in the tournament.
Okay.
You can't just write names of people you know now, James. That's not cool.
He's standing up.
Look at this guy filming with a giant camera.
Harry Kirby, put him on the list.
He was already on the list.
It's been in the bad books for years.
Well, suffice to say, there is action over here. Back at table 17. Michael Kareem in seat 2 is all in against Laurent Polito in seat 4. And again, we're in a situation where we're waiting for action to finish at every other table before Toby comes over. They flip over the cards and run out the board. The massage guy survived the bubble with aces. Here comes Toby. I love the fact that he's got security Tony there to guard him.
Toby, Tony, Tony, Toby. If Tony's full name is Anthony, does that mean Toby's full name is Anthony?
So a reminder, Michael Kareem is the at-risk player, the player in seat 2, called by Laurent Polito. Let's listen to Toby.
Toby is ready if you want to go. All right, players, run table 17. We have an all-in call. Michael and Laurent. Michael is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please. Michael shows ace-queen, our at-risk player, and Laurent shows 2 jacks. Once again, ace-queen is our at-risk player. Flop, please. Flop is 9-2 queen. Turn card. Turn is a king. Final card, please. Final card is a 3.
That's a double up.
The at-risk player has doubled up.
Did you say bubble up?
Double up.
Okay, we're going to continue hand-for-hand dealers. Next hand, please. Can we start the clock? Please, floor. Thank you.
Smooth and controlled. Nice work, Toby.
I hope this ends soon. I have work in the morning.
Players back in their seats. Most of the players back in their seats.
Who's big blind?
Oh. The player to the left of the small blind. Thank you for your question.
Yo soy ciega pequeña ahora.
Okay, it's okay like
Yeah,
this.
the button's right.
I'm not big.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
You completed big blinds with ace jacks.
Yeah, I know, it's my button.
Yeah, button is here.
Yeah.
Missed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I put big blind.
No, but I raise on the button with shitty hand.
You raise.
I fall in
Raise
blind the last
all big.
hands. For sure.
No.
To be fair, it was over an hour
He
ago.
opened under the gun.
Maybe there was
falls
no hand.
I
I raise and you fold?
No, he's true. He opened under the gun.
He opened under the gun and I fall in big blind.
I know, it's true.
Don't we have a graphic system that tracks this stuff?
It's true.
Okay.
Wasn't the previous pot the ace jack versus the deuce four of spades or something?
Where's Maria been?
I have 1 card.
I'm here, but Juan Pardo is definitely right.
I think we're supposed to do
No, it was, remember, the only person that stayed back at the table was stacking his chips, and he had raised from under the gun, and everybody got up.
That's right. It was Sarkeesian.
It's a misdeal.
But this is the hand. Maybe nice.
Supposed to happen.
That's right.
Haven't they taken
never know
enough
what
from
you
Juan Pardo already? They want him to pay the big line twice.
Where did he go?
Everyone loves a misdeal.
Where did he go?
No. I will not have that song misappropriated. No one likes a misdeal.
Time anyways.
Nice.
If we take long enough, we can play 2 hands in a row.
So Paul Clan with Jack 10.
I get my phone for a minute. Between
Raises.
hands. Yeah, of course, of course.
I finally get a hand this level.
What did you have? Show us.
Jacks.
Well, that counts.
Christ.
That's, wow.
How do you guys get these hands?
Or something like that.
Bald-faced
What
lie.
an unnecessary lie. Like you pick up the blinds, it wasn't even like you 3-bet or something. It's like, why not just tell the truth?
I don't want them to know I opened
Strange.
Jack 10.
From the button? How dare I?
So back out into the field. Looks like action's concluded everywhere here. No cameras, microphones, no photographers. That hand's just finished there, pot being pushed. We're going to have a hand with no all-ins.
Maybe there's so many all-ins that we just can't keep track of them.
And everyone's running back to their seats because it's time for the next hand.
He'll be a child. Oh, back to back to back to back.
That happens.
There we go. Yeah, can we put this down here?
Yes, don't. Put it.
Mark says at least everyone will have 10,000 steps after this bubble.
And Juan Pardo's off to get a few more. And some stair climber steps as well. Sargsyan. Assume the position.
Completes in the small with Queen 5. Boltatanu with 10-6. Raises.
Senses a little bit of weakness out of the limp, but also feels like, hey, it's the bubble, so why not try to take advantage of my position in this hand and my chip stack? You know, once Kayhan Mokri's out, everybody else feels a little more comfortable.
For sure.
I absolutely love this raise. Raising blind v blind after the small blind is limped is like one of my favorite things to do in poker. Gonna be real. It's just absolutely savage.
Weird dude, Walsh.
I know.
We've all got to get our thrills somewhere. Clock is currently paused, which implies there is at least one all-in in the field. Looks like something's kicking off over there. But Toby's moving over to this side of the room. Just wants to get an overview of everything going down right now.
You guys see Wally?
No, but I do see Marley, and she's out of her seat.
She's only human.
Can we start doing like picture books, like Where's Marley?
Yeah, Where's Marley?
Just like do shots, like loads of pictures like this, and just Marley hiding in the crowd somewhere.
I'm going to say that Marley was pressured to get out of her seat by Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm 100% blaming Brandon for this. So, hold on a second.
Brandon's one of my favorite people to blame for stuff.
Annoying.
100%.
His name's gone straight to the top. Okay, so there is at least one all-in, and it's a player we saw earlier on. It's Kevin Schultz. It's the guy who won the PCA main event in 2015. He moved all in and was called by Candido Capiello. Still plenty of hands in progress, so they're not running it yet. But that'll be where Toby heads to next. A former PCA winner, Kevin Schultz, all in and at risk. Let's take you to table Schultz. There he is in seat number 1, and it is the player in seat number 4, Candido Capiello, who's called him. 9 years since Kevin won the PCA.
About 5 of them didn't count.
Well, when I said the clock had been paused, and that indicated there was at least one all-in and a call, I'm hearing there are actually four all-ins at different tables. Surely this is the moment when we burst the bubble in the Ept Monte-Carlo main event.
How'd you know my name was Shirley?
And apparently Toby is going to come over to table Schultz first. And we'll see what Kevin has, we'll see what Candido has, and we'll see if Kevin survives. And then it'll be over to table 1, where we have 2 players called Alexei. Alexei Natoptanyi is at risk, called by Alexei Ivchenko. Am I getting trolled?
Main event players, take your seats. I'm not going to run the hands until you take your seats. It's that simple.
Adrian Mateos is out of his seat.
Write him down.
Buenos
Juan Pardo is
dias,
still over there.
Adrian. Okay, they're going to run
These
it.
players are way more audacious than me, but
All right, players, can I get attention, please? 176 remaining. We have 4 all-in calls.
All right.
I'm going to go table to table and announce them all. So please stay in your seats.
I'm in my seat.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right, we're on table number 2. We have Kevin and Candido. Kevin is our at-risk player. Kevin shows 2 kings, Candido shows 2 queens. Once again,
next.
Kevin with 2 kings is our at-risk player.
Next,
please.
Next table. This is a double up.
Flop is 9-3-9-7.
Looks like it.
Turn. Turn is a 6.
Next.
Final card, please. Final card is a jack. Kings have it doubled up. That was table number 2. Still 176 remaining and 3 all-in calls to go.
So over to table 1, where we have the 2 Alexeis. Probably better to call them by their last names to avoid any confusion.
Good luck.
Natoptanyi, the at-risk player, called by Yevchenko. Whatever you do, Toby, don't say it's Alexei versus Alexei.
Well, you can't get the hands wrong that way, at least.
And remember, after this hand, there's still another 2 all-ins to deal out. Alexei Natoptany versus Alexei Yevchenko, and it is Natoptany who is the at-risk player here. Not funny. Listen to Toby.
All right, we're on table number 1. We have Yevchenko and Alexei. Yevchenko is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please. Thank you.
Natoptany's at risk.
Yevchenko shows King 3. Alexei shows Jack. Once again, Yevchenko with King 3 is our at-risk player.
No. The play with Jacks is at risk, Toby.
Flop is 4 King Queen.
And this could be it. Jacks cracked. This could be the bursting of the bubble.
4. Final card, please. Final card is a 10.
That's a KO.
Yevchenko has doubled up, and we have lost a player. We are going to continue.
So we are definitely in the money. That is Alexei Natoptany, who has just been eliminated. His Jacks cracked by King 3.
We still have 2.
Not in the tournament anymore, at least.
We still have 2 all-in calls to run, players.
I knew it was going to be a problem when they both had the same name. So the bubble has officially burst, but don't go anywhere, Alexei, because there are still 2 all-ins to run out. There is a chance you chop them in cash.
We still have 2 all-in calls we're going to run, players.
Table 4, Sylvain Loosli is all in and at risk.
Oh, wow.
Called by Demosthenis Kyriopoulos.
You're really earning it today, buddy.
Where's Nobby Clark? Where's Billy Buttons?
Where's Old Kent Road?
So Loosli all in and at risk. His opponent Kyriopoulos
So
in
we
the
have
5 seat.
175 remaining. We do still have 2 all-in calls.
Sylvain in the 1 seat is at risk here.
All right, we're on table number 4. We have Sylvian and Domesthenes. Sylvian is our at-risk player. Let's see your cards, please. Sylvian shows 2 kings. Domesthenes shows ace 10. So 2 kings is our at-risk hand.
That is correct.
10 card flop, please.
It's been a long day.
Flop is 4, 6, 3. Turn card. Turn card is a 6. Final card, please.
This has to fade the ace.
Final card is an ace.
No.
Barry Greenstein makes an appearance to eliminate Sylvain Loosli.
Here on table number 4. However, we do still have 1 more all-in call to run.
Okay, so Loosli eliminated in the same hand as Alexei, so those 2 will at least, well, they're going to split them in cash. The question is whether that is split between the 2 of them or whether it's split 3 ways, because there's still 1 more all-in.
And if it goes 3 ways, and they're all only in for 1 entry, then they'll all actually cash for a little bit of money.
Then they're not going to make a profit.
So players, we have currently 174 remaining.
16,000 split 3 ways.
Call to run.
Yes.
Yeah, as long as they're only in for 1 buy-in.
They'll practically be even. Let's call it even.
Yeah. I think they're practically even now. They're splitting 8,700. That's
Yeah, I mean, they would split what they get. Look at 5,800 each, and the buy-in is 5,300. So yeah, you'd make a €500 profit. Nice. Okay.
If you're in for one.
Okay, so what's happening
in
here?
Monte-Carlo, that'll get you.
We'll get you a bus ticket out of here.
We've got Lincoln
Right.
Furukawa at risk here against Jeremy Zuari. And there's a full board out, so this is just going to be a showdown. The board, ace, queen, queen, deuce, deuce.
Okay, dealer, deal the turn.
Listen to Toby.
All right, players. 1-7-4 remaining. One more holding call. We do have a full board of a pair of twos, an ace, and a pair of queens. So we're just going to turn over the cards.
Let's do it.
And we're going to see who wins a hand. We have Jeremy and Lincoln. And turning cards
That's a
over,
full
please.
house. That's a better full
Our average
house.
player shows queens over, and our Jeremy shows aces over.
So that is Lincoln Furukawa eliminated.
We have lost another player here
Yeah.
on table number 19.
4 all-ins on the bubble, 1 double up, 3 eliminations. So those 3 players will split
All right,
2
players,
min cashes.
By the way, you've all cashed in the biggest EPT Monte-Carlo. Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats to everyone else who's going to get at least €8,700. But as we just calculated, those 3 players who were just eliminated will get $5,800 each. 3 players splitting 2 min
because we need
cashes.
to split those prizes between those bust-out players. So we just need 2 minutes to do that, and then we're
can't
going to
you do
get
that
going.
while
So
they're dealing?
please hold off for a minute.
Does anyone have a calculator? We're going to need 2 minutes, and if anyone has a calculator, just give us a second while we split this 3 ways. No one's ever had to divide anything by 3 before. We're just going to need no more than 15 minutes to handle this. Just one. I'm still waiting on that calculator. If anyone, a watch or a phone calculator, you know what? It's fine. I'll just make 3 piles of money. Just bring the money here, and I'll just count it out. 1 for you, 1 for you, 1 for you. 1 for you, 1 for you. Don't say anything. I lost count.
I'll do a bump pot.
Bumper.
I'll do a bump pot with you if you guys want.
50K?
50K bump pot?
Yeah, 400K for someone.
Yeah, I'll do it.
That's fine.
I'll do it. Then we play post flop.
That would be fun.
He's professional in one pot.
Yeah,
you'd play post flop.
Yeah, you have to play post flop for your stack.
No, we don't play post flop, we just go.
Oh, just go and let it run.
When we finally resume, I would expect us to see a mini post-bubble bust-out bonanza. But now, of course, there's the whole, if I cling on, I can make it to day 3 thing.
There's nothing stopping us.
There you go, sir.
Yeah, just about 20 minutes left here.
Well, what'll be
to
stopping
run
us
out
is
in
the
this
one
level.
But it's a super edge being short stacked, of course.
I thought we were going to finish between 10:30 and 11.
yes,
We're going to
chat.
be here to 11:30, aren't we?
Yeah.
25K in Monaco.
What's that, Maria?
This does
We were
mean that
straddling the first
Wolfgang
round.
cashed.
Yes.
It's probably.
Yeah.
Wait, why are we going to be here till 11:30? Oh, because of the dividing of prize money?
Well, we've still got 20 minutes on the clock, and we haven't even restarted yet. And you know they're going to then draw for hands, and it's going to be the highest possible number.
They should draw right now. We've been through enough. Thank you, Xflix, for your raid, by the way.
The green
light. Thanks, Flix.
Just a solid dude.
For the best.
Felix Schneiders.
I love that guy.
Tom's right. At least we don't have the dice with 6 on every side.
Wait. That means that Flix has made it as well, right?
That's a nice price to get
If his stream is done,
Oh, I hope I bust.
he didn't bubble.
So you can go play the 50K. I'm trying to do you a favor.
Yeah?
Lol.
Maybe if you bust me, I can go do the same.
15 minutes.
How many we jump in with 40 or 30 tomorrow?
I don't know.
I'm not doing 20.
Maybe 12 and a half, so half.
How much?
Maybe the 50K start tomorrow at 12 and a half. and DPT and 12. So we can tomorrow 30 minutes gamble.
Yeah, I mean, but I have big stack, so it's like.
Yeah, but it's so fast for you.
You think so?
Yeah.
Come get it then, papi.
Papito le quema el dinero en la mano.
Hey, here. Huh. Hopefully, if you didn't fold the rivers, you would actually cover me now.
Yeah. Agree. Banana killing me.
Do we have an update on whether Toby's done the calculations yet?
First today or second?
Artan.
The first one. He didn't play many hands anyway. Lost Cal dead for the whole day.
Oh, we lost 3 players. So you had a good level though so far.
Hmm?
You had a good level.
Yeah, so far so good. Don't complain. Yeah, like pretty much I have 2K less than when I started the day.
Right now?
Yeah.
On a serious note, congratulations to all of these players, to everyone remaining who is in the money in this record-breaking tournament, all now guaranteed at least 8,700 euros.
Please stay at your table. Once again, if you cross, please stay at your table. We're going to finish this level and we're going to stop for the evening. So 19 minutes remaining on this level. Even so we have the money, make sure you keep the place at your table. Congratulations again, everybody. Okay, let's go do the samples.
Okay, we are underway again. Start the clock. Let's play out the last 20 minutes of day 2 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event. And let's see how many players we lose between now and the conclusion of the day. Probably won't be as many as you would see in a standard post-bubble bust-out bonanza, because a lot of people are going to be clinging on to make it to day 3.
Yeah, who doesn't want to make it to day 3? It's another milestone, and that's 2 milestones in very quick succession.
I could take it or leave it.
You like that one,
Day 3.
Anytime you find a bag,
I like to main the cash and get home.
Okay.
9,000.
Gotta find the bag and post it on social media.
Mokri's still going to be looking to apply pressure in the right situation, but he knows that some of the power that he had pre-bubble isn't going to exist in the same way, but I think he can understand that he's able to navigate post really well with these types of suited connected hands.
Yeah. Well, Jack high still ahead right now. It went check on the flop.
Kayhan Mokri versus number 4 on the Armenian all-time money list. The matchup you've all been waiting for.
Sargsyan may make a delayed c-bet here. Got to rep the ace. Mokri knows what you're doing.
Yeah, this is just a great play because you know that your opponent's going to be repping this turn card, and then you can find out if they really have an ace or not by check raising. And if they do call, you still have equity. You can see the river, but best result here is just to get the fold.
Mokri retains the chip lead at this table. 120 big blinds, more than 480,000 chips.
Jack-7 didn't have good visibility there. I think I'm finally starting to learn what that means.
That's right.
I try to learn one thing every year. It's kind of how I approach life.
Yeah, never stop learning, Joe. That's great.
I have to say, what's the rest of the year going to look like then if you've already learned something? And
Oh,
we're
this
not
was
even in
last
May?
year's.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I was a little behind.
Alexander raises a very interesting question. Why would you fold when you could go all in?
So the people out there are aware that you only know what your cards are. The other people's cards, we get to see that, but you don't. I'm sorry. I'm confusing pronouns here. So let's say you're Baltatanu here. You only get to see the 2 5s. Jorgna only gets to see the 6 deuce. And you don't get to see the other cards of the other players. I hope that helps. Does that make sense?
Chat pros are on fire today.
In that case, these guys are better than I thought they were. I thought they were making these decisions knowing all of the cards.
No, it's crazy. Yeah, no, it's just their own cards they see.
I thought we were playing Who Knows the Rules of Poker.
This guy just wrote Baltatiano is the champ. Should I ban him for a spoiler?
Can you imagine if in the next 14 minutes we lose 168 players and crown a winner on day 2?
The answer is yes. Thank you for your question, Joe. You banned.
Sorry, Stanku. You're out of here.
Now it says, but they at least get to see those little percentages next to their names, right? No, this is PokerStars. They don't.
It's a good day for Stapes because you learned something and then now you taught some people something.
That's true. I paid it forward. Circle of life.
Full circle.
Then raise 9,000.
Well, that's ace 8 of spades. It's made it 9,000. And it's round to Amaury Mami Mamu in the big blind. He folds the king 7. Raise and take it.
Yeah, I think you might be right, James. Everyone just wants to get that bag a little bit more snug. Few less smiles at the table as well. Gloves are off now. Got to start battling again. Although, to be fair, these guys have been keeping it pretty aggressive, even as we neared the bubble.
Watsky says post-bubble bust-out bonanza is on. Another 5 gone. A post-bubble bust-out bonanza is when you lose like 30 players in 15 minutes.
Do you think we see that at the start of tomorrow?
I think we see a mini bonanza today and another mini one tomorrow.
Yeah. Mr. Peter.
This is an interesting call by Jorgna.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a little disrespectful of Pardo's +1 open.
Yeah, but Pardo's
Just
being
a little,
disrespectful in the first place.
but-
He started it.
You're right, and Jorgna has him dominated. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Good point.
Check.
Jorgner with the best hand. 86% equity in this three-way pot. And Jorgner chips up. Likely to come back for day 3 with an above-average stack. The average right now being 220k. Peter Jorgner playing 287k.
Keep watching him.
Wow, that's rough actually.
He will sleep in couch, not in bed.
Couch. Front lawn. Outside.
Sleep with the fishes. The aquarium. Guppies.
Aquarium in Almadena.
Let's draw for hands.
For the avoidance of doubt, the reference to Juan Pardo's girlfriend commentating is a reference to Froggy, one of our Spanish commentators, who is Juan's partner and obviously is currently calling the action on the Spanish language stream.
Is that what it means?
Froggy, such a cute name.
Pokerón. That's typical.
He's nodding his head. He's no idea. No idea what he's saying.
Every time we talk together, you talk to me about Malaga like I care. I don't give two
Left ear or right ear?
Left.
Is this some KGB happening right now?
You care about Oslo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In September.
No, I'm going to Marbella.
Yeah.
But I have to fly to.
I feel like Michael Caine in the Ipcris file.
Marbella is Malaga.
Marbella is Portugal.
Really?
Yes.
No
the
way.
Venom symbiote.
Like it's the province. Marbella is Portugal.
Yeah.
But it's not the same.
Yeah, it's the same.
It's the same postcode.
He means it's the same postcode, but not the same thing.
Sevilla of Malaga.
And now we got marimbas.
No. Never?
It's all kicking off at the end of day 2 here in Monte Carlo.
No.
Yes.
Visitar.
Yeah. Start, yes. Casino Marbella.
Won't see Peter.
I think everyone can hear it.
Beat me in the final.
You play a tournament there?
Certainly YouTube is acknowledging it.
Hey!
There it goes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
When?
You remember when you would nail that hearing test when you were a kid and you'd be like, I was so good at that. I put my hand up so fast. Left, right, right, left. Left, right.
Do you think that was somebody's alarm, like, reminder to self, make day 3?
But you had to pay tax on this?
Right on time. Perfect. Sorry, guys. Let me just get that alarm.
That was a Mandela effect happening.
Don't talk about that.
5 minutes ago, Kayhan Mokri was not at this table.
Tell us more about your tax status.
You guys have to pay taxes. I pay my tax. I don't care. I pay mine.
Spain, right?
I'm going to get you all.
Sell my your Bitcoin the other
No
way.
tax in Canada.
He's waiting for the tax.
You have to pay my taxes.
Turn off mic number 5.
Peter, fold the spraggy.
That was a good bit, though.
I love Peter.
I have some more questions about that.
Please, seriously, turn him off.
Confirm.
He's going to bust on purpose.
Okay, the clock stopped. I know because I've been watching it nonstop.
Oh, tax avoidance is funny.
120.
There's always money in the banana stand.
King Jack for Baratza in the small.
To the Spaniards.
Clock has paused, by the way, which means we will find out very soon how many hands we are going to play tonight.
Oh, the clock stopped. Interesting.
Guys, I was being serious. There's always money in the banana stand.
Check that guy's pockets.
Baratza completed. Pardo has raised. I don't think Baratza will be folding a hand this strong, blind be blind.
Yeah, King Jack is a hand that, you know, sometimes could just raise itself from the small blind, but against a good player, sometimes you want to just try to keep the pot small and limp call.
Both players with a pair. Suffice to say, Baratza's is significantly better.
This is a relief. Just flop top pair here. Oh, thank God. Oh, I had no idea what I was going to do otherwise.
Can't help but feel this is a little bit of a stall as well to get to the end of the day, but we still have that clock paused in anticipation.
So how many more hands do you think we're going to play tonight? They will draw.
I wonder if this raise is just letting Pardo off the hook a little bit. I mean, he does have a piece and he does have a spade, so he might continue in position, but you know, if he doesn't flop anything here, he would just bet folds. Whereas if you allow him to barrel off on a board that looks like it's good for his range as the pre-flop aggressor, you might get a little bit more value for your top pair.
Oh, the marimbas are back. Oh, I heard that three. Three more hands. You're going to keep track, Nick? I'm putting you in charge.
Finally.
Just of tracking numbers, nothing more.
Oh. Thought you were giving me Toby's job.
No one gets Toby's job. Yes, 3 hands after this one. So we'll play out this hand, then 3 more, and then survivors will bag and tag and come back for day 3.
And I'm in charge
of tracking the number of hands.
Right.
Assistant to the general manager.
You beat me to it, yep. Gotcha.
Regional manager.
Pardo with 80K back, and it's 27K for him to call and didn't turn any additional equity. And now it's just about whether or not Baratza has him beat. I mean, not a ton of draws on the flop outside of the flush draw. You know, and when you think about Baratza's limp calling range, perhaps that's going to contain, you know, some suited kings, some of the stronger offsuit kings that didn't want to raise. But perhaps Pardo is just tired of feeling like he's getting bluffed today.
Did he get there?
No. Thank you for your question.
It's got to be kind of a scary river for the King-Jack, of course. I mean, imagine if Pardo has trade deuce of spades or trade jack tray of spades or something. Wow, absolutely no fear whatsoever.
One, do not hero with a 3.
But this is also one of those moments where you're happy as Baratza to fade the snap call.
Yep.
Because then you don't love the King-Jack so much. But now, different story. This is where you might want to start giving off some micro expressions of nervousness as Baratza. Because now you're like, okay, your 8X or whatever it is that you have, please call.
Well, like a kind of quivering lip.
Or like a zoinks.
Sweating from the eyebrows.
All I keep thinking about is the stream, the Spanish stream.
Ace 3 of spades. 3 less hands.
Just because Juan's girlfriend has a real job and a real career doesn't mean you need to constantly rub it in his face.
Under the gun. You can give me the bag already.
When is Juan Pardo going to knuckle down and get a real job?
That's right.
Honestly.
3,
So,
including this one.
levels in the EPT main event are 90 minutes long. Because there have been numerous clock stoppages and delays during the bubble, this level has lasted almost 3 hours.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's been double the level, double the fun.
James.
Yep.
This is hand number 1 of the final 3 hands.
Thank you, Nick.
We commence now.
That was very complicated.
This level is still shorter than the Barbie movie felt.
Wow. You might get canceled for that one, Joe. You might have finally done it.
It's funny because it's true.
Oh, you too, Nick?
See, all I gotta do is be the one person, and everyone's like, you know what? I actually didn't like the Barbie movie that much either.
Maria.
I didn't think it was that good either.
Maria, I'm still an ally.
Shut up.
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Last night at a table full of dudes, James was like, all right, yeah, it was just okay. He admitted it.
I didn't fall asleep in it. I'm in a better position to judge it.
That's not my fault. That's Greta Gerwig's fault. And the temperature at which they keep movie theaters in London. It's like an incubator in there. They could nurse premature babies back to health at the Odeon in Leicester Square.
Stapes, you and me, we're going to need to have a talk after the stream is over today.
I'm sure. Hopefully it could be an hour and 55 minutes like Barbie.
Joe, that's enough.
And like the Barbie movie, I'll agree in the first 5 minutes, but we'll have to do the full 2 hours anyway. Top pair for Pardo.
Obviously, Juan was on the shorter side, guys, after that engagement just now. With the bottom pair, is going to go ahead and fire and takes this one down. So that was the first of our final 3 hands of the day. Tom, don't worry, I'm with you. I believe there are 2 hands remaining before the end.
The one before,
including
of day
this
2.
one.
But including, we're
Here
gonna
at
do
EPZ
English
Monte-Carlo
lessons
2024.
No,
I mean,
there is
does
no
it really
English
count,
lessons there.
Nick, if you were getting help from chat, though?
But it's okay.
I don't think you can take credit
It was very
for doing a
confusing.
good job.
Don't tell us to get an English lesson.
I feel like you're now catching strays from my...
I feel like Maria's in a weird mood today.
I'll take credit for it.
Norwegian. No, that was the not low explanation.
This is the penultimate hand, James.
Okay, so hand 2 of 3?
Correct. Don't worry, I'm in charge.
He's doing an adequate job, I would say. So we have lost near enough 20 players over the course of the back end of this level. I guess, yeah, I'll call that a mini post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and maybe we'll see a sequel at the start of day 3.
You speak French? Un peu? Yeah. Poquito. Poquito. A little Spanish, too.
There you go. Only 2 hands left. Let's get involved.
Oh, well done, Joe. You've awoken all the incels now. Look at YouTube chat.
Doesn't seem that bad for YouTube.
Nice qualification.
It's a little something for everyone here. King 10-5. Up and down straight draw, gut shot, middle pair. Whole lot of checks so far. And a third.
Nope, nobody hits the 6.
Well, the Tandu trying to give his pair of 10s a little bit of protection. I feel like multi-way, sometimes I prefer to go with the check call line here just because your hand isn't quite strong enough to withstand a lot of aggression and you're out of position. But, you know, there is two-tone out there. There's a lot of draws possible.
See ya.
Yeah, I think when he uses the 1/3 lead here as well, Maria, he's not screaming, I've got king 10 and I need to get value from the draws. He's not screaming, I have a set and I'm trying to get value from the draws. He's kind of saying, I have a weak king, I have a weak 10.
Sorry?
And it goes check, check. And Mokri's happy to see that rivered jack
Because you will say that you always lose with ace.
to take it down.
Ah, okay, okay.
What do you say we play one more hand?
And excluding the next one.
Excluding
This is the ultimate hand.
I'm going to admit. Yeah, I have to consult the person I put in charge of this process, Joe. Nick, how many more hands to play?
One more hand. This is the hand that comes after the penultimate hand. This is the ultimate hand.
Hold on, we're verifying. Yes, Nick, you got it.
Including this one.
Get the calculator out.
Grammatically correct.
Or the upcoming one.
No, there is no upcoming one. The last one.
I'm not sure it's correct even.
I'm not sure. I know you're not. I know you're not.
But Canadians,
but I am.
English.
That is the last hand, the very last hand.
Yes, that's the
very last.
Excluding
this. Excluding. So one more hand after that.
All right.
Okay, give us a bag.
You have to wait for the hand to finish.
Give the man a bag. Paul Clan raising with ace-3 of spades.
No lleva el rey, no Juan.
Un 3.
Just the blinds to act.
Nah, rey,
Casi me estampo en el tour. Pero
Oh, ace-queen.
¿Cómo en el tour?
Sí, porque el SPR era muy pequeño.
Sí, era muy pequeño.
Me puede tener unos 9, 10.
A bluff, sir. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Not a bluff. And that'll do it. That'll bring day 2 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event to a close.
Game over.
Like 12:45.
What do you have?
I had ace-8 suited.
Ace?
8, yeah, ace-8 suited. Spades.
Or
something like that.
He's done that gag twice now.
Go.
I don't like that, TBH.
Clearly as you can, it would be great. Capital letters would be amazing. Your first name, last name, chip count, nationality, and the most important thing is your media number. So that would be that one. You should have your media numbers next to you.
Yo mi idea no sé dónde está, la verdad.
All the players who have survived the day, 154 of them return tomorrow.
Number.
On the table.
No, I don't have. I 100%. Before day.
Okay.
No have.
Oh dear, someone's lost their player ID. Well, in that case, you can't come back tomorrow. Sorry.
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Begin, no have.
Yeah,
Then?
no, at the beginning it was okay. But by the time you're in the money, you should have one.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, don't forget to put the media card inside the bag as well.
So we are live again tomorrow at the same time, 12:30 Central European Summer Time for day 3 of this tournament. 5 more levels to play. We are now in the money. And this is how things ended at our final feature table today. Kayhan Mokri will be bringing 100 bigs into play tomorrow. Healthy stacks for players like Balta Tanu, Peter Jorgner, Paul Clan and Juan Baratza. Juan Pardo on the extremely short side now. He'll only have 12 big blinds tomorrow. He'll be in the danger zone. Danger zone! And who are the chip leaders coming into day 3? Eros Calderoni has been a big stack for most of the day. Vlad Troyanovsky is second in chips. Tamati, Francisco Benitez is a top 5 stack. Dan Smith is a top 10 stack, as
Dan.
is Kayhan Mokri, who rounds out the top 10. Well, hope you've enjoyed our day 2 coverage, including our world-famous bubble coverage. Don't forget to check out the PokerStars blog for updates and stories from the European Poker Tour. And make sure you are with us tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. That is 12:30 CEST for day 3 of the Ept Monte-Carlo main event. Until then, from Maria Ho, Nick Walsh, Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from Monaco. Thanks for watching the PokerStars EPT.
To the right or the left, best, cause I know there's only one. See the shoes on my feet, the blood that I bleed, the game has only begun. How we do what we do when we're doing it, it's something that you don't understand. Keep walking away from another mistake, cause the time is running through your head.